Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Trained by Overwatch Reinhardt. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was just another boring Monday. Yes, the sun was shining as it usually did at the start of a new academic year in Japan, but that didn't mean it wasn't a boring day. It was just 8:15 a.m., cherry blossoms were falling, and by all means, it was supposed to be a great day. But not for one Izuku Midoriya. His bushy green hair with white and blonde highlights was littered with cherry blossoms, his freckled face one of annoyance, his big, expressive green eyes narrowed as he tried to fish some stubborn petals from his hair with one hand and with the other changing his red high tops with his school slippers. When he managed to take all of the petals off of his hair, he let out a huff. He looked down at himself, checking for creases in his uniform. He was bored, but he wasn't about to be disrespectful to his teachers and classmates. Izuku adjusted his yellow backpack so that it sat better on his back. Making his way to his classroom, he was in class 2D. He heard the usual things, people giving him pitying looks, whispering, laughing behind his back, and some even shooting him looks of disgust as if his mere existence was an insult to them. You see, Izuku was quirkless, but that's not all. He was quirkless and wasn't 100% Japanese. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, was half German. He was born from a German soldier who went to Japan on a mission and left his grandmother Piarjananti with Hisashi. Izuku was told that his grandmother, who he never got her name, loved his father with every fiber of her body. She held no resentment towards the man that left her with a child and just disappeared. So, here was Izuku, quirkless, quarter German, and, to top it all off, he wanted to become a hero, which many people took offense of. Especially his old childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, who was looking at him with that smug face that he's had since they were 6. He didn't say anything, but his face did all the talk he needed. How does it feel to be a useless, powerless Deku, huh? All right, settle down children. The teacher ordered with a playful smile and a clap of his hands. Welcome again. I know most of you already know me, but for those of you who don't, my name is William Caledonia, but you can call me Mr. Caledonia. He had well-combed white hair, pale skin, and red eyes. That was the only solace Izuku had for this school year. His homeroom teacher was probably the only good teacher in the whole school district. Mr. Caledonia was American and he taught English, but he sometimes took a homeroom class. Izuku liked Mr. Caledonia. He was one of the few teachers that actually listened to him when the bullying got too out of hand, so now that he was his homeroom teacher, he could probably be more calm about any physical abuse. Today is the first day of classes, as all of you know. He paused looking over the class, stopping just a second at Izuku, but he didn't think he was looking at him, probably at who was behind him. He didn't pay attention to who he was seated next to, only that he was all the way across the classroom from Kaken. What you don't know is that we have 2 new students for this school year. Why don't you 2 come to the front and introduce yourselves? Behind him 2 chairs scraped on the floor. He looked up from the notebook which he was working on. He didn't want to make a bad first impression, even if they ended up discriminating against him like everyone else. But when he did, his heart skipped a beat or two. In front of the whole class were 2 of the cutest girls he's ever seen in his life. The one on the left had brown hair in a bob cut, brown expressive eyes like his own, and rosy pink cheeks. Next to her was another girl with pink skin and hair, golden eyes with black scaras, and 2 yellow horns sticking out of her head. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. Hi everyone. The brunette waved with a 1000-watt smile that only made Izuku's blush worse. My name is Ochako and I come from Ye Prefecture. My family came here due to a construction job they're doing. Hi, I am Mina Ishido. The pinkette waved more enthusiastically. It also made Izuku blush harder because holy crap did they both have beautiful voices. My family came here from Chiba Prefecture. My mom got a better job here, so we moved. Go ahead and sit down again. Mr. Caledonia told them. They accepted and moved back to their seats. Mr. Caledonia looked directly at Izuku and saw how flustered he was. He smiled mischievously. He was going to have fun. Midoriya. Izuku sat up straighter in attention. Could you move your desk so that you're sat in between Ishido and Uraraka? I still haven't had time to get their books. He turned into a strawberry, sitting down between two cute girls. Even though he was reluctant, Izuku accepted and moved his desk so that he was between Uraraka and Ishido. "Hi," Uraraka greeted. "Ochako Uraraka, and you?" "Ah, I am Izuzukumi Midoriya." Izuku stammered out, "En nice to meet you. And why you too Ishido?" Mr. Caledonia's smile softened as he watched Midoriya help the two girls. He's always known that the other teachers in the school didn't like him because of his lack of powers, and they were passing that down to the other kids. He was the one to contact the Uraraka family business and give them the job in Mizudafu. It was a big project, one that they'd work on for a couple of years. He was also the employer of one of Ishido's mothers, so he promoted her and transferred her to the Mizudafu branch. You see, the Caledonia family name is one with a great history of successful businessmen and women. The only black sheep would be his sister Elizabeth, and calling her a black sheep when her deadlock gang is as feared as it is in the New West would be putting her efforts down. William was the CEO of a couple of companies, mainly CA hair products that worked in close proximity to Uwabami and CA Hotels, a hotel chain that has hosted an enormous quantity of pro-heroes, celebrities, and even politicians of high caliber. He wasn't originally planning on putting hand in his students' personal life, but he has seen how sad Midoriya actually looks when he thinks nobody is watching. That's the reason why he chose to be his homeroom teacher this year. He wanted to give Midoriya at least one good year of school. If he was able to give it to him, that also meant him having at least one or two friends. William knows the Ishidos and the Urarakas. They were good people, people who would accept anybody, no matter where they were from, how they looked like, or their quirk status. He can only hope that their daughters will be like them. Who knows? Maybe Midoriya might be entering high school with a girlfriend or two. The bell for lunch rang and Izuku stood up from his seat, grabbing his bento box. He made it to the exit. The two new girls were still packing away their things. If he's being honest, he'd like to spend more time with them before they find out about his status. "Midoriya, a moment please?" Mr. Caledonia called for him. He made his way to the teacher's desk. "I'd like for you to show Miss Ishido and Miss Uraraka around the school. As you have already gotten acquainted with them, I thought it would make them more comfortable." Izuku thought to decline. He didn't really want to see their faces when they discovered his quirklessness, but he also thought that they at least deserved to hear it from him and not from any other students, so he nodded but kept his eyes glued to the floor. He moved towards the girls. They had already finished packing and taking out their bentos. He explains that he wants to show them around. He isn't lying entirely. They both are really likable people. Uraraka is bubbly but also down to earth. Ishido is like a bomb of energy, kinda reminds him of those really excitable dogs that he can't remember for the life of him. He wants to be their friend, but he knows not to expect much from his life. Last time he did, he got his dreams shattered by that doctor when he was 4. "So, Midoriya," Uraraka started. "Where do you like to eat?" "I'm starving." "Yeah, me too. I didn't have enough time to have any breakfast," Ishido exclaimed, and if she didn't have her hands occupied with her box, he was sure she would be flailing them dramatically, which, even in his mind, he thought it was cute as heck. "You too?" Uraraka asked. "Yup, got up too late to have any meaningful breakfast," Ishido casually explained with an adorable pout. "You two haven't eaten all day?" Izuku exclaimed, and they nodded. "Here, have these." Izuku opened his box and gave them a pair of sandwiches that his mother had packed for him. She always packed too much for him, even if he was feeling hungrier nowadays. "Oh no no no." Uraraka shook her head. "Please don't take from your food just for us." Ishido nodded. "Don't worry, Mom always packs more than I can actually eat," Izuku explained. "Besides, I want to give you these." "Thank you, Midoriya." Uraraka bowed her head to him, taking the sandwich offered to her, blush marks deepening. "You're the best, Midori." Ishido took the offered sandwich. "Me Midori?" Izuku stammered out, cheeks burning red. "It's a nickname. I like to give one to friends." Ishido smiled. Izuku paused. Friends? He hadn't had an actual friend since he and Kaken were 4, and the only name he's ever had was Deku, and that was a jeer that most of the school used to taunt and insult him. Midori was different. It sounded like a genuine affectionate nickname, something that would never sound like a malicious insult. It almost made him want to cry on the spot. Maybe a few tears welled up in his eyes, but he managed to keep them down. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked, looking concerned. "Why?" Izuku rubbed his eyes, dispelling his tears. I just haven't been told that I was someone's friend in some time, that's all," he explained. Uraraka and Ishido shared a look, but he didn't see it, his eyes glued to the floor. "Let's get going, I normally eat on the roof." They went to the roof in silence, Ishido and Uraraka having a silent conversation while they were walking. How could such a cute and nice boy have not been told that he was someone's friend in some time? They ate their lunches on the roof, looking over the city skyline. Was it cliché that an outcast sat on the rooftop? Yes it was, but Izuku didn't care. It's a place that nobody goes up to and the view is incredible, especially in spring. The pink of the cherry blossoms clashed with the grays, whites, and browns of the city. Also, being outside and away from the ground meant you had fresh air, something you could never get in the lunchroom or even the courtyard. "It's beautiful up here, Midoriya," Uraraka whispered. He looked at her and saw her with a faraway look, lost in mind. "Yeah, Midori, how did you think of coming up here?" Ishido asked, setting her chopsticks down. Izuku opened and closed his mouth, hesitating on whether to tell them or leave them in the dark for a little longer. He immediately shut down the second idea. He had to tell them. He had been deprived of the option to tell or not. Stealing his resolve, Izuku opened his mouth. I was running away." The girls looked at him, but he kept his eyes on the horizon. "You must know something about me. I am quirkless." Izuku closed his eyes, a couple of tears falling out. "I be been TT tormented since I W as FF4, I ununderstand if you T2 don't W want T to be MIF friends." He felt a shift from his left. Ishido had stood up. He still kept his eyes closed tightly. He heard steps until they stopped in front of him. "Is she going to slap me?" Izuku couldn't think of more when he felt a pair of arms wrapping around him. He felt himself being wrapped by another pair of arms, this time from his right side. What? Are they hugging me?" "I've been through something similar to you, Midoriya." Ishido whispered into his hair. That was the lowest he'd ever heard her talk all day. "I mean, I look like an alien and can secrete acid. Everybody in my old schools were terrified of me. They thought I would just spray them with acid if they scared me, like if I was a freaking skunk." He felt tears falling on his head. "I may not know what it's like to be quirkless, but just know that I will never be like those jerks. You are not alone, and never will be, ever again." Uraraka started, her voice quivered. "I may never have had a problem with my quirk, but I know what it feels like to be singled out." She let out a sob. Izuku felt one of Ishido's arms let go of him, probably to comfort Uraraka. "Growing up, my family never had much money. My parents had to skip meals just for me to eat. In school nobody wanted to be associated with the poor girl, so I never really had any friends. So I may not know what it's like to go through what you two have gone through, but just know that I'll always be here for you." And the dam broke. Izuku was sobbing. Years of repressed feelings were spilling out, years of accumulated abuse from his peers. They all came back in a moment. But he wasn't alone, not anymore. His arms were around Ishido and Uraraka, trying to get them as close to him as he physically could. When they separated, they all had puffy eyes. They already had gone to the restrooms when the bell to signal the end of lunch rang. The final bell rang and the rest of Izuku's classmates had already filed out of the classroom. The only ones left were Ishido, Uraraka, and Izuku. Thankfully Kaken had already left with his two goons. I know this is too sudden and that we only just met, but I wanted I invite you to dinner at my home." "Oh, it's alright, Midoriya, but did you tell your mom?" Uraraka asked. "And no but don't worry, she always cooks too much for just the T2O of us." "Okay then, I'll just call my parents to ask for permission." Uraraka took out her flip phone and put it to her ear. "I have to ask one of my moms. They'll probably say yes, but it's always good to be sure." Ishido took out her smartphone and dialed a phone number. After receiving the go-ahead from both sets of parents, they arrived at the Midoriya apartment. Inko was through the roof. She almost crushed Uraraka and Ishido in a mama bear hug, as Ishido put it. And so it began. Ishido, Uraraka, and Izuku continued to grow thick as thieves for the rest of their second year. They learned that they all wanted to become heroes and study at UA University. Izuku was apprehensive to tell them, but a quick mental slap that reminded him that his two friends would never be like the others quickly melted his worries away. Ishido and Uraraka, who had insisted he called them Mina and Ochako, a thought that still made him blush a bright red every time he was remembered of that fact, had discovered that Kaken used to be his best friend before his quirk came in, and now he was his worst tormentor. They made Izuku open his eyes and realize that Kaken was no longer there. Bakugo had killed his best friend and replaced him with a prideful, full of himself capital Overhaul. He also met their parents. Ochako's parents were two sweet, but slightly bad-mouthed pair. Her father, Ritsuki Uraraka, was a man with short yellowish-brown hair, light facial hair, and a kind face. Ochako might as well have been an identical copy of Fumiko Uraraka. Even in personality they were similar. When Mina had said, "Moms," he thought she had said it wrong. But nope, when he and Ochako entered the Ishido residence they were greeted by two women, one of which was very PRGNT. They explained that they both were Mina's biological parents. They managed to do it when they visited a clinic that had a doctor who allowed them to temporarily change a person's biology. Miyuki Ishido was the mother that carried her. She also was the one that's PRGNT. She has the same pink hair that Mina has. Her skin, however, wasn't pink, nor was her other mother's. They explained it by being part of her quirk. Mina's quirk allows her to produce acid from any part of her body. Miyuki's quirk allows her to spray acid from the tips of her fingers, which were actually pink. Mia Ishido had wild brunette hair with two yellow antlers sticking out from her hair. Her eyes have yellow pupils with black sclera like Mina. A month after meeting Mina's mothers, her two siblings were born, a pair of identical twins. Mika and Mimi both had the same pink hair as their older sister, but their skin colors were very different. However, they had small rounded antlers and eyes with black sclera and yellow pupils, like Mina and Mia. Mika was light purple while Mimi was as white as a sheet of paper. The only explanation that the doctors could come to was that they had a different limit to their acid than Mina and Miyuki. The school year passed and they were now in their last year of junior high. They began walking to school together. They lived in apartment buildings that were on the same block. The day they began their third year, Izuku was practically dragging Mina and Ochako to the site of an attack by a huge villain with a shark-ish face. At the scene were some heroes like Backdraft, Death Arms, and Kamui Woods. Izuku was vibrating. He got to see the up-and-coming Kamui Woods in action. That was until another hero stole the spotlight. The just-debuted Mount Lady swooped in and took down the villain with a single dropkick that, among another of her assets, gained the attention of the crowd. Izuku turned his gaze away from the giantess and made his way to Aldera, Mina, and Ochako walking by his side. This year is going to be good. He has his two best friends who believed in his dream, and he had his 13 notebooks about heroes. Nothing could ever go wrong. 3 days earlier in Europe. "So that's him?" An old, gruff voice with a heavy German accent asked. "Yes, she got us his address and his ancestry. He's your brother's son." Another gruff voice said, this one with a neutral accent. He's skinnier than I thought." The first stated. "But those accents in his hair, there's no doubt he's his son." "Reinhardt, what are you planning to do?" The voice of a lady, also up there in age, asked. "Morrison is going to get Ray's kid to train him. I'm gonna do the same." The now identified Reinhardt stated with finality, pounding one of his large fists on his chest. "Are we sure that that is a good idea?" The voice of another woman with a German accent asked. "Angela, I have to do it." Reinhardt insisted. "I made a promise to my father. I couldn't do it with my brother, so I'll do it with his son." "All right, I'll call Lena to get the shuttle ready. We should be in Japan tomorrow by noon," the now identified Angela said. "Bridget!" Reinhardt yelled, startling the other two in the room. "Yes, Uncle Rain?" Bridget asked when the door opened. "Pack your things, you, Lena, Angela and I are going to Japan," Reinhardt announced with a smile on his scarred face. "Yes." Bridget pumped her arm. "I've wanted to go to Japan for ages." Oh, where are we going?" "We're going to Mizudafu in Tokyo. We're going because we finally found my nephew," Reinhardt announced. "I'll go get my suitcase ready." And with that, Bridget ran out the door to her room. Reinhardt chuckled and left the room too. His slicked-back white hair and well-groomed beard seemed to almost shine in the lights of Watchpoint Gibraltar. He had a huge smile on his face. "Don't worry, Izuku, we're coming for you. Settle down," the teacher lazily demanded, even though nobody was doing anything at all. "Today you start your last year of junior high, so we'll be filling these career forms. That's what I would say if I didn't know that you all want to become heroes." He threw the documents in the air, and all the class erupted in cheer, most of them using their quirks, the only exceptions being Izuku, for obvious reasons, Mina, Ochako, and Bakugo. Bakugo slammed his hand on his desk, letting out an explosion that was more sound and smoke than fire. "Come on, teach, don't put me in the same bucket as these durankers." The rest of the class let out shouts of indignation that only served to inflate Bakugo's already big ego. I can take all of you on my own." "What a d-dash dot," Mina whispered, head resting against her hand. "Yeah, I don't know how he could have ever been your friend Izuku," Ochako chimed in. Izuku lifted his gaze from his 13th hero analysis for the future notebook. "He wasn't always like this, but I get your point. I honestly don't know how I've considered him a friend ever since that one beating in the playground, but I guess I was in denial." "Ah yes, Bakugo. You're applying for the Shiketsu University High School Hero Program," the teacher announced, and Izuku visibly shrunk on his seat. Ochako and Mina were surprised by his words. What kind of teacher just announces that out of nowhere? They thought in unison. "Bah, I'm only going there 'cause you ain't got a high school shtick?" Bakugo dismissively waved his hand while putting his feet on his desk. "Oh, yeah, Midoriya, Uraraka, Ashido, you are going to apply for Shiketsu too," the teacher announced, and if you didn't know better he would have seemed bored, but the look in his eyes was of pure unfiltered malice. Izuku shrunk in his seat even further. Mina and Ochako just gaped at the man behind the podium. A beat of silence passed, before all hell broke loose. "Really, Midoriya? What can a quirkless like you even do?" "Oh, teach, this has to be the best joke you have. Uraraka and Ashido are understandable, but Midoriya?" The rest of the class laughed. If it was even possible, Izuku shrunk even further in his seat. Ochako and Mina were glaring daggers at the teacher, who didn't seem to care if the slight upward tug of his lips meant anything. A hand slammed on Izuku's desk. Now if this was Izuku from a year ago, he would have already been on the floor and apologizing to even think about trying to be a hero, but now Izuku is different. The positive influences that Ochako and Mina have been in him made him a little more confident. Yes, he still is the same nerdy, dorky, and timid kid, but now he isn't as much of a bundle of nerves as he used to be, so he didn't fall back. He remained seated and steeled his face, looking defiantly at the demon that has tormented him for years. "Bakugo. What do you need, Bakugo?" Izuku asked with an icy edge. "You think a quirkless runt like you can compare to me?" Bakugo spat out. "If you even made it out of a hero course, you'd be dead the minute you step onto the streets, Deku." Ochako and Mina were about to tell him off when Izuku stood up and stared directly into Bakugo's angry red eyes. Izuku was always smaller than Bakugo, almost by a forehead, but this last year he had met with a growth spurt. Now he was matching the blonde's 1.72 meters tall. Izuku said nothing, only staring. Bakugo looked more and more irritated, to the point where most of the class thought that he was going to let loose an explosion in Izuku's face. In the end, Bakugo huffed in annoyance and sat back down on his desk. Izuku followed his example and sat down too. The day continued like normal, the usual jeers and insults thrown behind their backs. The students who didn't have anything against Izuku were laughing behind their backs too, but for a different reason. "I swear that if those three don't start dating each other by the end of the year, I'll dash." "Sure, they can hear you." "And? That'll only make them start dating earlier." "And I thought Ashido was the one obsessed with romance." "Oh, she is. I'm just returning the favor." "You're impossible, you know that?" But you wouldn't like it any other way." Izuku ignored them for the most part. Years of conditioning weren't going away in just a year, but Mina and Ochako couldn't ignore them. Mina just laughed it off, even if the lilac tint on her cheeks was betraying her. Ochako, however, became a blushing mess. She never thought of liking anybody. She wanted to help her parents out first and foremost. Romantic relationships could come later, But she didn't dislike the idea, even if the thought of dating Mina and Izuku made her panic. They still had English classes with Mr. Caledonia. In fact, his class was the last one they had this day. When the last bell rang, the rest of their classmates left in a hurry. Izuku stayed behind. He was packing up his stuff when his hero notebook was yanked out of his hands. He looked up, just for Bakugo to blow the notebook up and tossing it out of the window. Izuku ran up to the open window and looked out to see that the notebook had fallen just out of the koi tank. He gave a sigh of relief before turning back and glaring at him. "What the hell, Bakugo? What's your problem?" Mina yelled at him. "Listen, Deku," Bakugo spat with way more venom than normal. "If you know what's good for you, you will not apply to Shiketsu, understand?" With a sickly sweet smile, he tried to put a hand on Izuku's shoulder to char his jacket, but Izuku didn't let him. He grabbed his hand and put it away from him, palm facing to Bakugo's goons. His face morphed into an ugly scowl. "I don't know what your problem is, Bakugo." Izuku spat out too. "But I'm not going to fold, not against someone with such a fragile ego. Now if you excuse me, I have dinner with my mother and friends." Izuku went back to packing away his stuff. Ochako and Mina were by his side. "You know," Bakugo started, but he didn't lift his gaze. "If you're so desperate to be a hero, why don't you pray to have a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof?" Izuku froze in place. He heard that wrong, right? He lifted his head to be met by the biggest, most condescending grin ever. He hadn't heard wrong. Mina and Ochako eyes widened, their mouths hung open. Did Bakugo just suicide bait him? They were about to actually pounce on him, but Bakugo! And everyone froze. Standing at the door on the other side of the classroom was none other than Mr. Caledonia, and he said, "The principal's office, all three of you." He looked directly at Bakugo and his goons. "But now." Bakugo glared at Izuku and the girls but didn't say anything. "Look, Mr. Caledonia rubbed his forehead with his eyes closed. "Don't take him seriously. I think he doesn't know how words can affect people, okay? I'm going to make sure that this matter is resolved. You three can go home, Midoriya, Ashido, Uraraka." "Are you okay, Izuku?" Ochako asked. Izuku nodded with a smile, but his eyes told another story. She looked at Mina and Mina got the message. They both grabbed one of Izuku's hands and let him lead them away. Mina knew Izuku was out of it when he took the longest route back home. Neither she or Ochako pointed it out. If he needed to clear his thoughts before going back home, then so be it. "I'm going to prove them wrong," Izuku whispered, causing her and Ochako to look at him. "I'm going to prove them all how wrong they are." He had a determined look. Finally meeting the two girls' eyes, they saw the fire behind them and the true smile on his face. The girls felt their cheeks heat up, but returned his smile. The group of friends kept walking and talking. They move on from dinner to getting a dance style that all three of them could start practicing now. During the past year, Mina had roped them into dancing with her. In the beginning, Izuku was as stiff as a rock, but over time he began loosening up to the point where he could keep up and even beat Mina, and she's been practicing since she was 6. Ochako wasn't as good at dancing as the other two, but she still is capable of keeping up with them. They finally decided that they would practice ballroom dancing. Not for any special occasion, just because they could. That's when they walked under an overpass. They were almost halfway through when from a manhole. Well, would you look at that?" A deep, scary and distorted voice said. The three of them looked back to see a strange mucus sludge-like person looking at them with a mad gleam in his eyeballs. "Not only do I get away from the smiling buffoon, but I also get 3 skin suits to choose from. It must be my lucky day." A chill ran down Mina's spine, and from the looks of it, so did to Ochako and Izuku, when a mouth appeared out of nowhere and grinned wickedly at them. She couldn't even think of anything when the villain lunged at them, nor could she do anything when she felt herself along with Ochako being shoved back by Izuku. After a moment of being dazed, Mina looked up and her eyes widened in horror when she saw the scene playing out in front of her. Izuku was being suspended midair while his body was being encased in the liquid-quirked individual, the sludge forcing itself down Izuku's nose and throat, tears spilling out of his eyes. But he was fighting, squirming in the villain's grasp. He tried to claw at the mucus, but it was in vain. Every time he managed to scoop out a handful of the gelatinous substance, Double would replace it. "It appears as if you want to be the first of all. Thanks, kid, you really are my hero," the sludge man mocked. Mina was about to throw a glob of acid toward them, but, Mina, no. Ochako stopped her. When she looked at her, she saw the desperation in the brunette's eyes. If you do that, you'll hurt Izuku. She stood there. Ochako was right. The acid she had created was guaranteed to leave nasty acid burns on Izuku, maybe even make him lose a limb, and she'll never live with herself if that happened. She felt so useless. Tears started to fall from her cheeks. Her best friend, he was dying right in front of her, and there was nothing she or Ochako could do, and there wasn't going to be a hero to save him in the last moment. After all, they were in an isolated part of the city. Her legs buckled and she fell on her knees. Ochako tried to calm her, despite her own barely contained tears, but it all fell to deaf ears. She stared at the fucker take Izuku's life with rage and hatred. The manhole cover exploded upwards with incredible velocity, hitting the ceiling and leaving a spider web crack. Have no fear, you are safe. The would-be killer's eyes flew open, as did the girls. They turned to the origin of the voice, and there he was, blonde hair slicked back with 2 bangs shooting upwards, and that iconic smile. It was All Might. Now that I am here, that is. Mina had to close her eyes due to the strength of the whirlwind. When she opened them again, the villain had been dispersed throughout the underpass. She looked around for Izuku. Ochako was doing the same. When they saw him splayed on the ground, not moving, that sent them in a panic, and in the blink of an eye they were trying to wake him up. Izuku felt his cheek getting lightly tapped. Repeatedly, he opened his eyes to come face to face with that iconic smile that was plastered in his room. Thought we lost you there. All Might. He screeched. He began looking erratically for his notebook. That's when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning to where he felt the tap coming from, he found Ochako, who immediately brought him into a hug. He felt another pair of arms wrap around him from behind. That was Mina. We thought we were gonna lose you, Izuku. Ochako whispered. Mina nodded. He felt it more than saw it. Izuku forgot everything about the world and melted into the hug and wrapped his arms around the brunette. They stood there for what felt like hours until a cough caught their attention. They broke the hug and looked to All Might that stood there awkwardly. As much as I hate to interrupt a moment that is as heartwarming as this one, I have to take this dastardly villain to the police. All Might announced as he prepared to jump. Stay safe out there, kids. All Might Iha dash. Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence when All Might propelled himself off the ground, leaving the 3 friends alone. They ask you a question? Oh, man, I didn't even get his autograph. Ahem. Ochako fake coughed. Izuku turned to her and she handed him his charred notebook. He took it with a confused look. She gestured him to open it. Mina barely containing giggles. He flipped through the book until he saw it. Across 2 pages was a huge All Might signature. His eyes went wide and mouth agape. He couldn't help but make a little victory dance on the spot, Ochako giggling and Mina full-blown belly laughing. When they all calmed down, they made their way to Izuku's apartment. They were laughing and talking about staring training. They had to be ready. UA's entrance exam was always known to be a hard one. Out of thousands of applicants each year, only 36 or 35 were accepted in the regular exam and only 4 or 5 in the recommendation one. Izuku opened the door and stood aside to let the girls in. It was a little silly game that whenever they went to someone's home they had to be chivalrous and enter last. The first time they did it, Mina joked about chivalry being dead. I'm home, Mom. I brought Ochako and Mina. Izuku called into the house. Oh, Izuku. Inko poked her head through the kitchen door. Come on. There's some people who want to meet you. Izuku paused. Someone wants to meet me? Ochako and Mina looked just as confused as him. He shrugged and changed into his slippers. The girls doing the same. They had visited each other's homes, that they all had slippers in all of them. The group walked deeper into the apartment. Reaching the kitchen, they saw Inko preparing 3 cups of tea, presumably for them. Go sit down, I'll be there in a second. Hello. Izuku froze on the spot. Ochako and Mina looked worriedly at him. The only man of the group greeted. He stood up and towered over everyone in the room. His slicked back white hair and well-groomed beard looked as if they were glowing in the afternoon light, singular blue eyes sparking with joy. I am Dash. Your Wilhelm Reinhardt. Izuku exclaimed, interrupting Reinhardt. You're the #1 hero in Germany and #3 of the whole world. You worked in Overwatch during the first Omnicrisis. You have saved so many lives and continue to do so even at your advanced age. Reinhardt is a huge man, wearing a huge silver armor with yellow highlights, a lion head on his chest. In his arm is a bigger lion head, on his back was a turned-off turbine. Izuku was positively vibrating. He got to meet two #1 heroes on the same day. He looked over to the others sitting at the table, and, you are Lena Oxton, #1 hero of the United Kingdom and number 15 of the world. You have defeated so many villains without them even noticing. That's how you save so many people. He talked about the young woman with spiky brown hair and eyes of the same color covered by orange-tinted goggles with a slim black rum. A glowing HRS was secured over her chest. She wore an orange jumpsuit, a gray aviator jacket over it. She wore extended forearm guards. She had white running shoes with a gray Velcro strap. The soles were orange. You are Angela Ziegler, the #1 support hero of Switzerland and number 19 of the world. Your research has saved so many people. You even completely disproved the pinky toe theory. Oh, your suit looks even cooler in person. Do you have your staff here? How do the wings work? Does your quirk give you the ability to float? He turned towards the woman with platinum blonde hair and deep blue eyes. She wore a white light armor with brown parts along the sides of her torso, her arms and legs. Her shoes were white heels, mechanical wings sprouting from her back, 2 pieces of cloth falling from the front and back of her hips, a halo-like hairband on her head. He's an energetic one, isn't he? A young woman with long auburn hair tied in a high ponytail spoke up. She had brown eyes, her pants were brownish-gray in color, her forearms were covered in silver armor with yellow lights as was her chest and legs, her left shoulder pad has a lynx head, she wore a yellow poncho under her armor, she has a carrier bag on her hip. Yes he is, who are you? Mina asked. Sorry, I'm Bridget Lindholm, we come from Dash. Ha ha ha, I like your energy, little guy. Reinhardt laughed. Izuku broke out of his questioning spree. He was about to apologize when he remembered what his mother said. Wait, Mom said you wanted to meet me, right? That's true. Mercy spoke up. Reinhardt has been looking for you for years. But why me? Izuku asked. Reinhardt knelt down to his level and looked directly into his eyes. Because you, Izuku Midoriya, are a Reinhardt, you are my nephew. Izuku stood there, eyes as wide as dinner plates and mouth agape. Behind him Mina and Ochako were the same. Finally, after almost 5 minutes of stunned silence, Izuku finally managed to formulate words. Why, you're my uncle? He whispered, tears prickling in his eyes. Yes, Hisashi and I were brothers. Our father came here because of a diplomatic mission between the German and Japanese governments. He met your grandmother, and I'm sure you know the rest, Reinhardt explained. But we're not here just for that. We're here because I want to train you at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Izuku honestly thought he could never be more at a loss for words. First what Bakugo said, then getting attacked by a villain, being saved by All Might, getting to meet 3 #1 heroes, and not only that but all of them being from the same organization. And now he discovers that one of said #1s is his uncle and that he wants to train him. If he didn't know his mother better, he would have thought this was all an elaborate prank, but Inko wasn't like that. She'd never do that to him. I have a QQ question. The verdant stuttered out, something that Ochako and Mina had basically kicked out of his system, so if it was back, then it meant it was a really important one. The pink-haired girl was about to put her hand on his shoulder when an armor-clad one to her. Of course you can, my boy. The armored giant knelt to be eye level with Izuku. The green-haired boy stared directly at the older man's eyes. Even without a Q quirk, C can I still become a H hero? The boy asked, not breaking eye contact for a second. When the quirkless boy asked his question, his mother took a sharp breath. So this is what he wanted to ask All Might about. The girls thought in unison, briefly glancing at each other and then at the foreign heroes, which didn't help as they had unreadable expressions. Let me tell you a little story, my boy. Reinhardt stood up and sat back down at the table. Many years ago, a little German boy wanted to be like his father, a man with great glory to his name, a man that did everything he did with honor, a man who saved countless lives, both of the innocent and the not so innocent. The boy wanted to have just as much glory to his name as his father. He wanted to be a crusader, legendary protectors of Germany, People sang songs about their legacy, but there was a little problem with that child. You see, that boy didn't have any powers. The Japanese's eyes widened and both Inko's and Izuku's eyes started to water. But a man of the name Balderic von Adler offered the boy, now a teenager not much older than you, to train him to become what the boy always wanted to be, and that small, blonde German boy was me. So yes, I think that you can become a hero even without powers. Izuku broke down. He hunched over himself, sobbing loudly. Someone believed him. A number one hero believed he could be a hero. Not only that, said hero is also quirkless. Here is the living proof that someone could be a hero with no power. He felt two pairs of arms. Mina and Ochako had hugged him, and if the wetness on his hair and back meant something, then they were crying too. Angela looked at the scene in front of her with newfound fondness. The boy had turned out to be a good one. The school records she found painted the image of a violent, quick-to-anger young man, but seeing him now, hugged by his two friends, she could certainly say that he wasn't like that he was an emotional boy. The blonde looked around the space. Izuku's mother had teared up and tears were running down her cheeks, but she had a wide motherly smile plastered on her face. She then looked towards Bridget to find her smiling mischievously as she looked at the scene. Oh! She turned to Lena and saw an even more mischievous smile on the British woman's face. Oh my! Finally she looked Reinhardt and saw that twinkle in his eye, that twinkle that meant shenanigans. Oh main! Lastly she looked towards the kids and saw that Izuku had finished crying, but the hug didn't break and it looked like it wasn't going to end soon. Oh main god! The doctor whispered under her breath, these kids weren't going to survive with Hannah and Lucio at Gibraltar. Meanwhile, Bakugo household. What the F were you thinking, Katsuki? The hag screeched. It had been hours since he tried to put that useless F in his place. It would have worked if it weren't for that vampire but teacher. If it was for any other teacher at that sheethole of a school, they would have turned a blind eye or at the very least taken him and those extras to that egg-shaped principal. He would simply brush it under the rug and tell them to not do it again. But that FING teacher had to get into FING sheet. That wasn't his FING business, and if it was literally any other extra, then the egg wouldn't have done anything. But no, it had to be the one teacher that apparently had a company that could bury the sheet hole to the ground if his demands were not met. So here he was now, suspended, and the hag's yelling his ear out. Normally he'd be yelling back, but she was using his given name and not some variation of brat, and that meant that talking back basically meant death. There also was the old man. He just looked disappointed. He's never seen him like this, and it honestly scares him. But Katsuki has something clear. Deku is going to pay when he gets back. Unknown location. A woman was working on her computers, the purple glow of her holographic monitors casting the room in an ominous atmosphere. A notification popped up. Viejo Calica, did they find him? The woman chuckled to herself. Olivia. Yep, it's all going according to plan. Didn't think you'd be on board with this, Viejo. Viejo Calica. Don't call me that, and it's for the best. I never wanted this to happen. Her gaze softened. Olivia, neither did I, but sometimes we can't control the cards we're given. Viejo Calica. GTG, talk to you at the meeting. Olivia chuckled lightly. She noticed a glint from the corner of her eye. She turned and saw the smallest of cameras, pointed directly at her desk. Now we can't have that, can we? She got up and reached one finger to it. Boop. It had been 10 minutes since Izuku had been let go by the girls. After he had finished crying, he had one single thought that had plagued his mind, and he voiced it to the heroes present. What about them? He gestured to Mina and Ochako. Reinhardt smiled toothy and wide. Well, the offer extends to them too, if they want to train with us and dash. Yes. Mina screamed at the top of her lungs. Ochako was nodding furiously. The bearded man gave a hearty laugh. I like your enthusiasm, my friends. But you first have to tell your parents. After all, you'll be out of the country for 4 years straight. The girls took a moment to think Izuku was going. Inko had already confirmed that she allowed it. They wanted to go with him. After all, they made a promise up on the roof the day they met, but they weren't so sure about what their parents would say. Ochako knows her parents would be okay with her living alone, but the problem was that she would have been in Japan, not on the other side of the world. Now she wasn't so sure. Mina was doubting even more. She didn't want to leave her moms alone with the twins. She wants to be near them when they grow up, but it's also a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Ochako started, catching the attention of the room. I'll have to ask my parents about it. I'll call them and ask if they can come. I'll do that too. I have to ask my moms if they can come. Mina chimed in. Of course. Mercy accepted. It is for the best after all. Take your time. The brunette and Pinkette nodded and took out their phones. They walked out of the room to have more privacy with the call. Now, Izuku, my boy. Reinhardt turned toward the green-haired boy. We have to take you out of your current school and get you signed up for online classes. Do you have your passport up to date? Yes, sir, it is, Izuku responded. Reinhardt chuckled a bit. My boy, you don't have to call me sir. You can call me Uncle Reinhardt or Uncle Wilhelm if you want. Is it really okay, you uncle? Izuku stammered the question. Of course it is. I mean, we come all this way to tell you that I am your uncle and I wouldn't be fine with you, my nephew, calling me uncle? The armored man raised an eyebrow. I guess it wouldn't make sense. They sat on the couches, Izuku asking about the missions that the Overwatch agents had gone through. After a couple of minutes, Mina and Ochako joined them, saying that their families are already on their way. After that was the heroes' turn to ask questions, mainly what the girls' quirks were, but also about their hobbies, their likes and dislikes, how they met, and more. It was a while before the bell rang. Izuku went to open the door. He let the girls' parents in. Miyuki and Mia entered first. The 9-month-old twins sleep in their shared stroller. Ritsuki and Fumiko came behind them. Over here, Mina and Ochako are sitting at the dinner table. The parents were confused. Their kids said this was something really important. They actually had no idea. Miyuki and Mia were concerned. Mina had sounded timid when she called them the Mina Ashido. That girl they had problems raising because of how much pure excitable energy she had was being timid with them of all people. They really feared it was something regarding her and the other bushy-haired teen. You must be the Urarakas and Ashidos. The two families did a double and triple take. A giant man with white hair and beard clad in silver armor greeted them. Please take a seat. Mrs. Midoriya told them. They complied, locking Mika and Mimi's double stroller's wheels to not start rolling around the apartment. What do you need us for? Mr. Uraraka asked. Miyuki had met with the Uraraka family a couple of times. They were nice people. It is an important matter, but first let us introduce ourselves. A woman with platinum blonde hair spoke up. I am Dr. Angela Ziegler, the Valkyrie hero. Mercy, a pleasure to meet you. Before they could question anything, a young woman with spiky brown hair spoke up. Hiya. I'm Lena Oxton, the Chronal hero, Tracer. Really nice to meet you. Hey. A woman with auburn hair tied in a ponytail greeted. My name is Bridget Lindholm, the Squire hero, Bridget. My name is Wilhelm Reinhardt, the Crusader hero, Reinhardt. The old hero presented himself. We asked your daughters to call you here because we want to train them. The man exclaimed. The parents opened and closed their mouths like fishes out of the water. After a minute, Mrs. Uraraka spoke up. What's the catch? She asked genuinely, not an accusing question. Miyuki turned to look at her and saw that her face was as calm as it could be. We'll have to take them all the way to HQ in Gibraltar for the next 4 years. Miss Oxton spoke up. The tense silence that followed could be cut with a knife. For years straight that they won't be able to see their daughters without it being through a screen. She knows her knowledge about heroes isn't the greatest, but she knows who these heroes are because of their names. They were from Overwatch, some of the most powerful and effective heroes ever. There were no heroes that they'd wanted more to train their daughters. Maybe only All Might would beat them out, so they didn't have many against it, but they would be separated for 4 years. That would mean that Mika and Mimi would grow up without their sister being there for them. She looked over to her wife. Mia took notice and turned to her. They had silent conversation, one of the many skills they've learned on their years of being together. They only moved their eyes and the other would understand what she meant. They came to a conclusion and were about to voice them when Mrs. Uraraka beat them to it. Ritsuki and I accept. Ochako looked at them, mouth hanging open in shock. Are you serious? She asked. Mr. Uraraka smiled softly to his daughter. I don't want to talk your ear off, so I'm going to be brief. Of course, my little comet. We want nothing more than you doing what you want to do. The brown-haired girl walked around the table and basically threw herself at her parents. The Ishido mothers concentrated on their eldest daughter. She had a hopeful look on her face, but her eyes showed nervousness. They knew what she thought they were gonna say. No, you can't go, you have to be here while your sisters grow up. It was a genuine concern. They had told Mina that she had been difficult as a child because of her boundless energy, but they weren't about to crush her dream. Yes, they knew she could become a good hero on her own, but this opportunity is one that'll make her more than a good hero. She'll be a great hero. Miyuki started signing. Mina? The girl looked at her. We've known ever since that incident with that boy, Kirishima, that you'd be a great hero. We have known even before that you'd become a hero. You have always been looking out for everyone, older or younger. We want to let you know, Mia took over, that we only want you to be happy. We want you to do what you always wanted to do, and be with whoever you want to be. She looked at Ochako and Izuku, Mina following her lead. They were talking to their parents. Inko and Izuku were crying 2 rivers worth of tears each. If this is what you really want to do, then we won't interfere. You can go. Mina started to shed a couple of tears. Both women stood up and held her tightly until she stopped sobbing. It was the next day and the 3 families were going to Aldra. Izuku, Mina and Ochako were walking behind their parents. Angela and Lena had offered to look after Mika and Mimi while they were out. Reinhardt and Bridget were with them, much to Izuku's chagrin, their armors. It wouldn't have been too bad if it only was Bridget, but Uncle Rain is 2.23 meters tall, so he called too much attention. They were only incredulous stares. How can a man be that big? Was the thought that everyone in the streets had. When they finally made it to the school building, they moved towards the receptionist who didn't even spare them a glance from her computer's monitor. What can I do for you? She asked in a bored tone. Hi, we need to meet with the principal. Inko said, sorry, but Principal Kobayakawa is currently busy. The receptionist didn't even make a move for a schedule. Let me handle this. Reinhardt spoke up. We need this reunion with him. It is of great importance. Look, sir, the woman finally looked at them and froze. Who wouldn't when a man of his size was directly in front of her? Yes, sir. She received an exasperated, what? From the other side. Why, you have 3 families wanting to speak to you. They heard a groan, but let them in pass through. Follow me. They were led to a highly ornamented door with a plate reading, Principal, engraved in it. What can I be, of service? The principal, a rotund bald man wearing a horrendous yolk-yellow suit with a red bow tie, trailed off. Oh, Overwatch. Yes. Reinhardt confirmed. Then you must know who I am, but regardless, I am Reinhardt Wilhelm, the last crusader. Or that is what I would say if it wasn't for him. Izuku was pushed forward by the giant man. What do you mean? Kobayakawa stammered. We're here to retire our children from this school. Mia translated for Miyuki, who spoke in sign language. The principal seemed to perk up and visibly relax his posture. His eyes looked towards Izuku for a brief moment before looking to the Ishido mothers. Oh, he intoned. And why would that be? Because we at Overwatch want to personally train them. Bridget responded. And you're sure you want him out of all our students? The principal asked. Reinhardt opened his mouth to respond when Bridget interrupted him. Why wouldn't we? She responded with a question, eyes narrowed dangerously. The man didn't seem to notice. Well, we have better students to go like Mr. Bakugo, he said enthusiastically. I mean, why wouldn't you pick him and his marvelous quirk over a quirkless like him? There was the sound of metal grinding against metal. Reinhardt's clenched hands were the origin. I will have you know, verdict. The German man spat out like it was disgusting to him. That Izuku is my nephew. At that, the Eggman paled. So, no, I will not be taking another kid and leaving him behind. But what about taking him with you? The principal pleaded. He's a model student with a quirk perfect for heroics. And no one would pass that up, right? Ochako scoffed and crossed her arms. Yeah, right, model student my butt. She muttered mockingly under her breath. She must have not been quiet enough, because Bridget turned to her and asked, What was that, Ochako? The girl stilled. She turned to Izuku. He nodded, but made a subtle gesture for her to not say too much. After all that had been done to him wasn't for her or Mina to share. Well, Bakugo isn't exactly what you would call a model student, so to say. If looks could kill, then the glare that the principal threw to the brunette would have done so. What do you mean, Ochako? Inko asked, her face scrunched up in worry and confusion. Taking a deep breath to steel herself, Ochako started. He's really unpleasant to be around for one. He has a huge ego and always calls people extras. She made quotation marks. He's rude and violent. What he is going for him is that he's actually really intelligent, but that's all. Reinhardt hummed in thought, scratching his beard while he did. There are many heroes that are unpleasant to be with. Case and point your number 2 hero Endeavor or some of our old comrades like Soldier, 24, but they work better solo than in a team. The giant man turned toward Kobayakawa. We will not be taking Bakugo with us. We want to train heroes to take our place, to become part of a team that makes the public feel safe. The principal looked about ready to pop a blood vessel, but managed to keep himself even. I understand Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Midoriya, Miss Uraraka and Miss Ishido will be removed from this school. I hope they can become great heroes. The families gave their thanks. When they were about to reach the door, something caught Izuku's eye. A book, a red book with darker red borders. It was old and worn out, but its title was still intact. A black splotch that looked as if made by ink was in the center. Above read, Meta Liberation War by Destro, in golden letters. The green-haired boy froze in the threshold of the door, though only for a second before he followed out. He waited until they were out of the school, then he told Reinhardt that he needed to speak with him. Yes, my boy? What did you need? The armored man asked. Izuku trailed off. I think the principal might be from the Meta Liberation Army, or a sympathizer at the very least. Uncle Reinhardt clenched his jaw. What makes you think that? It's a really big claim to be making about someone. I saw one of Destro's original books, not the modern rewrites. The book looked old, and the letters were golden, not black. Izuku explained. With a weary sigh, the German hero took out a comically small phone from somewhere. Hello. It's me, Reinhardt. Sir, there's been a development involving the MLA. Yeah, we weren't given a first name. The principal of Aldra Jr. High, Kobayakawa. Thank you, sir. He hung up and visibly shivered. Gott, dies Rat ist gruselig, he muttered under his breath. Are you okay, Uncle Reinhardt? Izuku asked. Yes, Izuku, I'm okay. Reinhardt smiled, but it was forced. Who are you talking to? Izuku inquired, worriedly. If someone could make a fearless hero like Reinhardt act like a scared kitten, then they must be incredibly scary. It was Dean Nizu. Reinhardt stated. The Dean of UA University? Izuku exclaimed. Why would you call the Dean of UA? Wouldn't the HPSC be better? My boy. Reinhardt said in an unusually trembling voice. You never, ever doubt Nizu, that Rat can and will sink this school to the ground if your accusation is true. Izuku didn't know why, but he felt a shiver rack his body. Let's go, my boy, we'll be leaving tomorrow night. We'll be landing in Gibraltar about 20 hours after liftoff. The bearded man informed, you and your girlfriends have to pack your things. Izuku went red-faced and sputtered out denials, all the while Reinhardt laughed loudly at his nephew's predicament. Yep. This boy wouldn't survive Hannah's teasing, and if Kiriko decided to come too, then he wouldn't even survive the flight. Do you have everything you need? What about underwear? You didn't only pack action figures, right? Oh, toothbrush. Let me go get you one at one of the dash. Mom. Izuku grabbed his mother's shoulders to stop her doting. I have everything I need, it'll be okay. I promise, I'll call you when I have time after landing. All right, Izuku, Inko answered, shedding a couple of tears. I just can't help but be worried, you know me, especially with such a long flight. Izuku brought the shorter greenette into a hug. I know, Mom, I'll call you every day too. He separated and moved closer to the girls who still were talking to their parents. And don't forget to turn them inside out so they can dry faster. Also remember to check your UND dash. Oh, HOY, that's enough, Mommy. Ochako shouted out, interrupting her mother's spiel about hygiene. Yeah, Fumiko, we don't want to embarrass her in front of her boyfriend and girlfriend. Ritsuki teased. Daddy. Oh, sorry, I meant your wife and husband. Fumiko tried and failed to stifle a laugh as Ochako buried her red face in her hands. It isn't like that. We're just friends, was Ochako's muffled reply. For some reason, that negation made Izuku wince, but he shook his head. Ochako. Yes, Izuku? Ochako asked upon hearing her name being called. Are you done here? We shouldn't keep them waiting. Izuku reasoned. Yes, sorry, just give us a second. Ritsuki said and then engulfed Ochako into a bear hug, Fumiko joining in. Remember to call us every day, Ochako. I will. Ochako nodded. The older Urarikas let go of their daughter. Where's Mina? The brunettest. When she joined the green boy. Still talking to her moms, you know she's leaving behind much more than us. Izuku explained. The gravity girl nodded. And remember to FaceTime us every day. It's going to be 4 years and your sisters won't be growing with you. Mia reminded, the twins stroller near them, but they had them in their arms. Mimi and Mika were awake and looking around curiously until their eyes landed on Izuku and Ochako. At that moment they started giggling and babbling, that brought a warm feeling to both their hearts. I know, Mom, I'll call when I have time. Mina said. The twins turned back to her and Mimi made grabby hands towards her. The pink girl giggled. You want to say bye to your sis? Come here. She took Mimi from Miyuki's arms. The baby girl was laughing all the way. SSSSSSSS. The baby tried. Oh, you want to tell me a secret? Let's hear it. The horned girl encouraged. SSS. Mimi babbled. Sis, sis, sis. Mina's eyes widened. Mimi had said her first word, and it was to her. Nananana. Mia started too. Nananana. Nana, nana, nana. Tears welled in the older sister. Both of the twins had said their first words because of her. She let a couple loose and hugged Mimi near to her cheek. I'm gonna miss you both so much. After a couple of seconds she passed Mimi back to her mother. Goodbye Mama. I'll call you when we finish with our rooms. Mina said, giving a soft hug to each of them. She turned to Izuku and Ochako and made a gesture with her head towards the gate where Lina was waiting for them. Follow me, the shuttle is almost ready. She said. They did as told and were led to a runway where Reinhardt, Angela and Bridget were. Here we are, loves. The MV-261 Orca shuttle. Lina exclaimed dramatically, even making jazz hands. The Orca is a bulky aircraft. It's shorter than most military-grade troop transport ships, but it compensated in its larger size, capable of fitting even the biggest of people comfortably with many spaces for weapons, armor, ammo and, in some specific times, heavy medical machinery. It also looks like something straight out of Star Wars. Izuku didn't notice it because of his gushing over the ship, but someone was approaching them from behind. The girls did though, so they turned around and saw a mischievous face. The person made a shu sign and pointed towards the green-haired boy. Mina grinned conspiratorially and Ochako suppressed a giggle, lest she reveal this whole plot. And it's been in use since the first Omnicrisis. It's such a modular ship that Bill. Izuku will deny it over the entire course of his life, but he screamed like a startled bunny. The mystery person began laughing loudly. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. Hey, I'm Kiriko. Izuku turned around and came face to face with the culprit, a young woman with moss green hair tied in a top not on top of her head. She wore an attire that looked like one of a Shinto shrine maiden. The front flap of her skirt is shorter than the rest, exposing her red legging. She had a strap on her left thigh that held her kunai. She wore red and white sneakers, and her hands had red fingerless gloves. She also had a headband with fox ears that covered her forehead. Kiriko, Bridget called out, you're coming with us? Yeah, the Hashimoto scrambled like roaches when they heard that Mirko was around. Besides, I have to see them once in a while, don't I? Kiriko said. She turned towards Izuku and looked him over. This the kid? I thought he'd be, taller. Reinhardt chuckled. We Reinhardt men have a growth spurt at around 16 years old. We really should be going now. We don't want to have our comrades waiting too long. Angela said. Everyone began to board the ship. What's with those three? The foxwoman asked Bridget. She just gave a mischievous smile, one that Kiriko herself mirrored. Oh, this is going to be good. The flight was full of teasing, sputtering and red and violet cheeks. Greetings. That was the first thing they heard when the shuttle landed in Watchpoint Gibraltar. Izuku had to adapt his eyes from the dark shuttle to the brightly lit hangar. When they did, he almost fell on his behind. My name is Winston. A gigantic silverback gorilla with an armor that resembled a space suit and glasses. Please follow me, I'll show you to your living quarters, then you can introduce yourselves to the others. Izuku, Ochako and Mina looked at each other and shrugged following the animal. They walked a while before they finally got to a big, hotel-like building. The doors could be seen from outside thanks to the open hallway design. 40 total doors, but only 28 doors had a plaque, 6 floors, 5 of them with 8 rooms each. The first floor is the common area, kitchen, exercise rooms, bathrooms and laundry rooms. Your rooms are on the 5th floor. Take the elevator right and the 2nd, 3rd and 4th doors from there are your rooms. Here are the keys. Winston told them. He handed each a key that was personalized. Izuku's key had its key bow as a green rabbit, Ochako's had hers as the moon, and Mina's was the planet Venus. If you need me or any of the others, you can just call us. Our phone numbers are on the wall, next to the elevator. The trio nodded and made for the elevator. They pressed the button for the 5th floor. Once they stepped out, they noted the first door's name. Miguel Reyes, Mina read out loud. Izuku had taught her and Ochako English the past year. It was surprisingly easy, once he had managed to find a way to teach that Mina had found useful. You think he's a hero or like us? The only hero off the top of my head that has a name like that was Gabriel Reyes, and he's supposed to be dead. Izuku explained. Maybe it's family? What about a cousin? Or a nephew like you? Ochako reasoned. Izuku was about to respond before he was interrupted. Gabriel Reyes was my father. The group froze and turned toward the origin of the voice. They saw a young man of about the same age as them. He was about 1.80 meters. If his height difference with Izuku said anything, he wears black cargo pants, combat boots and a gray high-neck long-sleeve shirt. But his most prominent feature was his white full-face mask that resembles a skull. It's a pleasure to meet you, Reinhardt, Uraraka, Ashido. I hope we can be good friends in the future. The masked boy gave a slight nod, his long black hair framing his face. He entered his room and the door made an audible click to demonstrate that it was locked. Whoa! Mina's very assertive response. His voice was so deep. That's what you got from him? Ochako asked. The pink girl just shrugged. What else would I have noted? She asked. Oh, I don't know, maybe the fricking skull mask? Ochako exclaimed. Izuku took out a notebook from his apparent pocket dimension. Maybe it was a voice changer? No, the mask looked like it was made from a plastic material, a high-quality one, but it wasn't big enough for a device as bulky as that. Maybe his quirk? Would that be why he wears a mask like that? It's possible, but what a boo-dash. It's because of my quirk, Reyes said from behind them, causing the 3 to let out a startled yelp, at which the taller boy started laughing. Sorry I couldn't help myself. I can answer that tomorrow, but right now I'm beat. Have a good night. With that, he became smoke and slithered under the door. The 3 startled friends decided to just get their rooms ready. Izuku's room wasn't as much of a shrine to All Might as his old room. It did have a couple of posters and figurines here and there, but of a variety of heroes like Present Mike, Edge Shot, All Might, Mirko, Midnight, the Wild Pussycats, even a bootleg figurine of Eraserhead, but the room had much more than that. They could ask for things to be made. He asked to have a custom-built, last-generation PC with all of the accessories needed. Mina had gotten him and Ochako hooked on Battle Royale games, so he was going to have a system to play it in. He also ordered a laptop for schoolwork and a Switch for party games. He, Ochako and Mina always loved playing those together. He looked at the clock when he finished, 1:43 a.m. He did some quick math. It should be around 9:43 a.m. in Japan, so he decided to call his mother. Inko lowered the phone. She had talked with Izuku for a couple of minutes before he had fallen asleep. She wiped the tears that had formed in her eyes and walked towards her son's room. It was a Saturday, so she didn't have to go to work. She sat on his bed reminiscing of old times. A 3-year-old Izuku running around all day with a small blanket as a cape playing heroes. It brought a warm but pained smile to her face. Her baby was growing up. He was accomplishing his dream. She shouldn't be left behind. The greenette stood up and made for her room. She opened a drawer in her room's desk and pulled out a book with Law 101 imprinted on the front cover. She guessed if her son was going to make his dream true, then she could do the same. Akand Ogundamo, also known as the infamous Doomfist, didn't fear any man, woman, or anything in between, but that thing? It scared him. He was standing at a bar in Kamino Ward, Japan, dressed in white suit jacket over a black button-up shirt with dress pants of the same color, a red rose pin on the flap of his jacket, black dress shoes with a golden tip and gold-rimmed sunglasses hanging on his BRST pocket. "It is an honor that you accepted my master's humble invitation," said the mist man. Kurogiri was his name if he didn't remember wrong. "Of course, after all, your master is a good friend of mine," Akand said. The bartender simply hummed, creating a portal that he crossed into a dark room that was only illuminated by the light of screens. "Dear Akand," the voice of Doomfist's nightmares said with glee, sat in a chair with multiple tubes coming in and out of his skin was the demon lord himself, all for one. "It always is good meeting with you again after so many years." "The feeling is mutual, my friend," Akand said, bowing towards the villain. "Is there a reason for this meeting?" "Unfortunately," said the eyeless man, "I will need to cash in 2 of the favors you owe me." "And what would they be?" he asked, trying to keep his composure. "I'm afraid that I can only unveil one of the 2 for the time being." All for One said forlornly, "I will need the help of your geneticist associate with a project of ours." "Oh," the leader of Talon asked. "And what might that be?" "Doctor, why don't we show him?" the master puppeteer ordered. A door opened and from it a small man with green goggles and a white mustache stepped through, with something at his toe, something that made Akand shiver, but smile viciously. Perhaps this alliance wouldn't be as bad. Ochako woke up with a start. Her bed felt different. It took her a good minute of internal panicking to remember that. Yes, her bed was different, because now she was on the other side of the world. She still found it hard to believe, but it was the truth. She and her friends were now officially training to become heroes under the wing of the #1 hero organization in the world. It was nuts. She yawned and went to her attached bathroom to wash up a little. She looked at herself in the mirror and noted her pajamas, a pair of sweatpants that used to belong to Izuku and a tank top that was Mina's. She honestly doesn't remember when she had taken them, but since the 2 didn't ask for them back, and she didn't ask Mina for hers, then she guessed it was okay. She stepped out of her room and saw that Mina and Izuku had also come out at the same time. Mina was wearing a hoodie that used to be from Izuku and a pair of shorts that were hers, while Izuku wore a pair of pajamas that both she and Mina had gifted him. They were dark green with pink sleeves and pants. His shirt had a Planet Venus decal on the front and the birth of Venus on the back. His pants had various different moon phases. "Morning, Chako." Mina yawned out. She really wasn't a morning person. She also probably stayed up late talking to her family back home. "Morning, Izuku." "Good morning, Mina." "Ochako, did you sleep well?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I fell asleep talking to Mom and Dad. Good thing that I was already in bed when I did." Ochako responded. "Same as Chako," Mina said while stretching. "Yeah, I fell asleep talking to Mom, but I ended up sleeping on my desk," Izuku said, rubbing his lower back. "Oof, that must hurt." The brunette winced sympathetically. "You have no idea." Izuku winced. "Ouch, that really hurts. Do you want me to give you a massage later?" the pink girl asked. "I'd really like that, Mina. Thanks." The green-haired boy smiled. They made small talk while going to the first floor, mainly how excited they were about this whole deal. That is when Ochako bumped into someone, causing both of them to tumble to the floor. "Oh crap. Are you okay?" "Oh moons. Are you all right?" Ochako and the girl she bumped with said at the same time. She looked at her. Her hair was a deep shade of blue with pink highlights. Said highlights looked like they had stars and those seemed to be moving. "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. Sorry that I was not aware of my surroundings," they said at the same time. It was honestly hilarious to see from the outside, like that old Spider-Man meme from the pre-Quark era. "Are the 2 of you long-lost sisters or something?" Mina asked with a cheeky tone. That snapped the 2 out of it. "Oh, moons, you're pink," the blue-haired woman exclaimed. "Are you feeling unwell?" Mina was taken aback. Normally people who reacted to her being pink weren't concerned. Not really? Oh, that's a relief. I thought I was going to have to call a medic. The woman sighed in relief before she tensed up again. I'm a medic. I would have called another medic. Whoa, Juno, easy there. Remember what I told you about people with quirks that change their appearance? A very recognizable voice said from behind the now named Juno. A young man on the shorter side walked up to them. His brown hair were dreadlocks tied in a bun. A goatee sat at his chin. That they have traits of different animals. Juno said, well, not exactly. Yes, there's people who have changed appearances to be like animals, but also they are just different. She's one of them. The man said with a smile on his face. Oh, but where are my manners? I am Lucio, and you three must be the kids Reinhardt brought from Japan, right? The three were speechless. Lucio is the most known artist that supports quirkless and heteromorphic people. He's done more for those groups than some heteromorphic heroes. Not only is he a great musician, he also is the #1 hero of Brazil. I completely forgot that he's part of Overwatch. He's done so much for us and ouch. Turns out that Izuku wasn't completely speechless. He had started mumbling and so Mina did the only thing that would snap him out of it. She pinched him on his side. The green-haired boy immediately covered his mouth with both of his hands and squeaked out a, sorry. Hey, none of that. Lucio placated. I like the enthusiasm, big man, but maybe we can save it for after breakfast, yeah? Oh. Juno suddenly exclaimed and bowed towards Mina. I'm sorry for being rude to you. I'm not used to the mutations people have here on Earth. Wait, what do you mean here on Earth? The pink girl asked, which also caught Ochako's attention. That's because I come from Mars colony. I came here because Eep. The blue-haired woman squeaked in surprise when both Ochako and Mina were onto her. That's so cool. You come from space. How is it? Is it as cold as we think? How do you even traverse space so fast to get there or come here to Earth for that matter and dash? You're an alien. That's so cool. Oh, do you have pet aliens? What about your guns? Do you even have a gun and what about Dash? The two girls asked in unison, spitting out questions like they were Izuku. He would have been proud if it wasn't that Juno looked wildly uncomfortable. You see, I must not panic, I am breathing. That gave pause to the space fanatic girls and they looked concerned at her. Are you okay? Ochako asked. Why's I am, I just need a moment. She said and turned to the bathroom. What happened? Mina asked, feeling a little concerned. Anxiety, mainly. Another really recognizable voice said. She tends to get overwhelmed with people. It's not your fault, you didn't know, but try not to go too fast with your questions, okay? Oh my god, it's Dita V. I'm such a big fan of yours. I had the highest score back home in your dancing games. I loved your Mecha Guardian V streams and your role in the movie was perfect. You really killed it with the main character. Oh crap, I don't have anything for you to sign. Mina absolutely fangirled over the woman in front of them, and Izuku wasn't far behind. Hana Song. The #1 hero from South Korea. Her civilian rescues and villain takedowns could rival Mirko's. Her mech is possibly one of the most advanced pieces of technology from the last 2 decades. Deedvia chuckled. She had long brown hair that reached the middle of her back and eyes of the same color. It's always a treat meeting a couple of fans. Maybe later I could give you an autograph. Hey Bunny. Lucio greeted with a smile. Hi Froggy. The woman turned, smiled and gave the Brazilian man a kiss on the lips. Mina gave a high-pitched squeal. Oh my god. I knew you two were dating. You were so close during that interview. Deedvia giggled and wrapped her arm around the DJ. But don't go telling, it's supposed to be a secret. The alien fanatic began nodding her head so fast that Ochako had to stop her before she gave herself whiplash. We really should get to breakfast though. I imagine that Uncle Reinhardt wants to start training today. Izuku said. His 2 friends nodded and went to the main kitchen with him. The 2 heroes looked at them as they went before sharing matching mischievous grins. You thinking what I'm thinking? Lucio asked. I don't know. Were you thinking how much fun it's going to be having those 3 hanging around? Hana asked back. though her face said that she already knew the answer. You know me too well, Bunny, the frog-themed artist said. She just smiled and gave him a peck on the lips. It's my job as one of your girlfriends. Now let's check on Juno. Poor girl surely needs all the hugs and kisses we can give her. Ah, Izuku, Mina, Ochako, Reinhardt called out with a smile. Come, I want to introduce you to everyone. The trio had just entered the kitchen when they were spotted by the giant man. They smiled and moved to sit down. On the table already were Angela, Lena, Bridget, and Winston, but there were new faces too. A person with wavy brown hair was absolutely demolishing a stack of pancakes. They looked up and gave an excited wave. Next to them was what could only be described as a cyborg ninja. He also had a plate of pancakes, but he was eating them slowly. He wore a pair of baggy sweatpants and a hoodie. Both were the same gray color with green highlights. To the ninja's right was a man. He looked to be in his late 30s. He tied his hair high, which had streaks of white going to the sides of his head. He was stroking his well-groomed beard while analyzing the trio, a small bowl of miso soup in front of him. Next in the table was an older woman, her white hair in a braid. She had a motherly look in her eyes, but the toughness of a war-forged soldier on her face. She has a tattoo under her left eye, while her right one was covered by a blue eye patch. The last person on the table is a small man with a braided blonde beard. His right eye was also covered by an eye patch. He was talking to Bridget, laughing heartily and loudly. The trio jumped in surprise when a huge figure appeared next to them. Oh, my apologies if I startled you. The three looked to their left, where they could see a bit of the person, and almost fell on their butts. Because next to them was a centaur-like Omnic with cables tied over its head like if they were hair. The Omnic offered a plate to them. Pancakes? Never change, Orisa. From behind the now-named Orisa appeared a girl that looked around 11 years old. Sorry if Orisa scared you. My name is Effie Aladiel, creator of Orisa. Hi. I'm Ochako Uraraka. She's Mina Ishido and he's Izuku Midoriya. Ochako excitedly introduced them and Izuku began to gush about Orisa. Well, at least we know who's the excitable one. A voice with a heavy cowboy accent chuckled from behind Mina and Ochako. When they turned, they came face to face with a picture-perfect description of a cowboy, hat, poncho, spurs, cigar, and even a BMF belt buckle. On his hip was a revolver. The name's Cassidy, Cole Cassidy, good to meet ya. The man moved past them and grabbed a slice of an apple pie that was on the counter and a mug of coffee and sat next to Reinhardt. Mina and Ochako managed to get Izuku to calm down, and then they actually got the names of the people that hadn't introduced themselves yet. Hey there. I'm Sloane Cameron, but my hero name is Venture. I used to be a full-time adventurer and archaeologist before I was reached by Overwatch to become a rescue hero. I use they/them pronouns. The wavy-haired person said with a smile. They had a chipped tooth. Mata na. The name's Genji Shimada and Mr. Frowns here dash. Hey. Is my brother Hanzo. We're both combat-oriented heroes. The cyborg ninja greeted with a small bow of his head. His brother grumbled and crossed his arms but also bowed slightly. Boys play nice. The older lady chastised lightly and the pair of brothers seemed to deflate a bit. My name is Anna Amari. I used to be a combat hero, now I mostly do support, disaster relief and rescue. She said while taking a sip from her teacup. And I am Torbjorn Lindholm, part of Ironclad Guild, support technician and rescue hero. The short man chuckled lightly. Morning, a chubby woman greeted with a yawn. She had brown hair that reached her upper back and wore a blue tank top under a white Summer Games t-shirt and blue pajama pants with polar bears on them. A small robot hovered near her that sparked the geek in Izuku. Whoa, is that a Model SB-9 weather modification drone? I heard that only a handful were created and that most were destroyed with the creation of the Petra's Act. The only one that they couldn't reach was the one in Eco Point, Antarctica, but it was declared as destroyed due to the snowstorm that supposedly left the location in ruins and dash. He continued mumbling to himself. The heroes present just stared at him, most with confusion like the newcomer, Genji and Bridget, but Sloane had stars in their eyes. He's a geek too? They exclaimed and snapped the green-haired boy out of his rapid muttering. He slapped his hands over his mouth and began to apologize. No need to apologize for having a great mind, young man. Hanzo interrupted him. You need not be embarrassed for wanting to obtain knowledge, for it is the privilege of learning that gets us to where we are. A robotic male voice said from behind the three teenagers. Turning around they saw that it was an Omnic. His head had a small golden piece on the underside that made it look like a mouth. His forehead had a grid of 9 glowing blue circles, 9 spheres floated around his neck. He wore monk-like clothes and was floating. Indeed, my dear friend, don't feel embarrassed for wanting to learn from somebody else. A white robot with a very humanoid face said from next to the Omnic. She has white feather-shaped wings and her hands have blue fingertips. I am Echo. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Izuku Reinhardt Midoriya. I am known as Takartha Zenyatta. It is always good to see young faces join our cause. The Omnic monk greeted them with a peace sign. I am Mei-Ling Zhou, but you can call me Mei. The chubby woman said with a smile. Oh, also this is Snowball. He's my companion. It's nice to meet you too. Ochako smiled. Izuku and Mina nodded, also saying how good it was to meet everyone. Oh hey, looks like almost everyone's here, huh? Kiriko called. She was entering the room with Lucio, Dee and Juno, who looked much better than before. Sloane shot out of their seat and practically tackled Kiriko onto a hug and began peppering her with kisses. Oh, I've missed you so much, Kiri. Missed you to slow, but next time could you give me a bit of a heads up? You almost made me fall. Kiriko scolded lightheartedly with a smile. They hummed in mock thought. No can do. Kiriko snorted and gave them a chaste kiss. Dork? You love us for that. Dee said from behind. Yeah, we're all dorks, happy Hannah? Kiriko rolled her eyes playfully. Dee made an exaggerated gesture to be thinking and gave a cheeky smile. Sure, Kiri. And then she kissed her, with Lucio right next to her. Izuku, Ochako and Mina stared, mouth agape. But I thought you were dating Lucio? Mina asked. Yeah I am. Dee confirmed and put an arm around the Brazilian man, hugging him close. But you just kissed Kiriko too. Ochako said, confusion etched on her face. The heroes in the room stared at them in confusion, until the metaphorical light bulb went off in their heads. You might want to take a seat, newbies. Genji offered, and his mask had a glint of mischievousness. Somehow, the trio of newcomers nodded and took 3 open seats that were between Anna and Reinhardt. So, the only way of saying this is that we are in a polyamorous relationship. Lucio started, and at the confused looks of the trio, he continued explaining. A polyamorous relationship is a relationship in which multiple people are dating. That group of people is called a polycule. For example, I am dating Froggy here. D.V took over the conversation. Slow, Kiri and Juno. Juno turned strawberry red when she was mentioned, but nodded. But I am dating Hannah, Juno and Kiri, not Lucio. Sloane continued for D.V. Lucio and I have a more platonic relationship than romantic. And I am dating Juno, Hannah and Slow, not Lucio, and it's the same as Slow, we have a platonic relationship. Kiriko popped up. I am dating all of them too. Juno stuttered out. So, you're all dating? Izuku stated he received a nod from the polycule. And you're okay with your partner dating someone else? Another nod. How? Mainly because of communication. D.V said. Originally Lucio and I were dating, then Kiriko came around and I fell for her. Kiriko nuzzled into the crook of D.V's neck. And Froggy and I talked about it and he agreed, then came Slow, Kiri and I fell for them, and lastly Juno, who we all fell for. She gave the Martian a kiss on the top of her hair and she became even redder if that was possible. But the main point was that we never went behind each other's backs and started dating another person without asking if they were okay with it. We discussed it and it came to this. Lucio explained with a smile while caressing D.V's face. The quarter-German teenager was stunned. 5 members of the biggest hero organization in the world were dating each other. He had wondered about getting into a relationship. But every time he did he came back around to Mina and Ochako, not only one of them, so he always sent it to the back of his mind. Now though, He was just told that there was a kind of relationship that had various people. He had confirmation that he could ask Ochako and Mina to be with him. But he was scared. He feared that if he told both of them that he likes them that they'd reject him, that they'd leave him and he'd be alone all over again. So he kept quiet. They ate their breakfast. Orisa really knows how to make really good pancakes. The conversation was light, mostly about how they were adapting to their rooms and how they met, typical stuff. He tried to keep his mumbling to a minimum, but he still was himself, and both Mina and Ochako had to pinch him more than once. They also teased them a lot. So let me get this straight, just hours after you met him, you cried with him and hugged him? Kiriko asked with a sly smirk. Mina and Ochako blushed violet and red. Yes? It was to comfort him. Ochako exclaimed. Mina was looking to her side to try and hide her blush, while Izuku hid his head in his hands. Dita via hummed, unconvinced. And you said that all of you danced together? They nodded again. And you're wearing each other's clothes? Another nod. That sounds to me like Luof. The teenagers' blushes brightened more and the adults were about to continue when Reinhardt came to the rescue. Alright, that's enough. We still need to start their training and have Angela run some tests. Go get changed to your rooms and then follow me. The trio let out a sigh of relief and went to their rooms to change. Once they came back down, they followed the giant of a man. They were led to a courtyard with many robots going around. Welcome to the training grounds. Here is where you're going to dash. Reinhardt was interrupted by various loud booms. Looking around him, they could see the skull-masked form of Reyes, a sawed-off Benelli M4 in each hand, blasting robots left and right, slinking away from a shot of a sniper and retaliating with a point blank of his own. That's enough for now, Miguel. Come back down here. A gruff voice called out. The masked teenager looked around until he found them. In a moment, a column of purple and black smoke erupted in front of the newcomers, and a second later Reyes was in its place. Surprise! Izuku almost fell over due to the scare. Mina, though, wasn't as lucky and actually fell. That was so cool, Reyes, she said from her spot on the ground. Thanks, I've been working on lowering the time for Shadow Step to be ready. Right now I have to stay still 3 seconds to be able to teleport and 30 seconds to be able to do it again. Reyes explained while helping the pink girl up. Before Izuku could go on another mumbling spree, the same gruff voice called out. Ah, Wilhelm, good morning. Good morning to you too, Jack. The German man smiled. Coming their way was Jack Morrison, soldier, 76, former leader of Overwatch. He wore a red, white and blue jacket. He had combat boots on and military pants. His eyes were covered by his red visor and a black face mask. His short white hair was unruly. I see that you have already met Miguel. The man said towards the trio. Yeah, we met yesterday before we prepared our rooms. Izuku nodded. He was really trying to not geek out over the man in front of him. We have to start with your training, so amenities come later. Morrison said. Miguel, take 10 and then go another round. After that you'll have to train your aim. The masked teen nodded and moved to a nearby bench that had a water bottle. You three, follow me, will be picking out your weapons, then you'll be divided to train with your mentors. The trio shared a confused look. Why would we need weapons? Taco asked. It's simple really. Reinhardt started. There will be times when you won't be capable of using your quirks. We'll have you pick any weapon you want, as long as it's practical and also not something of mass destruction. The three nodded, but there also was a final question. Who would be our mentors? Mina inquired. That would be us. Anna said from the door next to Reyes. To her right was Juno in a spacesuit. Anna, Sir Wilhelm and I have decided to guide you these next 4 years in how to use your powers. Juno stated. I will be the Izuku's mentor, Anna Mina's and Juno Ochako's. Now let's get to the armory. Reinhardt announced loudly. The group moved through the training grounds until reaching a huge warehouse. Morrison took one of his gloves off and scanned his hand. Welcome, Agent Morrison. How many are coming with you? A robot voice sounded from a microphone just above the scanner. 4 Overwatch, 3 newbies, anyone else in there, Athena? The man questioned. Agents Zarya, Farah, Sojourn and Bastion are all in the shooting range. The AI responded. Good, we'll need more input. I assume that you haven't met them? At the shake of their heads the ex-commander chuckled. Well, two birds with one stone. They entered the building. The teenagers began looking around. Walls lined with guns surrounded them. They spotted a muscular woman with bright pink hair styled in a ponytail. She wore a gray armored bodysuit with blue highlights. Her hands were covered by gray fingerless gauntlets with red details in the opening of the arm. Zarianova! Reinhardt exclaimed, and the woman turned around. I want to introduce you to my nephew and his girlfriends. The trio blushed and Ochako started sputtering out negations. Mina diverted her gaze, but Izuku looked torn while gazing to the ground. Both Juno and Anna noticed while Reinhardt was loudly laughing. They exchanged looks and decided to bring this up later with the uncle. Physcult Privet, my name is Alexandra Zarianova, but you can call me Zaria. It is always good to see new faces around these parts. The woman greeted with a Russian accent. Zaria? I've read that name before, but I can't remember where. Izuku mumbled out with a hand to his chin. You're the one that managed to kick Talon out of Russia. The Russian woman looked taken aback for a moment before she chuckled softly. Not many know that little guy. How do you? Oh, I like investigating heroes, and that information is honestly not as hard as finding anything about Eraserhead. Izuku explained. I only had to dig through a couple of websites and learn to read Spanish, since the page was from the Spanish government. Zaria looked impressed. Impressive. Most people would give up when they had to search for more than the first result. This tells me that you are not like most people. Izuku smiled, but he felt a small pang in his heart. It must have showed on his face because he felt two hands grab his and squeeze to give him reassurance. Did I say something wrong? Zaria asked. Well, Izuku is quirkless. Like me and Japan, standing about the quirkless population isn't like in most of Europe. Reinhardt explained while scratching the back of his head. I see. The pink-haired hero said. I apologize, most of Europe has a positive outlook to you quirkless folk. It's fine, just been told all my life that being different from most was a bad thing. Izuku responded and squeezed his crush's hands. Yes, well, we should get you your weapons, no? The Russian woman said. We have many kinds as you see. Anna started. Being a former sniper, she knew a thing or two about guns. I'll give you a rundown of them and from there you'll choose one. Izuku's the only one that won't choose a weapon. Izuku's eyes widened. Why not? He asked. I'll show you why, but first let's have them choose them. Reinhardt placated, putting a hand to his shoulder. The group moved to a metallic table in the center of the room. Athena, could you please bring me the guns? Anna asked, and not a moment later many white robots with a single yellow eye and blue highlights started entering the room and plucking guns from the walls and putting them on the table. First, and the ones all of you will have, are handguns. Anna started, picking up a gun from said category. This, for example, is a classic Glock 17. Handguns are the standard secondary for all militaries and some hero agencies, like us. But they don't have to shoot bullets at all, and some prefer to not use them unless absolutely necessary, like Zaria here. She gestured to the taller woman who nodded with her arms crossed. An example of a modified handgun would be my own sleep dart. The Egyptian woman pulled out a small black gun with blue accents and a yellow vial full of liquid. I use this to subdue hostiles or to quickly escape. Next are the submachine guns. She put the Glock back from where she pulled it from and picked up a black gun with a thin magazine. Submachine guns, or SMG for short, are compact weapons used for close-quarters combat. They use similar ammunition to handguns. The most common is 9mm. These guns also have much less recoil than something like a carbine. Someone that uses a SMG is Juno here. The Martian pulled out a medium-sized gun with a needle-like cannon and a tube coming down that had a blue liquid. Then we have three categories that are similar, so I'm not going to explain them separately: assault rifles, battle rifles, and carbines. The sniper put the gun back. These are medium-range weapons, but they can also be used for short range, like the carbine. The assault rifle has a longer barrel, so it's not as effective close, and the battle rifle has an even longer barrel that gives it superior range and stopping power. Anna motioned to the three types of guns. This is a SCAR SC. You can identify it as a carbine because of the short barrel. This is a Scar L. This is the civilian version of the Scar H. You'll recognize it by the medium barrel and its ammunition. Lastly is the Scar H, the battle rifle of the FN Scar family. Its barrel is much longer than the other two and the ammunition it uses is much larger. Ana then moved on to explain the rest of the weapons, shotguns, sniper rifles, machine guns. All of it was really interesting. When the veteran finished her explanation, they then moved to the shooting range. Instead of normal targets, the objectives were the same kind of robot as before, but with red instead of blue. But what called the most attention were the blue energy shots that were hitting one particular robot. Are you sure it's a good idea to overclock your railgun here, Vivian? Wouldn't it be better outside? An armored woman asked the one holding the presumed railgun. She had long black hair and wore a blue and white armor with wing-like protrusions on her back. In her arms was a blue helmet with a yellow bird-like visor. It's actually safer here than outside, believe it or not, especially if it's a routine check. Also remember that Reyes is doing the shootout simulation with Jack. The other woman said. She had white dreadlocks tied in a bun. Her whole body looked like it was augmented with robotic parts. If you say so, the first woman turned to the group and was taken aback slightly. She had a small tattoo under her right eye. Izuku noted. Hey Vivian, you might want to save it for later. Why? Vivian asked, looking towards the armored woman, who just pointed at them. Turning around, Vivian saw the group standing there. Well, I'll be dead, she said to herself. I thought you would bring them later, Wilhelm. Ha! You really think I'd waste time waiting to train my nephew and his girlfriends? Reinhardt laughed out. The teenagers blushed brightly again. Juno giggled while Ana managed to disguise her laugh behind her hand. Well, good to see you. I'm Vivian Chase, but on the field call me Sojourn, okay? The Canadian hero introduced herself. Wait, you're the Captain Sojourn? Izuku exclaimed. I thought you had retired after the fall of the original Overwatch. Well, I guess I could say the same for Uncle Reinhardt, but you stayed low and decided to retire from being a hero. What made you change your mind? Well, a couple of things actually. While in retirement I was obligated to stop doing hero work because of my status as captain, but I had become a vigilante, like many of us Overwatch veterans. The ex-vigilante explained. Then, Null Sector attacked Toronto and I couldn't just let that happen, so some of the others that came to the rescue found me and we managed to evacuate the city. Izuku stood there, mouth wide with stars in his eyes. He was basically vibrating on the spot. Oh, yeah, I'm Fariha Mari, you can call me Farah. The other woman in the range said with a wave. She was looking over some screens near the wall. So, here to shoot or just to talk? We'll be trying some weapons and see which fits who. Juno said from the back of the group. Sounds good to me. Any weapon that caught your eye out there? Free asked. Before that, Izuku started. Are you two related? He pointed to both Farah and Ana. She's my mother. She's my daughter. Both said at the same time. Oh, that makes sense. Izuku put a hand to his chin. Okay, so guns? Farah reiterated. Well, there was this gun with a straight handle that has the clip in it, so I want to try that one. Ochako said. An MP7 then. Farah began typing on the screen. By the way, those aren't clips, they're magazines. Clips haven't been used since the pre-quirk era or some hunting rifles. There's really no harm in calling them that, but if you do, you'll be seen as an amateur. What about you? Fariha pointed at Mina. Well, there was this gun with the magazine in the back and it had a scope too. I'd like to try it. She exclaimed while pumping an arm. So the August, that's a good one. Fariha complimented. Its type is called a bullpup. The magazine feeds from behind the trigger, so they're good for DMRs. Izuku was about to say his weapon, when a hand on his shoulders stopped him. Izuku, my boy, before you try any gun, I'll have you try something else. Reinhardt explained. Izuku was a little confused but nodded nonetheless. Good, Athena. Could you please bring out the hammer? Reinhardt asked. The AI complied and brought out a hammer. It was nearly Izuku's size, but it looked like his uncle's. As you may know, the Crusaders didn't use guns, but these. He gestured to the hammer. It's called a rocket hammer. Come on, try it. Izuku lifted the weapon. It was heavy, but not overly so. On the handle it had a red button and a blue one. What are these buttons for? The teenager asked. The red one turns the rocket on and the blue one lets you do a fire strike. The old hero smiled. A fire strike? Izuku asked with an arched eyebrow. Let me show you. Athena, please give me my hammer. Another robot entered, this one much bigger than the others, and gave Reinhardt a hammer almost as big as him. Look closely, Izuku. Reinhardt grabbed the hammer and swung up. When he did, he pushed the blue button and, with a grunt of exertion, a wave of orange fire shot from it and nailed one of the training robots. That was so cool! Mina exclaimed while bouncing in place. Ochako stood there with eyes wide as dinner plates and her mouth hung open. Izuku stood in place, completely flabbergasted. I'll be able to do that? And that is a fire strike. Come on, try it. Izuku snapped out of it. He squeezed the handle of his hammer and took position. He swung, pressed the button, and a blue wave of fire shot out and ended the poor robot that his uncle had hit before. Izuku was about to freak out about the robot when its remains began reconstructing themselves into the same machine. Morrison chuckled softly. Yeah, that tends to happen with people that destroy a bot here for the first time. Why was it blue? Shouldn't it have been like Reinhardt's? Ochako asked. Nah, said Hiro, waved her off. The fire strike depends on the fire of the rocket inside the hammer. Izuku's hammer is newer, so it has blue fire. The girls moved closer to Izuku and he moved the hammer to see the turbines of the rocket and saw that, yes, his hammer had blue fire. Before they could continue, a yellow bird landed on Izuku's head and sat there. What is a bird doing here? He asked, and the bird tweeted a couple of times before taking off to a corner of the armory. They looked there to see a big robot with a rectangular lens, a cap with an ironclad logo. One of its arms had a gun instead of a hand and 8 barrels of a gun on its back. Ah, so that's where Bastion was? Bridget said from the door. She moved closer to the Omnic and pressed a small button on its shoulder. Rise and shine, buddy. The lens lit up with a blue glow and the robot beeped various times. Say hello to our newest trainees. Izuku, Mina, and Ochako, this is Bastion. Bastion looked at where she gestured and lifted its left hand to wave while also beeping a couple of times. The three waved back and the Omnic decided it was time to leave. I'll see you later then, Bridget said as she closed the door. Let's move on to the shooting for the girls, okay? Anna said. The girls grabbed their preferred guns and were shown how to grab them by their mentors. Once there, they were told to release the safety. They were put in position to receive the least amount of recoil and they shot. Ochako shot a couple of bullets more than Mina, but her gun was smaller and so were the cartridges. Wow, both Mina and Ochako said at the same time. Thanks. Damn it. The other people in the room laughed heartily. That's enough, Izuku, let's get you to Angela. Izuku left the exercise he was working on and moved to where his uncle was. Reinhardt had a big smile on his face when a ringing came from his pocket. He pulled out his phone and accepted the call. Izuku was too far away to hear what was being said, but if Reinhardt's expression was anything to go off of, it meant serious business. When he got nearer to his uncle, he heard what the conversation was about. What did she tell you? Yes, that makes sense. I agree, I'll give him a call. You're also going to be out for the rest of the day. Yes, we can have the test tomorrow then. Take care, Angela. The giant man gave a sigh when he ended the call. Is everything okay? I guess I should tell you this. I'll tell Anna and Juno to tell your friends about this. The German man whispered it to him. Izuku's mind was blown. What? It's true, but she's always been on our side, especially when she discovered what that monster had done to her adoptive father. I'll let you process it. Angela is out. There was a really big accident in Italy that she's going to have to be at, so take a shower and relax the rest of the day. His uncle told him. Izuku nodded and made his way back to the dormitory building and up to his room. Once there, he grabbed a change of clothes and made his way down. He took a shower and saw that there were some people milling about the common area. Hey, Izuku. He heard Lucio call to him. Where are your girlfriends, man? Izuku's face burned bright red, but he looked to the ground. We aren't a thing. Lucio raised an eyebrow. You want to talk about it? I don't know. Izuku stopped himself and actually considered it. It would be good to talk it out, so he made up his mind. Yes. He nodded and looked up to the DJ. Could come with me. Lucio directed him to a kitchen counter. Want something to drink? Maybe some orange juice, please. Izuku said. Lucio started humming to the rhythm of one of his own songs. His fast and fluid movements were mesmerizing to the Japanese teenager. Well? Lucio asked. Izuku gave a confused hum to which the musician explained himself. Why did you get so gloomy when I said that your friends were your girlfriends, big man? Izuku blushed. Well, it's because I really like them and I'd like them to be my partners. Who would want to be with a quirkless, geeky guy like me? I mean, they're both amazing people who want to be heroes for really good reasons. I just want to be a hero like All Might, one who brings smiles to those who can't. They want to be heroes to protect and provide for their families. Lucio hummed from in front of the green-haired boy. The way I see it is that three amazing people who would put the happiness of others before their own are deeply in love and they don't know it. Izuku looked at the Brazilian man to see that he had a smile on his face. What? Did you really think that wearing each other's clothes was something that friends do? Izuku looked down to the glass of juice in front of him and stared at his reflection, seeing his green hair with blonde and white highlights, green eyes and freckles. He sighed. Ochako and Mina have been my first real friends in a long time. Other kids back home treated me as if my life was meaningless, that I would amount to nothing just because I don't have a quirk. But then they came to my life last year and they showed me that not everyone would treat me worse than trash. They showed me what it's like to be wanted. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to be alone, not anymore. It was silent for a long while before Lucio spoke up again. You know, you and I aren't so different. Izuku looked towards the man to see that he had a far-off look in his eyes, like he was remembering something. I used to be like you before I started dating Hannah. By that time I was already known. But the guy you saw during concerts and fan meet and greets was completely different from the one outside of those. I was insecure and thought that I wouldn't amount to anything. Then Null Sector attacked my home in Rio. I couldn't let that happen, so I decided to fight, and then Overwatch came. They found me and decided to let me join, and that's when I met her. But I still thought that I wasn't enough for her. I still don't. That's why I give 110% to our relationship. I do for all our partners, even those I'm not romantically invested in, like Sloane and Kiriko. The shorter man gave Izuku a warm smile and put a hand on his shoulder. Think about it, yeah? Izuku's heart fluttered and a blush made itself known. Oh God! Inko was startled when her phone suddenly rang. It was 9 p.m. She thought no one would call her at that time. She checked the caller ID and saw that it was her son. Hello? Izuku? She asked when she picked up the call, only to immediately pull the phone away from her ear. I think I like men. Izuku screamed at her. Izuku, you didn't. Inko was cut off by her son. I was talking with Lucio about Mina and Ochako, and then he put a hand to my shoulder and gave me a smile that did something to me, and then I had to leave and I wanted to talk this with someone, but Uncle Reinhardt is busy and I couldn't think of anyone else except you and I think I might be gay. Izuku ranted out. When he paused to take air, Inko spoke up. Izuku, you didn't know? The mother thought she heard a record scratch on the other side of the line. What? Her son asked. Izuku, it's been clear to me that you were gay since you were 8 and asked me to buy that All Might poster that you hung next to your bed. Inko had the ultimate deadpan stare while she talked to her kid. But a poster doesn't mean someone's gay. Izuku tried to defend himself. Izuku, that poster has his underwear showing. The mother tiredly explained. The line was silent for a moment before she heard a soft voice. Oh, now I'm going to sleep, sweetie. Good night. Inko gave a deep, long sigh when the call ended. Her son is really smart when he wants to be, but he's really dense at times. Amelie kept a rapt eye on her target, this time a high-ranking politician that had crossed Akand. Nothing new under the sun, she supposed. Rain was pouring down, it'll interfere with her shot. The target moved fast through the streets. The convoy that transported him moved as a unit through the emptied-out streets of Kyoto. She shot her grappling hook to a building nearby. She left venom mines behind in case of a pest showing up, like during her mission in King's Row. After hours of constant movement, the vehicles stopped at the hotel that the target was staying at. Amelie waited until he opened the doors to his balcony. Her scope was in place, her heart quickened, she felt alive. And then, nothing. The politician's corpse tipped over the edge and his body made a disgusting wet plap when it hit the ground. The purple woman known as the Widowmaker had accomplished her mission, and she slinked away undetected. Now, she only has to wait for her next prey to appear. Yesterday at 10:37 p.m. member of the House of Representatives and a promising candidate for Prime Minister, Masayoshi Shido was murdered when he opened the doors to his balcony of his hotel room at Kyoto's Windsor Hotel. The news anchor played in the background of the Midoriya apartment while Inko was preparing breakfast, before going to her exam. She used to study law at UA University. She only needed to pass a final exam and she would have been a lawyer if she hadn't dropped out. But the dean had made her an offer. She could return and take the exam at any point in her life if she so wanted, but she'd have to work as part of UA's legal team while also taking the clients she could. It was a really good deal that she thought would never be. But her son was accomplishing his dream, and part of her still longed to defend those falsely accused and the heroic vigilantes. So she had grabbed her books to prepare for the test and she had made a call to Nizu 2 weeks ago when Izuku and his friends left with Overwatch. And here she was now, preparing to take said test and eating a heavy breakfast. Ballistics have indicated that the bullet was fired from AM-54P30 sniper rifle, more commonly known as the Widow's Kiss. A preferred weapon of the infamous S-rank villain, Widowmaker. Inko hummed, putting all her attention on the news. The Widowmaker is known to have murdered the member of Shambali Monastery, Mandata during a speech in King's Row 3 years ago. She also managed to circumvent Volskaya Industries' security system, which is only second to UA University, I-Island and Tartarus Prison. Furthermore, Inko's attention was grabbed when her alarm rang. She had about an hour to get to UA, so she grabbed her things for the test and headed out to the station. Once there she took a train to the university, she took out her textbook and began reading over again, just to be sure. Oh! A voice called to her left. "Excuse me, is that seat next to you free?" Inko looked up to see who was talking to her. It was an androgynous person, with blue hair that became blonde on the roots. Their eyes were a hazel color with a yellow line going through the middle. Inko smiled at the stranger. "It is." "Thank you." The person sat next to her. "My name's Ainen Kurose, they them. Inko Midoriya, she her, nice to meet you." "Likewise." The two sat in silence, only the sound of the tracks, pages turning and the news from a nearby television broke it. "It's a shame what happened to Representative Shido," Kurose suddenly said. "Yeah, I would say that I can't believe it, but his speeches painted a completely different person than who he was." Inko replied. Kurose tilted their head. "How so?" "Mainly how he said that he was open to receive and talk to anyone. But then his security wouldn't let you get close, and when you called you were told that his schedule was busy for the day and if you asked about other days then the call would be cut short. There's also that his speeches would collide with each other in certain ways, like saying that the young are invaluable and the most important to protect. But then he said that it was the elderly that are the priority and it just didn't make sense at all. And that's not mentioned Inko began to mumble up a storm. She and Izuku had much more in common than looks and almost infinite tears. "You sure know about politicians." Kurose's giggles snapped her out of it. The Midoriya mother slapped both of her hands over her mouth and began apologizing. "No worries," Kurose said. "I tend to ramble out to my students about quirk safety." "Oh, you're a teacher?" Inko asked. "Yes. I teach rescue training at UA. I thought that UA professors lived on campus?" "We do, but the boss asked me to get some tea for him." "Isn't there a tea shop near the university?" "There is, but the one he likes to drink isn't sold there. He has to put in a special order at a cafe on Setagaya." "What's the name of that cafe?" "If Dean Niza likes it so much, then the place must be really good." "It's called LeBlanc, like the author of The Gentleman Thief, Arsène Lupin." "Lupin? As in Lupin the Three?" "Nope. Arsène Lupin is much older than Lupin the Three." "What's the difference?" "Arsène Lupin is a French thief that has a big rivalry with Sherlock Holmes. Also Maurice Leblanc was a French author. Meanwhile Lupin III is Arsène Lupin's grandson and was written by us here in Japan, also dash. The two continued talking the whole way of the train. They only stopped once they reached the gates of UA. I forgot to ask, what are you doing here at UA? Kurose asked. I'm going to take a deal that the dean made with me. Inko replied. The space hero, 13, had a full-body shiver go up their spine and put their hands on Inko's shoulders. I say this from the bottom of my heart, good luck. Water training? Mina asked in pure disbelief. Yes, as heroes we don't have a say in which places we end up rescuing people or fighting villains. Anna explained. So, we need to train you in any way we can for you to be ready to tackle anything thrown your way. But I don't have any clothes for water. Mina exclaimed, a smidge of hope that this training could be postponed. That's a problem, and we don't have any swimsuits. Anna hummed in thought. Lena is around your proportions, you could ask her for a swimsuit. Mina wanted to protest, saying that she didn't want to bother the time-jumping hero, but she relented, maybe she would give her a one-piece suit. Mina nodded and made her way to the elevator. She pressed the button for the second floor and waited, tapping her foot nervously while also chewing her lower lip. I really hope I can have that covered. She thought anxiously. The ding of the elevator snapped her back to reality. Once the door opened she stepped out and began walking over to the second door. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves. Everything will be alright. She will get the one-piece bathing suit and she wouldn't have to show that to her crush's friends. Everything will be fine. Hey, where's Mina? Ochako asked no one in particular. I don't know, I'm kinda worried. Izuku said, trying really hard not to stare at his crush. Ochako was wearing a D.Va-themed swimsuit that had been given to her by Juno and it made Izuku's face burn a bright red. The girl seemed to not notice the dilemma her friend was going through though. Me too, I just hope it's nothing too serious. Ochako rubbed her arm. Izuku was about to respond when he saw Mina coming out of the changing rooms in an orange two-piece swimsuit. She looked gorgeous, her pink skin in full display. Patches of her skin were discolored. Izuku remembered when Mina had told them about the incident she had at 4 that made them. Izuku would have continued his train of thought if it wasn't because of Mina's expression. She looked defeated. Hi guys. Mina said with little of her usual energy. Izuku and Ochako shared a glance at each other, then at Mina. Hi Mina, are you okay? You look uncomfortable. Izuku commented. Yes, Mina cleared her throat. I'm okay, let's start training. Before any of the two could say anything the alien fan turned around and they saw what was probably why she was uncomfortable. Mina has a deer tail. A small pink tail that was tucked in between her legs. Suddenly it clicked with Izuku why she couldn't sit still in any chair. The only ones were her bean-bag chairs back home. She had never told them about it. Izuku and Ochako shared one last look before they followed Mina to where their mentors were. Okay, that's enough for today. Juno called out. Izuku made his way to the ladder when he saw Mina booking it to the changing rooms. Hey, Ochako? On it. Ochako said they had the same train of thought. Thank you, I'm really worried about her, she's never done something like this. Izuku said, looking where Mina had left. Ochako nodded and made her way to the ladder. Izuku cleared his mind, Mina was going to be okay. At least he hoped she would be okay. He shook his head and made his way out of the pool and into the changing rooms. He changed into a shirt that had gloves written on it, a pair of cargo shorts and a jacket. When he walked out of the changing room he noticed that Ochako was alone, her face scrunched in worry. She was fidgeting nervously. She looked directly in his eyes. Mina had left before Ochako had even entered the room. It was bad. Really bad. They sprinted at max speed towards the dorm building, the cold wind of Watchpoint Gibraltar hitting them square in the face. But it didn't matter. Mina mattered. They arrived at the main door in record time. They barely acknowledged the smell of apple pie and made a beeline towards the elevator. Hitting the button to the 5th floor, Izuku's mind wandered to the worst possible outcome. It must have shown on his face because Ochako grabbed his left hand. Izuku looked her in the eyes. The girl's eyes conveyed her worry for their friend, but also a reassurance behind them. There wasn't any need to say anything. Izuku nodded in thanks and squeezed her hand in return. The elevator reached their floor with a ding. Izuku squeezed Ochako's hand again before letting go of it. They moved to Mina's door. Ochako lifted her hand to knock before Izuku stopped her. Wadash. Izuku mouthed to her, listen. They heard sniffling and sobbing from the other side of the door. That spiked their worry. Izuku went to knock on the door when it opened for itself. He didn't dwell too much on it and just opened it entirely. Mina jumped when the light of the hall hit her in the face. She was still wet, and that's when Izuku noticed the trail of water on the floor. Her clothes clung to her in a way that, in another moment, would have been appealing. The top of the swimsuit was visible through the white t-shirt she had taken from him. Ochako took one step closer to her, but Mina moved back. Ochako tried to move closer again, but decided against it. So, from the place she was standing, the girl asked, Mina, what's wrong? Mina looked just about ready to say that nothing was wrong, that everything was okay. But she knew it was pointless. They had seen her escape from them and saw her as the mess she was now, and before she could stop herself, she started spilling out everything. "YUS saw it," Mina said softly, tears gathering in her eyes. "YUS saw MITTT tail." The other two occupants of the room looked at each other, but didn't say anything. "They each had it since I was born. Other K kids made F fun of I and WH how I look T, started C calling a FF freak and TT tried T to P pull my TT tail off." Izuku looked like he was ready to punch a hole in the wall, but Ochako looked like she was about to murder someone. Izuku had taken her hand, probably to keep their anger in check. I just, Mika and Mimi don't have them and neither does Mmm. God, why can't I be normal? Mina exclaimed. "I am pink. I have horns. My eyes are weird. And I have a god-dimmin' tail. I'm just so dim and ugly. I don't understand." Mina hid her face in her hands and sobbed even harder than before. She felt a pair of arms wrap around her. Izuku just held her as she wailed. It was as if he was draining her sorrows away. She kept crying for well over 30 minutes. At some point Ochako joined in the hug. They both just let her cry. Mina separated from both of them. She didn't direct her gaze at any of them. She couldn't formulate any words. "Mina." Izuku called for her, but she still didn't meet his gaze. "Mina, look at me." She still didn't. She felt a hand grab her chin and gently guide her gaze towards her green-haired friend. His eyes were full of resolve, a fire that she hadn't ever seen in him. "Mina, you're not ugly, you've never been." Izuku began. "You are one of the most beautiful women I've ever had the privilege of knowing. Your eyes are breathtaking, they're like seeing a black hole in space. Your hair is so fluffy, you are a beauty, and those who can't see it must be either blind or just flat out wrong." Mina's face burned with a mad blush, her heart beating quickly in her chest, but Izuku wasn't done. "You are sweet, you are funny, you make everyone's day much better just by being yourself. You stand up for those who can't do it for themselves. You and Ochako were the only ones that believed in me apart from my mother." Izuku stalled for a moment, his face looking torn between two options. He gulped and one of those genuine smiles that only he could do graced his face. That's why I fell in love with you too." Mina's whole world stopped. Her heart was beating a mile a minute. She had just been confessed by one of her crushes, and he also did it to her other crush at the same time. "Are you as serious, Izuku?" Ochako asked with a hand to her mouth. Izuku smiled even wider. "Would you two be my girlfriends?" "Yes." Mina screamed and tackled Izuku in a hug and began peppering him with kisses. He became a blushing mess but laughed heartily. Once Mina finished attacking Izuku with love, the two stood up. Ochako looked between them and engulfed them in a big hug. I love you too," she whispered to both of them. "Now we should get changed, we're all soaked." The three reluctantly separated from the hug and Izuku and Ochako went to their respective rooms. "What's got you so happy, Izuku?" Wilhelm asked. His nephew had come down with Ochako and Mina, and all three of them had huge smiles on their faces. "I finally asked Mina and Ochako to be my girlfriends." Izuku beamed happily. Wilhelm blinked and then blinked again. "But weren't they your girlfriends before coming here? You thought we were a polycule before now?" Izuku asked. You three acted like you had been dating for at least a year. Wilhelm exclaimed. Izuku stammered. So you weren't teasing me when you said that they were my girlfriends? No, I wasn't. I thought that you telling me that they weren't your girlfriends was a joke. The last crusader said. They sat there both wide-eyed. That was until they heard a barely contained snort. Turning to the source, they saw Lucio, Hannah, Sloane, Kiriko and Juno were seated nearby. Oh no! Both uncle and nephew said at the same time. The ensuing teasing would last them for a lifetime. Moira tapped her foot rhythmically. She was annoyed. Oh, don't get her wrong, she loved the new work she was doing. Dr. Garaki was a genius, if a bit overly eccentric with his babies. The gnome? No, she wasn't annoyed because of anything new, but of the old. Her finest experiment, even if she wouldn't say it out loud, Reyes really was her magnum opus. Was completely ignoring her outside of meetings or important stuff he needed to keep living. If you could call what Reyes does living, that is. She was taken out of her musings when the lift dinged, the doors opened and she walked in the dimly lit hallway. While she may not be as dramatic as Reyes is, she still liked to make a show. The backpack of her biotic grasp glowed in eerie purple and yellow, the two misty substances snaking around it. Her brown coat was barely illuminated by it. Her orange hair contrasted with her pale skin, her right arm was purple and mangled from all the experiments she's put it through. Her healthy hand reached for the latch to the metal door that housed her newest experiment. Hopefully it'd take her mind off of everything. And if it didn't? Then their begging for mercy surely will. And the winner is All Might, the announcer of the game proclaimed. On the screen of Overwatch's dorm building, the famous #1 hero struck his iconic pose while laughing. Next to him was a pouting Deedvi sitting on top of her deactivated mech, Taki. Demenit. Mina yelled. I can't win against Yuzu. Izuku smiled cheekily and gives her a peck on the cheek. Mina goes violet and pouts cutely. You're lucky I love you. I know I am. Izuku replied smoothly. Get a room. Kiriko teased. You do the same with your partners, you have no power here. Izuku snarked back. Don't you come at me with pop culture references, boy. Kiriko exclaimed in mock outrage. Izuku. Before the situation could escalate any further, Ochako called for her boyfriend. It's your turn for the tests with Angela. Izuku nodded, giving a peck to Mina's forehead and one to Ochako's cheek, causing her blush marks to deepen. Kiriko's smirk turned into a genuine smile when Ochako sat down next to her girlfriend. He really loves you too, doesn't he? The two girls smiled brightly, both blushing fiercely. Champion of heroes, beyond? Reyes' deep voice asked from behind them. Yeah. Mina exclaimed. Want to play? Sure, why not? Reyes shrugged. He sat down beside Mina and grabbed the controller Izuku left behind. Izuku walked through the empty halls of Watchpoint, Gibraltar's main building, towards the infirmary. It turned out that Angela had to stay in Italy for 2 weeks before being able to come back. And what little he saw on the news. It was really bad. He reached his destination, a white door with a red cross and a golden plate with Dr. Angela, Mercy, Ziegler engraved on it. Izuku knocked on the door and a couple of seconds later it opened. Please come on in. Angela said. Excuse me. Izuku said. Please sit on the examination table and we'll start. Izuku nodded and sat on said table. The examination was the standard, taking his vital signs, weighing him, measuring his height, etc. Everything seems all right. Your height is a bit above average at 1.74 meters, but knowing who your uncle is, it doesn't surprise me. Angela says while writing on a clipboard. Hey, Angela. Izuku starts and receives a hum to continue. What happened in Italy? There's an uncomfortable silence for a couple of seconds, the Swiss doctor's eyes never leaving the clipboard. She sighs and puts it aside. It was an attack. Angela began. To be more specific, it was a terrorist attack by a group of no-name villains. All 6 of them have already been apprehended and will be facing life in prison if they are found to be guilty. What did they do? Izuku inquired. They blew up one of Ishkar's warehouses. Angela said. The thing is, That specific warehouse had a transportation system that went underground to various points of the city. The system moved the main component of hardlight, a material that is highly reactive. I think you can deduce what happened after that? Angela asked. The whole city blew up. Izuku whispered, horrified. Got it in one. Angela nodded forlornly. I was specifically called to rescue survivors and give hope to them. Angela trailed off, looking at the floor in contemplation. Izuku did the same. But, Izuku raised his head. Angela still hadn't averted her gaze off the floor. I couldn't save some people, she finally said. Izuku nodded, prompting the doctor to continue. You won't be able to save everyone. No one is able to, not me, not Reinhardt, not Lena, not even All Might. Izuku nodded once more. You'll have to live with the knowledge that, at some point in your career, you won't be able to do anything. Now, on to the real reason you're here. Angela stood up and walked to her desk where a brown leather box sat. Real reason? Izuku tilted his head. Angela opened the box and pulled out a vial with an emerald green liquid. Have you ever heard of super soldiers? Bitch, gosh darn it. Ochako exclaimed. How are you so good, Reyes? Miguel chuckled good-naturedly. A wizard never reveals his secrets. Ochako huffed and crossed her arm. Mina giggled and gave her a kiss on the cheek, causing Ochako to become a blushing, stuttering mess. Mina laughed heartily at the awkwardness of her girlfriend. The door to the common room opened and Izuku stepped through, rubbing his arms slightly. I'm back, Izuku said. Izuku, come here. Mina jumped out of the couch and grabbed his whole arm. I think Reyes can beat you. Izuku arched an eyebrow and looked at the masked boy. Wanna test that theory? Even if it wasn't visible, Izuku felt as if Reyes was smirking. Let's do it. The one who wins most games wins. 3 matches of 3 stocks each, no items, except for the champion ball and Omega-style stages. Is that all right with you? Izuku asked as he sat next to Reyes. Reyes just gave a thumbs up. They started playing. Izuku picked All Might, a difficult character due to his heavy weight and air combo style of gameplay with an insane kill potential even in lower percentages. Reyes picked Dr. Dracula, a Romanian hero that had a vampiric quirk that allowed him to do everything that a vampire can do in the stories and legends. The only difference being that he can stay in the light of the sun. Dr. Dracula was a fast, lightweight character that relied on his projectiles and denying space. He's considered to be one of All Might's biggest counters since All Might was purely close quarters. The first game Izuku got hit by a surprise. Reyes played Dr. Dracula aggressively instead of defensively, taking advantage that his projectiles easily led to combos that added a lot of percentage. Izuku ended up losing the first game. He won the second game, but just barely because Reyes got the champion ball and almost knocked Izuku out of the stage. Thankfully, Dr. Dracula's champion move wasn't all that good. This is the first time that I've seen someone giving Zu a hard time in this game. Even in online matches, he tends to dominate. Mina said in awe. No kidding, we can't even put him against the ropes, let alone win a game. Ochako exclaimed with her arms crossed and a pout. Last game in Final Destination? Izuku asked Reyes with an easy smile. Of course. Reyes nodded, a smirk on his voice. Izuku chose said stage. It was ambiented in space, a black hole and statues of heroes in the background. The game was the closest. Neither of them could take the last stock of the other. Until the champion ball appeared. All Might jumped and managed to land a hit on the item but couldn't follow it because one of Dr. Dracula's projectiles hit him square in the face. Dr. Dracula pursued the champion ball, trying to hit it with his potions. A drop kick from All Might changed those plans. All Might disengaged Dr. Dracula and managed to hit the ball once more. Just one more hit and it'd be his. All Might landed on the opposite end of where Dr. Dracula was. The two heroes jumped at the same time towards the item that would win them the game. Both got to the champion ball at the same time. Now it would be down to who hit it first. All Might reared his arm to deliver a powerful right hook to the item, but a quick slash from Dr. Dracula hit the ball first. But the hit was too weak and the champion ball didn't break. Dr. Dracula's eyes widened as All Might's right hook collided with him and the champion ball, sending him flying and destroying the item. All Might's body was wrapped in a multicolored fire, his blue eyes now yellow. It has been a while since someone has given me this much of a fight. All Might exclaimed, his hands on his hips. But it is time to end this. Detroit smash. All Might bellowed, moving faster than a speeding bullet across the stage towards Dr. Dracula. Said hero tried to jump out of the way, but the uppercut at the end of All Might's move caught him. Texas smash. Florida smash. Hawaii smash. Nevada smash. Alaska smash. West Virginia smash. All Might's champion move is an onslaught of punches and kicks that batter the body of the poor BSTRD that's caught in it. Oklahoma smash. All Might grabbed Dr. Dracula's arm and spun around in place, creating a vortex due to the air pressure. The Romanian hero was released and flew across the stage and to the death barrier. And the winner is All Might. The announcer exclaimed. All Might raised his fist in the air while Dr. Dracula was being consoled by his twin brother and mock arch-nemesis, Count Doom. That was incredible. Mina screamed in excitement. I love how this game gave the characters flavor dialogue when fighting, Izuku said, setting down the controller. Good games. Izuku extended a hand to Reyes, one he gladly took. I gotta say, you could give Kiriko and Hana a run for their money. Ochako tilted her head. I get Hana, with her having been a professional gamer, but Kiriko? Kiriko has been the only one to beat me. Hana exclaimed from behind them. It was at this moment that Izuku noticed that the other polycule was watching them play. She did? Mina asked with stars in her eyes. When Hana nodded, Mina disappeared from where she was sitting and appeared in front of Kiriko. Show me your ways. Izuku chuckled lightly at his girlfriend's eagerness. Ochako, however, wasn't too thrilled. Don't encourage her. She chided while slapping his arm lightly. Sorry, Izuku said with a face that definitely said that he wasn't sorry. Babe. Ochako froze in place and her face became as red as a tomato. Izuku stood up and stretched lightly. I'm going to make burgers. Does anyone else want some? Izuku asked the people present. There was a chorus of affirmatives and thanks. Izuku entered the kitchen. The group left in the common area decided to play other games, so now the main theme from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was playing in the background. Izuku hummed the song to himself as he grabbed the frozen patties, tomatoes, onions, lettuce, cheese, pickles, relish, mustard, mayonnaise and ketchup. Mina may say whatever she wants about vegetables on burgers, he liked them that way. Just the mere thought of one of his now girlfriends brought an immense happiness to Izuku's heart. Gods, I love them so much, he thought to himself. He opened the pantry to take out the butter and the buns. He started by submerging the lettuce in water with salt, then he cut 3 tomatoes. You want some help, big guy? Asked a voice from behind. Izuku turned to see Lucio leaning on the frame of the door, an easy smile on his face. I won't say no to getting some work off of my back. Izuku replied. The Brazilian DJ chuckled and grabbed another knife and began cutting the whole pickles. The two men basked in the comfortable silence for a good 30 seconds, but there was something Izuku had on his mind since they first talked. Thank you. Lucio turned and raised an eyebrow. For what? Izuku took a deep breath, continuing to cut the tomatoes. If it wasn't for you, I don't know if I would ever have confessed my feelings for Mina and Ochako. They stood there in silence for a moment. The only sounds were from the other room, laughing, raging, the sound effects of the game. You're welcome. Lucio finally said. The two continued to cook, and different topics of conversation began to come up. There's no way that he said that. Izuku exclaimed with a laugh. I tell you, your uncle saved a civilian couple and just yelled, catchphrase. Lucio exclaimed. The civilians and other heroes were so confused, but Reinhardt said it with that much confidence that it just sounded natural. Izuku laughed heartily, and the two continued to talk while assembling the burgers. They left the kitchen and put the 9 sandwiches in front of their partners and friends and ate together, chatting, laughing, sharing moments. A bond formed at that moment between them all, a bond of siblinghood. I'm going out to town. Izuku called back. Don't be out too late. Reinhardt said. I won't. Izuku walked out the door, his hands in the pockets of his cargo shorts. He wants to search for spots to take Ochako and Mina on dates. He also wants to be alone for a couple of hours to clear his head. There's been so much happening in so little time. Less than a month ago he was attending Aldera, being tormented by Bakugo and the other students. The only light in his life were Ochako, Mina, their families, and his mom. Then, on the first day of classes of the year, he was attacked by a villain and met his lifelong idol, All Might. On the same day, he met even more heroes and discovered that one of the most popular heroes is both quirkless and his uncle. He's being trained by what could be considered as the greatest pro-hero agency in the world with the two girls that became his girlfriends just a week after they came here. And then there was everything he discussed with Angela earlier in the day. His life became something that would only be in his wildest dreams before, but here he is, walking down the road of Watchpoint Gibraltar to take the Overwatch exclusive trolley down to the city below. He reached the trolley and thanked the Omnic that controlled it for opening the door for him. The way down was just 30 minutes. Stepping out, Izuku began walking around, looking at all of the shops. A clothing store, comic store, a video game store, a theater, a cafe, an ice cream shop, many restaurants. Izuku stopped when he saw one particular store. A jewelry store. Mina was cuddling Ochako on her bed when her phone began ringing. "Who is it?" Ochako asked. Mina reached her arm over to her nightstand, where her phone is. She looked at the caller ID and her face immediately lit up. "It's Izuku," she said. Mina put the phone on speaker for both of them to hear. "Izuku." "Hi Mina, is Ochako there?" came through Izuku's voice. "Hi Izuku." Ochako giggled. "Perfect," Izuku exclaimed, and Mina just knew he was pumping his arm. "I wanted to ask if you two would want to go on a date today?" "Izuku, I have a question for you," Mina said. Izuku hummed. "Who wouldn't want to?" she exclaimed. Izuku chuckled on the other side. "So, we go to town at 8 if that's okay with you?" "Sure. Is it going to be fancy or something more casual?" Ochako asked. Let me see. A bit of an in-between, I'd say casual with a sprinkle of fancy." Izuku said. "Ooh, are we going to get a sneak peek?" Mina asked. "Nope," Izuku said, popping the pea. Mina pouted, which caused Ochako to giggle. "She's pouting, isn't she?" "Yup," Ochako confirmed. "Careful Midoriya, Uraraka," Mina said with an edge to her voice. "Keep it going and you'll be stripped of your cuddle privileges for a week." Izuku gasped. Ochako gasped. You wouldn't. Try me." The line was silent for a moment. All three partners began laughing together. After a minute they calmed down. "So, we'll see you in 3 hours, give or take?" Mina asked. "Yep, the trolley reaches the bottom in a half hour, so we meet in the common room at 7, Izuku clarified. "Perfect. See you later Izuku," Mina said. When Izuku returned the goodbye, she ended the call. "We better get ready." Mina turned to Ochako with a smile. Ochako nodded. "Yeah. I'll ask Hannah for help. I don't want you knowing what I'll wear." Mina pouted amiably. I liked it when I was the only other girl you were close to." Ochako giggled and pecked her girlfriend on the cheek. "But you like it better that we have more people to talk to now." Mina snuggled her head on the crook of Ochako's neck, taking care that her horns didn't poke her. "You know me too well, but seriously, we should be getting ready." Ochako was nervous. Even with the help of Hannah, she didn't know what to wear. Did she want to go for the long pleated skirt or the normal pleated skirt? Maybe pants? Not shorts. Shorts would be more for the day, but I guess Mina and Izuku wouldn't mind, would they? Maybe I should wear a dress instead? But what if dash? "Hello? Earth to Ochako." Ochako was snapped out of her mutterings, a habit that she took from Izuku, by Hannah snapping her fingers in front of her face. Sorry, just a habit," Ochako said, her blush marks a little bit bigger. "Don't worry, besides I managed to pick up a bit of what you were saying." Hannah waved her off. "I think the idea of the dress is better in this case. Let's see the dresses you have." Ochako nodded and stood up, moving to her closet and entering. She changed to the first dress. A pink strapless dress with a long skirt, so long that it reached the floor. "How does this look?" Ochako asked, her blush deepening. Hana narrowed her eyes. What did he say that the date is going to be like? Casual with a sprinkle of fancy, Ochako said, quoting Izuku word by word. Hana snorted good-naturedly. If it is going to be casual, then this dress is too much. It looks like something for a gala, not a date in town. Ochako deflated. Yeah, you're right, I'll change into the other dress. Ochako's second and last dress is a pink sundress with a pattern of white roses. Hana squealed in delight. You look so cute, Ochako. Ochako's face burned with embarrassment. Why, you really think so? I know so. You'll blow them out of the water with that dress. Ochako smiled shyly. Thank you, Hana. Now let's get to the shoes. Hana exclaimed. Izuku paced around the common room anxiously. It was only 10 minutes before the agreed time. He's not worried about being left hanging. Ochako and Mina aren't like that. He's worried if they'll accept the gift he got for them. A very, very important gift. Ah, Izuku. Reinhardt said, coming out of the kitchen. What's got you so dressed up for? Izuku was wearing a green button-down shirt with black cargo pants, black shoes and a gray blazer that he had on his arm. I'm going on a date with Mina and Ochako, Izuku said with a wobbly smile. Reinhardt laughed heartily and patted Izuku on the back, an act that made Izuku stumble forward. There's nothing to worry about, my boy. I'm sure that it will go well. Izuku smiled at his uncle, always trying to cheer him up. I'm sure that the date will go great, Uncle Rain. It's just there's this other thing, could you? Izuku gestured for Reinhardt to kneel down. The giant of a man complied and Izuku whispered in his ear. A large smile spread across his face. I think it'll all go perfectly with your plan, my boy, Reinhardt said. Izuku smiled, less wobbly this time. Thank you, Uncle. We're here, Mina said. Izuku turned around and his heart skipped a beat. Almost as if he'd fallen for the two precious girls in front of him once again. Ochako was wearing her pink sundress with a white rose pattern and pink sandals. Mina was wearing a purple pleated skirt that reached her knees, a black tank top with violet decals, purple loafers and black stockings. How do we look? Ochako asked shyly, her lips slightly more pink than they usually are. Mina's lips were burgundy. Oh God, they're both using makeup, Izuku thought, his face becoming increasingly hotter by the second. Breathtaking. Ochako and Mina's faces lit up in matching blushes. Mina moved, pulling Ochako with her thanks to their joined hands, grabbing Izuku's free arm. Well, big boy, shall we get going? Mina asked teasingly. Izuku smiled mischievously at her, and kissed the crown of her head, a point that made Mina almost melt then and there. Let's go, honey. Ochako giggled. Mina loved dishing out teases, but she could hardly handle when they came her way, at least if it was from them, that is. The reservation is at 8:10. We'll have to walk 5 minutes from the trolley to the restaurant and wait till we're seated, Izuku said, pulling out his phone. Are you going to tell us what this restaurant is about? Ochako asked while Mina recovered from the counter tease. Nope, Izuku said, popping the in. Ochako pouted. Meanie. Izuku gasped in mock outrage. You dare! Ochako snorted. She reached her free hand and flicked Izuku on the nose. Dork. Izuku chuckled. You love me like this. That I do, darling. Ochako smiled. The new polycule walked out of the Overwatch dormitories, with Mina in the middle, Ochako on the left and Izuku on the right. They made light conversation. Once they reached the trolley, they thanked the Omnic controlling it. The way down was more silent, basking in each other's company. They shared small touches and graces, like how Izuku's hand would touch Ochako's or how Mina basically laid down on top of them. Izuku's other hand was nestled in Mina's fluffy hair. You really like touching my hair, Hazu? Mina asked. I don't like it, Izuku said. I love it. And if I don't love it, I don't do it. There was a beat before Ochako snorted again and flicked Izuku on the nose once more. Dork. Ouch, Izuku said, rubbing his nose with a smile. They reached the city a couple of minutes later. Walking together once more, they reached a stone building with a wooden sign that said, La Casona de la Abuela y el Abuelo, Mexican food. Mexican food? Mina asked, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. Yep. Izuku said. I checked the menu. They also have American food and German food, but the main selling point are the recipes that their Mexican immigrant owners brought here. Sounds delicious. Ochako exclaimed, bouncing in place. It wasn't long before they were seated. Their booth was on the left side of the building. The ambience was welcoming, like going to a grandparent's house. It didn't help that the elderly owners were greeting everyone personally. Hello and welcome to La Casona de la Abuela y el Abuelo. Thank you for coming here tonight. The woman greeted. Now what do we have here? Is it a hangout with friends or something more? The man asked while fixing his glasses, a mischievous glint on his eye. You're on a date, mister? Izuku trailed off. You can call me Jose, but everyone calls me Abuelo around here. Jose said. This lovely woman right here is my wife, Flora. Oh, you flirt. The woman said with a hand to her cheek. You can call me Abuela Carinos. Dinner was fantastic. All three ordered different food and shared. Once they were done, they sat on their chairs, having a light conversation, or at least Mina and Ochako were doing so. Izuku was debating with himself, should he really give them that gift he got them earlier? He shook his head, of course he should. He loved them more than anything or anyone else. Izuku took a deep, grounding breath. Showtime. Izuku coughed into his hand, which took his girlfriend's attention. Is something wrong, Izuku? Ochako asked. No, nothing's wrong. Izuku said. It's just that I invited you here not just to have dinner, but to give you something important. The two girls shared a look with each other. They kept silent, but they leaned forward towards Izuku. Izuku dug around the pocket of his blazer. Once he found what he wanted, he took a deep breath and pulled it out. It was a long marine blue box. He put it on the table and opened it. Ochako and Mina gasped, because inside the box were 3 pairs of earrings that had the letters M, O and I written on them in 2 different shades of pink and green. Is this what I think it is? Mina whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Promise earrings. Izuku said with a nod. I wanted to have a token, to show how committed I am to this relationship we have. I understand if you don't want to accept them, but just know that I will always be here FO-. Izuku was cut off by Mina's lips crashing onto his. He froze at first, but then he reciprocated, deepening the kiss. It was amateurish, hitting their noses with the others. After a couple of seconds that felt like hours, they separated, breathing heavily but smiling like they hadn't done so before. Izuku looked over at Ochako. Her face was red as a tomato. He asked if she also wanted one with his eyes, but she shook her head, looking around and mouthing him a later. Mina rested her head on the nape of his neck. If I didn't love you before, then I do now. Izuku's heart fluttered. He was so lucky to have these 2 gorgeous girls with him. He was in heaven, and Ochako and Mina were his angels. Gone, that quirkless BSTRD and his stupid friends were. Gone. Katsuki had plotted his revenge on the useless F for 2 whole weeks, and Deku had the gall to leave the school altogether just a day after his suspension. Actually, Katsuki should be over the moon. He should be happy that the one person in this class, in the whole school, who looked down on him was gone. But why did he feel an Izuku-shaped void in his heart? He really will need therapy after all. Laughter bubbled from his chest as Gunny and Cha-Cha's song roared over the terrified screams of the people around him. Nothing beats a good bloodshed. Maga exclaims, stalking forward like a predator. Pee-pee, please don't kill me. The guy in glasses pleads. Where is the serum? Maga asks. Ichichir. The man pulls out a blue vial from his lab coat. Pee-pee, please, I have a wife and kids. Maga chuckled. Too bad that they'll grow up without a father. His smile turned cruel as he slowly revved up his guns. Maga, we need at least some of them to be alive. Dr. Garaki's voice came from his earpiece. Maga groaned, annoyed at the interruption. Guess it's your lucky day, doctor. You'll see your kids again. The mountain of a man. Magaloa Malosi walked out of the laboratory, a gun in each hand and a smile on his face, and mounted the ship Talon had sent him in. One more time, Miguel, Jack said. Miguel nodded and went back into the fray, his twin sawed-off Benelli M4 in each of his hands. He shot the first robot on the head, activating the whole obstacle course. His eyes swept the battlefield, counting the amount of targets. 10 robots, 2 snipers, 5 tanks, 3 supports. As one of the support robots nearest to him fired, Miguel turned his body into smoke, the BBs passing harmlessly through him. He retaliated with his own, blowing its head clean off. Miguel whipped back around and ducked a swing from one of the tanks. Miguel slunk under the robot and reformed back behind it, shotgun at the ready to fire, before instinctively turning into smoke to allow a shot from a sniper to pass through him. Miguel sked in annoyance. I thought I had more time before having to take them out. He moved past the tanks and into one of the towers that held the snipers. He climbed the stairs of one of the towers that held the snipers, and in only a couple of seconds he found himself behind the first of them. Miguel aimed one shotgun at his target, but thought better of it, making them disappear in smoke. He reached to the left side of his hip and unsheathed a silver matador sword with golden details on its hand guard. He stabbed the sniper, and while the sparks were flying from it, used the advantageous position to find his next target. Miguel crossed his arms in an X over his chest, smoke pooling around his feet and in the other sniper tower. He shadow-stepped behind the robot, but the ability was so loud that the sniper whirred to face him, only to get its head blasted off by Miguel's shotgun. Snipers down, now to the fun part. He muttered to himself, walking to the ledge of the tower to assess the situation. 2 of the tanks are being boosted by the 2 supports, the other 2 aren't too far away. Miguel thought, bringing one of his gloved hands to his mask's chin. It's not really done, but practice makes perfect, no? The masked teen nodded and stood to his full height. He threw his shotguns to the floor, only to reach behind his back and pulled out another, fully reloaded pair. He took a step off the roof and began to fall. It wouldn't be for long though, as he transformed into smoke once more. But this was different. The smoke was thicker and greater than before. He hit the ground and the smoke only increased in quantity until all of the robots were inside the radius. And then, all hell broke loose. Die, die, die! Miguel exclaimed. He spun on smoky feet, shotgun blasts going to all of the robots. When one of the shotguns became empty, Miguel just threw it away, and a new one with a full magazine replaced it. This kept up for only a couple of seconds until Miguel had to stop before hitting quirk exhaustion, but all of the remaining robots were destroyed during his death blossom. Miguel breathed heavily. He might not have hit exhaustion, but he was DMing close to it. Slow clapping brought him out of his head. He looked to the origin to see that Jack was the one clapping, as his mentor moved closer to him and put one of his hands on Miguel's shoulder. Well done, Miguel, he said warmly. Today Jack took off his mask to reveal the wide, paternal smile. I'm proud. Miguel smiled back, only to remember that he was wearing his mask. Thank you, Uncle Jack. The man patted his shoulder and brought Miguel to the others. Winston just called, Jack said. He wanted all Overwatch agents to meet him in the control room. You'll go back with the others to the dorms. You'll have a free day. Hey, Reyes. Reinhardt said. Miguel turned to look at the green-haired teen. He was with his girlfriends. I wanted to ask, why do you want to be a hero? Miguel sighed. Come with me, this will be long. He walked towards the couches and took one of the armchairs. He put down his cup of coffee and took off the mouth part of his mask. Reinhardt and his girlfriends sat on the love seat, with Urarika sitting next to Reinhardt and Ishido sitting on top of him. Miguel picked up his coffee and took a sip, the bitterness of the drink distracting him from the soreness of his body. He set down the cup on the table and looked directly at the Japanese teenager. For you to understand, I'll have to tell you my story. Miguel began, his voice unfiltered by the lower part of his mask. My full name is Miguel Augusto Reyes, I'm Mexican-American, and the reason I want to become a hero is to amend for what my father has done. As you already know, my father was Gabriel Reyes, better known as Soldier, 24, one of the founding members of Overwatch, and leader of Blackwatch, Overwatch's former Black Ops branch. Miguel sighed. He was a good man, a great soldier, a fantastic hero, and the best goddamn father I could have ever asked for. He smiled, fondly remembering all the good times when he was but a child playing with him, all the times they watched movies together, and the fateful day he saw him depart, to never see him again. His smile fell at that bitter memory, lips a thin line. Wait. Ishido said, cutting through Miguel's train of thought. You said that you wanted to amend for what your father has done, but all you have said puts him as a pretty stand-up guy. Ishido's partners looked scandalized and started chastising her. Mina, that's not something you just say about someone. She's right, I worded it that way for a reason. My father died during the explosion of Overwatch's original HQ in Switzerland. Miguel trailed off. He picked his mug back up and stared at his own reflection. The empty eye sockets of his skull mask was all that stared back at him. At least, he continued, after taking a sip of the coffee and putting the cup back down. That's what we thought. He saw Reinhardt and his partners exchange glances. Uraraka was the one that spoke up. That's what we thought. Miguel sighed and nodded. My father had a quirk that worked similar to mine, just that he could only turn his arms into smoke. Do you remember the incident in one of the Overwatch museums? The one in which the original Doomfist gauntlet was destroyed? When Widowmaker and Reaper teamed up against Winston and Lena? Reinhardt asked with a tilt of his head. The same one. Well, when we saw the news, my mother and we just knew that Reaper, a man attributed to the death of thousands, is my father. Miguel said, his voice wavering slightly with emotion. Reinhardt, Ishido and Uraraka looked stunned. Who wouldn't be after such a bombshell was dropped onto them? After a few seconds of silence, Uraraka asked, What do you mean? Miguel sighed again and ran a hand across his mask. If you see the footage, you'll see that Reaper can do pretty much everything that I can do. But that doesn't mean that he is your father. There's many people that have similar quirks. Reinhardt said, putting a hand to his chin. Yes, that's something that I've considered, but there's more. Miguel trailed off, thinking of the words to say. Before everything that happened with Blackwatch, my father brought me to HQ, to a scientist. She took some of my blood and said something about how it would work well. I think she took it to try and replicate my quirk and give it to my father. That's why I think that Reaper is my father. Miguel finished. His friends were silent, either in shock or waiting for him to continue, so he did. Reaper might be my father, but I refuse to think that he's the same man that I used to know. That vile mockery of a scientist that woman must have done something to him, something to his brain. I plan to get him back, to get my dad back. Miguel trailed off. He felt 3 pairs of arms wrapping around him and hugging him tightly. It felt nice. Man, it's been more than a year since Ishido left. I hope she's doing well. Ijiro thought. He was walking back home and reminiscing. His mind went towards his crush friend. Last I knew she was going to be a sister. Maybe that's what made them move away? It's been a weird year. Without Ishido's contagious energy, Mizudafu Private Middle School has been much more gloomy and dark. There's also been an increase in bullying. Nobody could de-escalate a situation like her. Ijiro tried. It's just that, well, he wasn't Ishido. I miss her. Remember, it's in and out. Nobody should see you, and if someone does, take them out. Sombra ordered through the intercom. Remind me why you aren't doing this? Reaper inquired. You already forgot, old man. Don't call me that. Boss and Moira want me to take care of the Viejito until he's more mentally stable, and I'm not going to ask Maga to do this. Sombra explained. What about LaCroix? Reaper asked once more, only to receive a snort. That's fair, it's going to be just about 10 minutes, get the shuttle ready. Reaper cut the communications and moved. He turned into smoke and slinked under the door. He stuck low to the ground, taking advantage of the low fog, and passed through multiple guards that were none the wiser of his presence. He reached a blast door. Behind there was his objective, but he couldn't reach it yet. Cursing under his breath, he took off once more, this time towards the control room where a guard was sleeping on his chair. And I thought that guard sleeping on the job was just a movie thing. If he could, he'd have a sweat drop on the back of his head. He took the card key and got back to the closed door. He swiped the card on the card reader and the doors opened. He entered and found his prize. It was a small device. He wasn't entirely sure what it did, but it must be important if Sombra needed it. He grabbed the item and exited the building through the ventilation system, and once back outside he reformed himself to his humanoid form. He inspected the device. It was a small silver box, probably an inhibitor of some kind. Freeze. He probably should have been longer away from the facility before reforming. Drop the machine and put your hands where I can see them. Reaper turned his head slightly to see the man. He had a handgun. A silenced handgun. Reaper turned to face the guard and rushed him. The man shot the gun, but the bullets just passed harmlessly through his face. The shots were still loud, but not loud enough to alert the other guards of his position. He punched the guard, the man falling backwards like a sack of potatoes. Reaper grabbed the pistol from the ground and aimed it towards the guard's head. And pulled the trigger. Inko walked through the halls of the courthouse, wearing her best suit and pencil skirt. She just came out of a trail defending one of Kurosa's most trusted informants. They had come to her specifically. Inko doesn't know why she was asked, with her being a beginner, but she's not going to complain. Ah, Midoriya. Speak of the devil and he'll come. Kurosa is standing at the main entrance of the building. They were out of costume, so to not call to attention that the man Inko just defended was related to heroes. Kurosa. Inko asked. What are you doing here? I wanted to thank you personally for your work. Inko was about to speak, but Kurosa lifted a hand and stopped her. And I know that you've already been paid, but humor me this time, okay? They said. They put a hand on their hip and pet it to the side. Inko sighed. Sure, what did you have in mind? She questioned. Kurosa smiled easily. There's a really good sushi restaurant down the road, and I wanted to take you there as a thank you. Inko smiled. Sure, it's been some time since I've gone for sushi. Let's get going then. Kurosa's smile widened. Inko complied. She and her coworkers set on an easy conversation, mostly about literature and old, pre-quirk era books, movies and, most surprisingly of all, comic. I tell you that it's true. There was a really old superhero comic that was basically All Might if he was much more powerful. Like, he could fly, he could hear anything from anywhere, he had laser eyes, ice breath, he was completely invulnerable and so much more. Kurosa rambled on and on about this Superman, and how he was part of various comic book series, and how he had to be the main inspiration for how All Might did things. Inko was reminded of her son, and how he could ramble hours upon hours of his interests. Whether it was heroes or something else, he could never get tired. Inko chuckled, the sound making Kurosa's rambling stop to a screeching halt. They looked at the Midoriya matriarch with confusion in their eyes. Did I say something funny? Inko shook her head. No, it's nothing, you just reminded me of my son. He always begins muttering about things he likes, like heroes, music, video games, or his partners. Inko responded, a smile on her face and faraway look on her eyes. Kurosa hummed. They looked like they wanted to ask something, but they reached their destination. Oh, we're here. The restaurant was a relatively small building, completely made out of wood, for booths next to the right wall and a counter on the left. A man stood behind the bar. He had long silver hair that fell behind his back. The top of his head was completely devoid of hair. His clothing was what you'd expect from a sushi chef, a white kimono-like coat, black pants and sashiko. The man's back was facing them. Kurosa lifted a hand. Hey old man. The man visibly perked up. He turned around with a smile on his bearded face. Ainen. He cried out and basically sprinted from behind the counter and engulfed them in a hug. Oh, it's been so long, my little hero. Kurosa laughed happily. Uncle. I'm 33. Kurosa's uncle separated from the hug and gave them a huge smile. You'll always be my little nibbling. Kurosa's face went nuclear red. Uncle. They whined. Ah, come on, you know I'm just teasing ya. He said with a teasing smile. So, how can I help ya? Kurosa, still red-faced, responded. I came here with a coworker. I wanted to invite her because of a huge favor she did for me. Kurosa's uncle looked at Inko and smiled widely. Is that so? He asked rhetorically. Then take a seat. I'm going to be in the back getting some sushi ready. Feel free to take some drinks, Ainen. Those are on me. Kurosa began to shake her head, but a look from her uncle quickly shut that thought down. Kurosa's uncle nodded with a satisfied look on his face. The hero grumbled something about uncles and their stubbornness to be repaid. They turned to Inko and gestured to the booth on the back. Sit down, I'll go grab us the drinks. Sure. Inko nodded. She sat down on the booth Kurose told her and took out her phone. She checked if there were any messages and saw that Izuku had sent her a photo. It was a picture with him, his partners, the masked boy that he's become fast friends with, and all Overwatch members. The four of them were in front, Izuku's arms around Ochako and Mina, both of them sporting matching blushes and smiles of happiness. Reyes, as Izuku had called the boy, had the lower part of his mask off, showing a smile. Wilhelm stood behind Izuku, his huge hands on her son's shoulders. The rest of Overwatch were in varying poses. Soldier 7-6 was giving a thumbs up, Ana had a teacup, Juno gave a nervous wave. What you watching? Inko screamed in surprise, almost dropping her phone. Kurose set the crystal bottles on the table before they began cackling loudly. Don't scare me like that, Kurose. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Kurose continued to cackle, Inko's cheeks heated up in embarrassment. And totally not because Kurose's laugh was making Inko feel butterflies in her stomach as if she was a teenager all over again. Inko pouted as Kurose's laugh calmed down. You're mean. Kurose decided to change the conversation's topic. But actually, what were you watching? Oh! Inko exclaimed. It's a picture that my son sent to me during the trial today. Here, look at it. Inko gave the phone to Kurose and their eyes lit up with recognition. Your son is in Overwatch? Yes, he is. Inko nodded. His uncle offered to train him and his partners. They are the girls with pink and brown hair. Wait, I know one of them. Kurose exclaimed. She was at a charity event I helped in at Mie Prefecture. She kept rambling to her parents about me, though I couldn't give her an autograph. I think I remember her telling us about the time she saw you, but she was so afraid that you thought she was coming too strong that she didn't actually meet you. Inko commented, taking the phone back. That usually happens with younger fans. Who's your son's uncle? Kurose changed the conversation's topic. Oh, it's Reinhardt, Inko said. Kurose's jaw hung open at the revelation. The number 3 hero of the world? They exclaimed. I didn't believe it either until he showed me a blood test he had taken, and there it was, the Reinhardt Wilhelm is my husband's brother, well, my late husband's brother. Inko said, her smile disappearing from her face at her own mention of Hisashi. Oh, Kurose said. They both sat in an uncomfortable silence that was just a bit too long. What happened with your husband, if you don't mind me asking? Inko gulped, tears starting to form in her eyes. He was killed in a villain attack in America. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Kurose bowed her head slightly. What? No, it's not your fault, you didn't know. Inko tried to amend. Besides, I think that I need to vent to someone other than my therapist. Inko said. She heard Kurose hum in acceptance, so she began. My late husband's name was Hisashi Akatani. He took my name when we married. He used to be an incredible husband, even if he was a bit troubled by his father's identity. When Izuku was born, he became the best father he could be. One time I saw him sleeping with Izuku in his crib. Inko chuckled, the sound sad and melancholic, devoid of any happiness that the memory would have brought to her in the past. But everything changed when Izuku turned 4 years old. He received a promotion that made him have to move to America before Izuku had his appointment with the doctor. He couldn't promise that he could come regularly, but he tried. Gods, did he try. In the end, the company didn't budge. His work over there in America was too important, so he used to call almost daily. As Izuku grew older, Hisashi began to call less, or for a shorter time, work had him in a vice. I know it was his work because the company posted on social media about a recent promotion, and we began getting more money over here. Even more than what we could possibly imagine to spend in a single lifetime, even the 3 of us together. Hey, Kurose interrupted, a question clear in their face. If you have so much money, then why did he or you keep working? Inko breathed deeply. It's a good question, Kurose. She admitted. He kept working because he loved what he did. He was second in command to a huge American support company. He supervised projects and oversaw their testing, even going down himself to test them. As for me? Well, I actually worked as a volunteer. We helped people in need. Be it that it was because of villain attacks, or that the government screwed them over with a vigilantism charge to a family member, we helped all. I decided to take on the position that Dean Nizu had reserved for me because of two things. 1. Izuku and his partners are on the way of accomplishing their dream of becoming heroes. And 2, because it broke my heart seeing older people and children being alone on the streets because their caretakers were charged with vigilantism for trying to defend themselves. Inko took her drink, a bottle of iced tea, and took a swig. Her mouth began to dry from talking so much. Taking advantage of the pause, Kurose spoke up. What? Which villain attack was he killed in? Inko stayed silent for a moment, then she responded. It was in the attack at the Dallas Library. He loved to read. He could ramble for hours on end about new books he found, or those that he was reading and rereading. You kinda reminded me of him actually, just that instead of Superman, he rambled about Spider-Man. Kurose laughed. Of course he had to be a Marvel fan. Inko and Kurose began talking of lighter topics, mainly of books, and Kurose squealed when Inko told her about Izuku's awakening. Inko felt a warmth in her heart as Kurose laughed, the way they almost closed their eyes, their big smile, how their eyes looked like they had stars when they smiled. Oh gods, I'm in love with them. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Kurose. Inko bowed to the older man. Nah, Mr. Kurose was my father, you can call me Iroh if you want. Ainen, you gotta bring her around here more often, ya hear? Iroh said with a big grin. Sure will, uncle. See you Saturday at Grandma's. Kurose waved with a big, happy smile. Inko turned around and began walking to the station. It wasn't too long from where they were to it, but it was really dark. Midoriya, wait. Kurose called out, and they ran up to Inko and stopped right next to her with their hands behind their back. Let's walk together to the station. Inko nodded. Kurose seemed strangely nervous, fidgeting with their hands and looking at Inko for a bit too long and then darting their eyes away the moment Inko looked at them. This went on for a couple of minutes, but that's when Inko decided to address the elephant in the room. She stopped in her tracks. Kurose turned around to face her, confusion written all over their face. Is something wrong, Midoriya? Inko took a deep breath and closed the gap between her and the rescue hero. Kurose, you're not as sneaky as you think you are, she said with a teasing smile. The effect was immediate. Kurose blushed furiously and sputtered denials. Inko just gave them a flat look. Kurose, I have a teenage son that's been hopelessly in love with two girls that are also as hopelessly in love with him and each other. I know how that looks. Kurose whined and buried their head in their hands. Gods, you must think that I'm an idiot, falling in love with a coworker that I've known for less than 2 months. Kurose devolved into an anxiety-filled rambling, and Inko knew that it was too late at night for her to actually understand, so she did what any tired mind would come up to shut Kurose up. She kissed them. It wasn't deep, but it was enough to make Kurose's hyperactive mind come to a screeching halt. After they separated, Inko looked directly into Kurose's black hole-like eyes and said, all of the years I've spent as a mother have told me that life is too short to dance around each other. I want to give this a try, and I know that it might seem fast, but adult life is fast, and what better way to spend it than with someone else? It might not work, but we tried, and that's all that matters. Kurose, no. Ainen had the biggest face-splitting smile on their face as they brought Inko into a hug. Shudo hated everything about this event, don't get him wrong. The Yaoyorosis were incredible hosts and their daughter was quite pleasant to talk to, unlike most other people Shudo has met. No, he hated everything this event stood for, how it was made to gush about Endeavor, how the older guests tried to get into his good side for their own benefits. The intentions of this event, even if it originally was supposed to be charity, were clear. Get on Endeavor's good side. The only people not remotely trying to do that were Ingenium and his family, the Yaoyorosis, and that white-haired man with red eyes that was talking with the dean of UA University. Pardon me, a female waitress said from Shudo's right. Would you like anything to drink or to eat? Shudo had to completely turn to actually see her and respond. Just some tea is good, thank you, he said, turning back to glare at the general direction Endeavor was, only one eye able to see him. For all of the gods did he hate that man for everything he's done to him and his family. You wish to talk to me? Ramatra spoke up. He didn't have time to waste. Direct to the point, I think the associate I mentioned would love it. Doomfist said. The leader of Talon wore his phony white suit and sunglasses. Ramatra scoffed. Yes, that associate of yours that can take and distribute human powers at will, what can he bring to my plans? The human grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. Behind him a circle made of dark purple smoke manifested. Ramatra readied his void accelerator, nemesis form also at a whim if needed. Out of the circle, that Ramatra now knew was a warp gate, stepped through a hulking mass of dark blue flesh with tears on its skin that revealed powerful red muscle. It had a beak and an exposed brain that had 2 eyes on top of it. What is that thing? Ramatra demanded, the sphere on top of his staff spinning faster by the millisecond. That thing, my friend, is what will kill All Might. Doomfist explained. That made Ramatra, the leader of Null Sector, significantly more interested. Keep going. The sun shone onto the bustling streets of Gibraltar. Izuku found himself looking around, having finished buying ingredients for tonight's dinner, trying to find somewhere to take Mina and Ochako for their anniversary, or at the very least find inspiration on what to do. It had already been a year since they found themselves meeting Overwatch, their family in everything but blood, and almost as long since they became partners. Izuku looked at the front of the store and saw his reflection. He had let his hair grow. It reached to his shoulders now. Instead of mostly being green with little white and blonde highlights on the tips, it was now almost completely even in color, his face framed by 2 bushy bangs that sadly covered her ears and promise earrings. He had also developed a lot of musculature and had grown in height. No longer was there a small, scrawny boy that looked just about ready to be taken by the wind. In his place stood a 1.90 meters tall, broad-shouldered and very muscular young man, but his face hasn't changed much, still freckled with big expressive eyes. Izuku perked up. Was he hearing whimpering? Curiosity got the better of him and he followed the sound. It led him into a dark alleyway, trash bags open as if an animal had rummaged through them for food. The whimpering was much clearer. It was a dog's, a puppy's to be specific. The sound originated from behind a trash bin. Izuku looked and found a small, malnourished, baby German shepherd. Its paw looked swollen, one of its still floppy ears had a slight cut, probably from a feral cat. Hey little fella. Izuku whispered as he kneeled on the ground. The puppy's head snapped at him. The poor thing was trying to growl at him, but it only came out as a whimper full of fear. Izuku lifted his hands in a, hopefully, placating manner. Whoa there, sorry for scaring you. He said, suddenly remembering something. Izuku reached for one of the bags he had on him. He rummaged through the bag, grabbing one of the 3 beef pastries that he had bought for Ochako, Mina and himself to eat with some coffee. He tore the bun in half and then in quarters and extended it to the animal. Want some? He asked. The puppy cautiously smelled the offered food and took a careful bite out of it, then another and another. Izuku smiled and put the quarter of the pastry on the ground and left another one along it. The puppy tore through both of them with ravenous hunger. The sight was both humorous and depressing at the same time. Just how long had this poor creature gone without eating? Izuku reached a tentative hand and placed it on the dog's head. It froze for a second, shaking slightly before leaning into the touch and closing its eyes. Izuku scratched it behind the ears, under its chin and along its back, the animal's fur impressively soft and long. He stood back up and looked around. It didn't look like the puppy's mother was anywhere close to it. The moment he did, though, the puppy began whimpering again and reached with its good paw at Izuku's shoe. He almost melted on the spot and picked up the dog. It immediately began lapping at his face, tail wagging like a propeller. Izuku chuckled. He pulled the puppy off of his face slightly. You want to come with me? The puppy barked, as if answering his question. Izuku took out his phone and dialed in a number. Gotta get permission first. Other than the swollen ankle and malnutrition, she looks fine to me, Winston said. Izuku had gone directly to him because he's a veterinarian. When thought about more in depth makes sense, but at the same time it doesn't. Izuku picked up the puppy. I recommend that you give her a bath. There should be some dog-friendly shampoos in the dorm showers, specifically the big stall. That's where I shower, Winston said. He put a document down and Izuku picked it up with his free hand. These are her medical records. Bring her back in a week to finish vaccinating her. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Winston. Izuku said. He stepped out of the scientist's office and closed the door. He left the main building and walked to the dorms. Izuku opened the door and went straight to the showers. Izuku entered the biggest stall. It had 2 shelves with a variety of shampoos and soaps. Izuku set the dog on the floor. He turned on the shower and grabbed a couple of bottles that had pictures of various animals. He adjusted the water so that it wasn't too hot or too cold. Once the water was at a reasonable temperature, he picked the dog back up and took one of the puppy's paws in the stream of water. She gave a small bark. She seemed to like water. Good to know. Izuku began to inch her closer to the stream of water until she was entirely under it. He put her down on the floor once again. He was about to kneel down, but he remembered that he was still clothed. He took off his t-shirt and plunged his upper body into the water. He uncapped a bottle and began slathering the puppy with the shampoo. Izuku took his time cleaning the dog, behind her ears, cleaning her paws, being extra careful of her swollen ankle. In the end, Izuku was there for a good hour and a half before he turned off the shower and wrapped the puppy in a towel. He stepped out of the shower and walked over to the hairdryers. He set the puppy back on the ground and began drying her with the towel. The dog barked and tried to bite the towel more than once. Izuku laughed at her energy. Izuku stood back up and grabbed one of the hairdryers from the wall and began to use it in a low power. The puppy began attacking the hot air coming from the machine, barking all the way. "We're back!" Ochako exclaimed. Mina, Izuku and her went out together, but Izuku separated after a little while. He went to buy something at a bakery and he'd reunite with them when they had to come back home. Ochako knew Izuku was up to something more, but she trusted him just as much as she trusted Mina, and she trusted Mina with her life. Izuku had messaged them that something had come up and that he needed to come back to Watchpoint Gibraltar earlier than anticipated. Ochako and Mina had asked him what happened, worried that he had gotten injured, but he told them that it wasn't anything serious. He told them that he was going to tell them when they got home. They reluctantly agreed and continued shopping. "What's that sound?" Mina asked. Ochako listened and she heard snoring. She looked to one of the couches that were in front of the TV, and there was the prone form of their boyfriend, asleep and with a baby German shepherd sleeping on top of his chest. Ochako's eyes widened and she whipped around to face Mina. But it was too late. "Puppy!" Mina screeched. Izuku and the dog shot awake. Mina scooped up the shocked puppy into her arms and began rubbing her cheek on the dog, which gave a yelp of surprise. So cute. Ochako watched her girlfriend with a sweat drop on the back of her head. Though she will give the dog this. It recovered fairly quickly from the shock and was barking and liking at the pink girl. She side-eyed Izuku, who just gave her an apologetic shrug. "So, this is why you had to come here earlier?" Izuku nodded, his long hair draping over his head in a way that made Ochako's heart skip a beat. "You're lucky I love you, you big dork." Izuku's apologetic smile turned warm, and that's when Ochako knew she had effed up. Izuku grabbed her by the waist with one of his powerful arms and laid down on the couch with Ochako trapped in a hug. He put his head on her shoulder and pressed his lips to her ear and whispered, "I know I'm the luckiest man alive because of it." Ochako melted. Gods, did she love this man with all of her will. She giggled and turned her head slightly to catch his lips. After a few seconds they separated and Izuku sat up to look at Mina, who was still coddling the puppy. The dog didn't seem to mind though and kept barking and liking happily. "What's its name?" Ochako asked. Izuku hummed for a moment before responding. "Cortana." Ochako leveled him with a look and flicked his nose. "Dork." She snorted. "It's been a couple of months since I brought Cortana home. Everyone loves her." Mina decided that she was going to sleep in our room and on the bed. "I'm not complaining though. Cortana has proved time and time again that she's been an incredible addition to our family. I started training her too. She's super smart. She can already do all of the tricks I've taught her, and sometimes I didn't even need to use treats to motivate her. It's like she just wants the affection I give her. Auntie Vivian has also told me to come with her to the training range tomorrow to start training her as a K9 unit. I'm not so sure if I want to take her into the battlefield, but Winston told me that the UN passed a bill so that non-service animals had to either be trained to military standards or be sent to a shelter when it comes to hero agencies. And I'm sure as all hell that I'm not going to give her away." "Izuku." Mina whined. Ochako and her were already in bed. Come sleep, your journal can weigh it. Izuku chuckled. He stood up and took off his t-shirt. Cortana, who was lying next to the chair he was just sitting on, jumped onto bed and curled up into a ball at his girlfriend's feet. Izuku grabbed a small blanket and draped it over the dog. He climbed into bed and immediately felt Mina climb on top of him. It was something that both Mina and Ochako had begun doing over the last year, using him as a bed. At first Izuku wasn't sure of the idea, but he loved the feeling of trust Mina and Ochako gave him by doing that. He wrapped his right arm around Mina's lower back. He felt her tail wagging like a propeller. His right arm hooked around Ochako's shoulders. He felt her putting her head on his shoulder, so he put his head on Ochako's head. Izuku sighed in contentment. This was life. Catch girl! Izuku exclaimed as he threw a frisbee. Cortana barked and began chasing the flying object. She jumped and grabbed the toy in her maw and trotted back to her human happily, tail wagging in the air. Good girl, Cortana. You want a treat? Cortana barked. Sit. The dog Saturday, roll over. The dog did as ordered. Play dead. She dramatically fell to the ground. Gimme paw? She gave Izuku her right paw. The other one? She put her left paw on his hand. Jump for it. The 10-month-old dog jumped to take the bone-shaped dog treat out of her owner's hand. But a bright orange light engulfed her for a second. The next thing Izuku knew was that he was on the floor, the treat no longer in his hand. Izuku, the members of his family exclaimed. He tried to stand up, but felt himself to be pinned to the ground. What happened? Mina exclaimed, worry evident in her voice. I don't know, I had no idea that Cortana could do that. Winston responded. Take her off of him, I'll check if he has a concussion. Auntie Anna, ever the calm presence in times of distress, said. Izuku felt a weight, he didn't notice it was there, be lifted off of him, and he suddenly could breathe. Izuku gasped for air and shot to a sitting position. Lay down, Izuku, you could be concussed and moving will just make it worse. Izuku complied, and Auntie Anna took out a small flashlight and began examining his eyes. She sighed in relief. You're not concussed, what a relief. Izuku nodded and sat up. When he did, he came face to face with Cortana, who was now on fire. Izuku's eyes shot open, but the dog didn't seem to be bothered by that fact. Her tail, now skeletal and made out of metal, wagged excitedly in the air. Her teeth were much sharper and made out of the same metal as her tail was. She also was much, much bigger, the size of an actual wolf. Her eyes glowed orange and small licks of fire came from her open maw. Just as suddenly as the first flash came another and Cortana was back to normal. She pounced on Izuku and began lapping at his face again. Hey, I'm back and I brought food. Uncle Wilhelm said with a smile. He had a picnic basket in his right arm. He looked around and saw the others standing there, stupefied. What did I miss now? Well, Uncle Wilhelm, Izuku began. I think it's safe to assume that Cortana has a quirk. The last crusader's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in disbelief. Then he grinned, a sparkle on his eye. He put one of his still massive arms around Izuku's shoulders and brought him into a side hug. Then that just means that more lives are going to be saved. Izuku couldn't deny it, even if he wanted. Cortana had a quirk, one that was very powerful and combat-oriented. He only could sigh. One last time, Izuku. Auntie Vivian yelled. Start. A loud buzzer indicated the start of the test. Alarm. Izuku said. Cortana snapped to attention. Sitten. Cortana sat down. Runta. Cortana laid on the ground, head alert. Izuku knelt down next to Cortana and held an item with a specific scent. Skein. Cortana immediately began sniffing the air and ground, following a path that only she could follow. She barked twice and Sloane came out from behind a couple of crates. Cortana picked up a rag with the same scent. Lassies. Cortana dropped the rag to the ground. Bleiben. Cortana stayed where she was, not moving a muscle. Common. Cortana moved next to Izuku and stayed by his side. Izuku began moving in wide steps. Cortana didn't leave his side. First. Izuku bellowed, still moving in wide steps. Cortana seamlessly moved to be in between Izuku's legs. Izuku took a deep breath. This was it, this was the one. Flam. he yelled. Cortana emitted the telltale orange flash that indicated that she was using her quirk. Its name was, as Izuku had said, Flam. It allowed Cortana to become a hellhound-like version of herself. She was smarter than most other dogs and she can fly and throw fire. Cortana entered her hellhound form, but she didn't grow like she has done every time since more than 1.5 years ago. She stayed the same size, and a tank robot floated in front of them. Ungrif. Cortana lunged. She grew in size until she was the same size as a wolf. She bit into the robot's forearm and didn't let go. Werfen, Izuku said, and Cortana launched a stream of fire directly from her maw into the robot, melting its arm and part of its chassis. Stop, Pen. The fire stopped. Normal. Cortana turned back into her German Shepherd form. Common, Izuku said. Cortana walked to his side once again. Izuku gave a sigh and a soft smile. Cortana looked at him with curious eyes. Reckon. Cortana visibly relaxed and began panting. She jumped and began trying to lick Izuku's face. Emphasis in trying. Over the time that had passed from Izuku first finding her in the alley to today, Izuku had hit a massive growth spurt. Now standing proudly at 2.23 meters tall, he had caught up to his uncle in height and surpassed him in musculature. He was definitely stronger than him too. But the old man beat him in experience, that was for sure. He had let his hair grow longer, now reaching the middle of his back tied in a ponytail. His green, white and yellow bangs were less bushy to allow for people to see his promise earrings. Izuku heard clapping. He turned to the main door of the training range. Standing there were Uncle Rain, Uncle Jack, Auntie Anna, and Juno alongside their respective Ments and Auntie Vivian. Izuku smiled widely, his eyes radiating happiness. Auntie Vivian walked forward and put a hand on his shoulder. Well done, kid, that was a hell of a training, pun intended. The 17-year-old snorted in amusement. Okay, I know, bad joke. Regardless, what's going to be her field name? She asked. Izuku's answer was almost immediate. Nox, her field name will be Nox. Auntie Vivian smirked and patted him on the shoulder. It's a great name, Izuku. Izuku beamed. Still doesn't make you any less of a dork. Hey Melissa, I wanted to ask if you wanted to dash. David's shield trailed off when he saw what his daughter was doing. Melissa was hunched over her desk, a small soldering iron on her hand and a pair of goggles over her eyes. David looked over her shoulder to see what she was working on. On her hand was a small white sphere with blue streaks going around it. Melissa put the soldering iron down on the table and picked up a small metal disc that was connected to a bunch of cables that led to her computer. Melissa connected the disc to the sphere and turned it over. David saw that the sphere was an eye. The iris was bright blue. What are you working on, honey? David asked. Melissa shrieked and almost dropped the eye. She scrambled to try and catch it. In the end she managed to not drop the delicate piece of technology. She sighed and turned to look at her father with an annoyed look in her eyes. Her father just grinned sheepishly. Papa! She whined. David raised his hands in surrender. Sorry, Mel. David apologized. Melissa continued pouting. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to come have dinner with me, but I can see that you're busy. By the way, what are you working on? It was as if a switch was activated, because Melissa practically glowed with a smile so wide it must have hurt. Oh, I'm working on a bionic eye, she said. David raised an eyebrow. A bionic eye? Yep. Melissa chirped. It has a built-in GPS, pattern identification software, a detective mode, a map and many more things that if I list them off we'd be here all day. David smiled. His daughter always had a lot of excited energy. So, you want me to bring you some food? Sure. Melissa responded. David left his daughter's lab and went to get her some food. Say what you will about her, Melissa had grown to be a great young woman. One would think that a musical piece played entirely in piano would be calming. To most it would be. But Dr. Sebron de Kuiper isn't like most people. Once a renowned astrophysicist, now thought of as nothing more than a mere weapon by his captors. Olivia watched from behind the one-way glass window to the doctor's cell. He was suffering in there, screaming and kicking, yelling, demanding and begging to be released. She wanted to get in there and reassure him that everything would be okay, but she wasn't allowed to. Dr. Moira had explicitly told her not to do it because with this particular test would make his unstable quirk flare up. And if she got caught in the man's quirk, then there wouldn't even be a body to bury. She watched as the man grabbed his head and screamed in pain. A small hole opened in one of the walls and a barrel poked through. From it a tranquilizing dart was shot and the man passed out. In memory of my own dog, Cortana, may she rest in peace. Chapter text. Difficulty settings. Maximum, number of common opponents, 15, number of special opponents, 1, time limit, 10 minutes, current user's record, 5 minutes. Good luck user, Izuku Reinhardt Midoriya. Athena's mechanical voice echoes throughout the metallic chamber. Izuku stands up from his seat, his enormous frame almost filling the room entirely. He grabs his hammer from its resting place against a wall. He checks if everything is in order. Gauntlets are on, boots are in place, the turbine harness is fastened, hair tied back, hard light shield is calibrated. Everything is ready. Attack commences in 60 seconds. Izuku begins to warm up slightly. Attack commences in 30 seconds. Izuku starts to stretch his arms. His muscles ripple with every minuscule movement. Attack commences in 20 seconds. Alarms screech in Izuku's ears and a red tint envelopes the whole room. Attack commences in 10 seconds. Izuku hefts the weight of his hammer. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Izuku immediately lifts his barrier as an onslaught of rubber bullets rip their way towards him. The projector mounted on his left arm hums as the blue film ripples like disturbed water. Izuku looked around. He could see all 15 robots, 5 tanks, 5 normal and 5 supports. His mind races as he thinks of the best course of action. Try and take out the tanks first and then clean up? No, the 5 supports would just focus on the tank being attacked. Try to take out the supports and then clean up? Also no, the other 4 supports would turn around and help their friend, and trying to take out the DPS robots is also a no for the same reasons. An idea crosses Izuku's mind and he lets the barrier fall. As he presses the button on his hammer and swings with all of his might, he lets out a mighty yell. A blue ball of fire rips through the air, rendering any and all bullets useless and powering up the attack. The tank robots try to get out of the way from the fire strike's path, but only 2 manage to move in time. The 3 other robots are destroyed upon impact. 4 of the DPS are destroyed and none of the support robots manage to dodge. Taking advantage of the displacement he caused to the robots, Izuku charges. The turbine on his back roars to life and propels him forward faster than a man his size should ever be. He pins one of the tank robots, separating it from its team and swings his hammer. It takes only 2 hits before the robot crumbles to the ground. Izuku huffs and turns around just in time to lift his shield as the other tank robot throws a haymaker at him. Izuku deactivates the barrier and grabs the robot's arm, and Izuku can swear that the robot looks surprised before it's lifted off the ground and slammed back down, separating into pieces due to the impact. Izuku turns to face the last 3 robots, and with a single swing of his hammer separated their heads from their bodies. Adaptive circuits engaged. Izuku. Izuku's head snaps to the source of the voice to see an identical copy of him falling from the sky. However, this Izuku is blue, lines of code visible all over himself. Echo! Izuku exclaims as his doppelganger lands on the ground, creating a crater on his landing zone. Hello Izuku. Izuku says. I will be your last test before you're ready for U.A. Izuku smiles. The entrance exam is only in 3 months, and this is the last day of training that Izuku, Mina, Ochako and Miguel will have before they're sent to Japan at the end of the month. Izuku charges at the original Izuku. Izuku swings her hammer at Izuku. Izuku counterattacks with his own swing. The 2 of them struggle to get the advantage over the other, with Izuku managing to keep Izuku in place. Suddenly, Izuku's turbine comes back to life and he's pushing Izuku back and making them stumble out of the hammerlock. Izuku turns back, staring Izuku down just as his body starts to blink. Izuku wastes no time and charges again. Izuku gets ready to block another hammer swing. But Izuku kills her turbine and raises their hammer over his head. Hammer down! She bellows, but Izuku is ready for it and raises his shield, stopping Izuku's earth shatter on its track. Hammer down! And retaliating with his own earth shatter. Izuku isn't ready and is knocked down on the floor, the blinks occurring more often. Izuku slams the hammer down again, missing Izuku's body by a good margin. Surrender! Finally, Izuku's body disintegrates and only Echo is left in their place. Well done, Izuku! Echo praises as Izuku helps her get back up. You have managed to beat the Overwatch Hero course's most difficult optional task, defeat your mirror image. Izuku smiles at the praise. Thanks, Echo, you don't know how much it may, wait, optional? Laughter erupts from their left and Izuku turns to see Uncle Wilhelm, Aunt Anna, Uncle Jack and Uncle Zenyatta standing at the entrance alongside Mina, Ochako and Miguel. Uncle, Izuku sighs, running a hand down his face. What can I say, Izuku? I like to give you more incentive to do things. Uncle Wilhelm says as he punches Izuku in the chest lightly. You really don't have to lie about it, it's not fair. The world is not fair, but we have to make do with what it gives us. Uncle Zenyatta says wisely. Zenyatta is right, Izuku, if the world was fair, then we wouldn't be heroes, we are heroes to make the world fairer. Aunt Anna points out. Izuku sighs again and starts scratching the back of his head. Yeah, you're right, doesn't make me appreciate being lied to anymore. Uncle Wilhelm laughs again and slaps Izuku's back, sending the young man stumbling from the force of the very expected blow. Go shower, my boy, we have to get to Edna's by tomorrow. The city flies by as Izuku speeds through the highway. They are currently in the States going to famous hero costume designer Edna Mode's mansion. Izuku, Ochako and Mina are going in one car while Miguel, Juno and Uncle Jack go in another one and Uncle Wilhelm and Auntie Anna go in a third car. I still won't get over how fast you cleared the course, Midori. Mina says, squeezing his left hand that is on top of the gear lever. Izuku, that was super cool. And how you defeated Echo cloning you by overpowering her was incredible. Ochako excitedly says, making gestures with her hands and punching the air. Mina starts doing the same as her and Ochako begin to gush over him. Izuku chuckles at his girlfriend's antics. It isn't really all that impressive, I'm sure you two would have done just as well, if not better. The girls level him with a flat stare, and if it wasn't because he is driving, they would have flicked him on the nose. Sorry. Izuku mumbles. Mina and Ochako share one last look before nodding. I'm so screwed. Izuku's sweat drops. It isn't long before they arrive at the exit they need to take, and a couple of minutes later they reach a walled-off state where the others are already waiting in front of the laser gates. Do you have an appointment? A guard asks. We're old friends. Uncle Wilhelm says loud enough to be heard from the back of the convoy. Izuku swears that he can hear Auntie Anna's exasperated sigh. We just wanted to dash. All visitors are required to make a research. There's a commotion over the speaker. Izuku, Mina and Ochako share a look as the voice of a woman says. Hey, get back to work. Go check the electric fence or something. What is it? For you. What do you want? Uncle Wilhelm just lowers his sunglasses. My God, you've gotten old. Izuku, Ochako and Mina share an incredulous look as the gates open. I can't believe that we're actually going to get our hero outfits designed by the Edna Mode. She's designed so many hero suits that it's almost impossible to count them. Every single piece of merchandising has to be checked by her before they're produced. And Dash. Yes, darling, I know I'm awesome. Edna smugly remarks. Izuku laughs heartily, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, I tend to geek out pretty easily. It's okay, darling, I used to do the same when I was your age. Edna waves him off with a magazine. They are currently walking down a hallway towards Edna's main living room that she uses as her main studio. Miguel and their mentors stayed behind as a petition from the polycule. Still, it's really impressive that you managed to design a suit like Endeavor's, even if it is only the current one. Mina comments, leaning forward with her hands behind her back. What can I say, darling? Everyone appreciates my work, especially the most demanding. They reach the room. 4 black couches with red cushions sit around a coffee table at the bottom of a staircase. A giant golden statue that resembles a god holding a lance that doubles as a fountain sits behind the floor-to-ceiling windows lined with 2 rows of 4 Italian cypresses. "Sit down, darlings, sit down," Edna says warmly as she hops onto one of the couches and immediately starts drawing sketches of all 3 of them. Izuku sits on the couch directly in front of the tiny fashionista. Mina sits on his lap and Ochako on the arm of the couch. Edna looks over her notepad and gives a cheeky smile. "You know that you could have sat in the other 2 couches, right, darlings?" She asks Mina and Ochako. Ochako goes red in the face and starts sputtering and asking for forgiveness. "Don't worry, darling, I know your types, lovey-dovey, joined to the hip," finish each other's sentences. "So," Edna jumps to her feet, standing on top of her couch. "Let's start with you, big man." She points her pencil at Izuku. Izuku wastes no time. "I want an armor, a crusader armor, like Uncle Wilhelm's." Edna hums as she taps her pencil on her chin. Armor is not my forte. I'd also have to get the schematics from the original designers." Izuku shares a look of worry with his partners. "It's nothing that I haven't done before. It should be ready for the start of your classes at UA. Anything specific that you want on the armor? A specific color? Forest green for the plating, black for the bodysuit that I'll have to wear, also red, yellow, and blue for accents." Izuku says, but suddenly something else comes to his mind. "I also want my helmet to symbolize hope." "Hope, you say?" Edna smiles as she sketches even faster than before. "Are you okay with animal imagery, darling?" Izuku's face lights up. "Yes. It's even better." "Perfect, darling," Edna exclaims. She then points her pencil at Mina. "What about you, darling?" Oh, I want my costume to be like Anna's." The pink young woman exclaims excitedly. Edna taps the butt of the pencil against the paper. "Which version, darling? Modern or older?" Mina hums. "I think the one she used when she was young. It kind of feels more natural, but I had an idea to make a similar costume, but that is still my own." Edna peeks over her notepad. "Go on." Mina clears her throat. "So, I was thinking of having a strapless bodysuit with long legs, brown boots that reach mid-thigh, a white domino mask, a beret, and also a long overcoat, and I was thinking of it having fluff on the shoulders." Mina huffs. "But I do need to make the overcoat sleeveless because of my quirk." Edna arches an eyebrow. "What exactly are your powers, darling?" "I can make acid from any part of my skin," Mina exclaims, beaming. "That's the reason why I'm pink. I also have night vision because one of my mom's quirks is deer. She has antlers like me and black scara." Mina trails off. Edna looks at her expectantly. She turns to Izuku. He doesn't need to ask what she needs, he knows. He knows Mina wants to talk about her tale, she wants to, but needs one final push. He smiles. Ochako smiles too, putting a hand on Mina's shoulder. The tension in their pink girlfriend's shoulders drains as a grateful smile graces her face. "I also have a deer tail." Edna smiles. "What about the colors, darling?" She asks. "The bodysuit has to be purple and turquoise with a camouflage pattern. The coat should be tan and the fur white." Edna frowns slightly. "How long do you want this coat to be?" Mina smiles cheekily and silently passes her a small folded paper. Edna takes it and reads its contents, a grin stretched over her face. "Clever girl, I like it. Now you." "I want something that says space, like 13's costume, but that doesn't limit my movement," Paco says. "Also, I want the color scheme to be black, pink, and a pinkish off-white." Okay, I can work with that. Something else?" Edna asks, scribbling in her notepad. Ochako hums, putting a finger in her chin and tilting her head. "Oh!" she exclaims, hitting the palm of her hand with a fist. "I want my bracelets to be able to hold my metablaster instead of having to use a holster. Also, some parts should have something to hit pressure points for nausea in case that I have to use my quirk on myself. And finally, I want something in my shoes to soften landings, for the same reason." Edna finishes scribbling in her notepad and closes it. She puts it on the coffee table and turns to the polycule with a raised eyebrow. "Well, are you gonna tell me what you 3 wanted to have together in these suits?" Mina hops off of Izuku's lap. Izuku stands up and reaches for his back pocket. We want this as our logo. He pulls out a metal medallion, the letters I, M, and O engraved on a green rabbit, a pink symbol that resembles a two-pointed fork with an image of the planet Venus, and a lighter pink symbol that resembles the moon. Edna snatches the symbol out of Izuku's hand and examines it, at one point taking her glasses off to clean them and see better. Interesting. She mutters under her breath. What is it with this blank space? It's because we might want to add more people to our polycule. Ochako says her blush marks are a little bit bigger than before. Edna hums, turning the shield-like piece of metal around. It looks like there's only space for 3 more people here. We've talked about it before. Mina speaks up. We want to expand our relationship further, but not make it too big. I'll be keeping this. It is going to be returned to you once the entrance exam is over. I wish you 3 well in your endeavors. May your relationship be varied. Edna turns to the staircase and disappears into her study. Now come. I need to take your measurements. Izuku and his partners scramble to follow the tiny fashionista. Let me guess. Edna speaks after a beat of silence. You want your suit to be skull-themed? Miguel chuckles. Something like that. Edna raises an eyebrow as she scribbles in her notepad. Miguel takes it as his K to continue. I want to repurpose a suit that my father used to have. Edna stops dead in her tracks and looks up at him, expectantly. Miguel sighs and runs a hand down his mask. I want to honor my culture, the country I was born in. I want my suit to scream, Mexico. I want my suit to be a mariachi's. My mask should be more skull-like. A green dress shirt, a vest of the same color with golden buttons, a white jacket, pants and hat, all with golden detailing, a scabbard for my estoque, and an overcoat that acts as a cape. Edna's face turned to a scowl. No capes. She barks. Miguel chuckles drilly. My quirk lets me turn anything I'm touching into smoke. I can teleport and it's an easily removable item. I think that it would be fine. Edna considers it, her scowl lessening until it's only a thin, downwards line. She sighs in acceptance. Fine, keep the coat. Now come with me, I have to measure you. Miguel obliges and follows the woman to her studio. Eichenwald had seen better days in its past. But now it's a graveyard. Countless machines, soldiers and crusaders mark this place as their resting ground. Izuku looks around the tavern. It's old, as everything in Eichenwald is. The giant metallic cups left behind tell the story. This once was the place where crusaders and soldiers alike rested and waited for orders. It's quiet, eerily so, almost as if making a sound would disrespect the people resting here. And in some way it is true. Izuku looks at his uncle, the man he's come to adore as a father figure, the man who has never had any other emotion plastered on his face other than happiness or pride. His face is twisted, a deep sense of sadness etched across his aged features. Grief would be a better word to describe the foreign expression. Uncle Wilhelm sighs wearily. He puts both of his giant hands on the bar and stands up, groaning in the process. Come on, boy, I want to show you something. Izuku stands up wordlessly and follows his uncle to the exit. They walk silently, the only sound being the crunching of gravel following them as they make their way through the ruins of the once glorious castle town. Machines, omnics, litter the streets. As Izuku and Uncle Wilhelm go past a giant wooden door, Uncle Wilhelm stops in tracks. Izuku stops too and looks at what has caught his uncle's attention. It's in Or 14, a predecessor to the Or 15, Orisa's predecessor. It has a gun replacing its left arm, just like Orisa, and a blade sticking out of the right. Though the blade was probably hardlight, it still has marks. Blood. Oxidized blood, not much, barely enough to fill a bottle cap. Izuku looks back at his uncle to see him tracing a hand over his blind eye, twitching ever so slightly. It doesn't take a genius to understand what this means. Oh! Uncle Wilhelm snaps out of his memory. He shakes his head and smiles at Izuku. But it's wrong, it's tight-lipped and it doesn't reach his eyes. They continue walking, taking a shortcut through a tower to reach the castle's main entrance. Izuku and Uncle Wilhelm enter the historical landmark through one of the smaller doors next to the bigger main doors. The inside of the castle is still, untouched. Even more metallic parts are littered around than on the street. Some are even piled on top of their comrades. Izuku stops to marvel at the structure of the castle. It has a certain appeal that only an old structure could ever have. Uncle Wilhelm walks forward following the red-carpeted path. Izuku follows behind until they reach their destination. The throne. A single armored figure sits on the throne like a king resting after a long, arduous battle. When I was young, Uncle Wilhelm started, his voice solemn and lacking his usual bombastic self. When I was young, I was a fool, obsessed with the glory and fame that came from being a crusader. I left my team behind, I left the people I was supposed to protect, just to feel the high of adrenaline once more. Izuku walks closer as his uncle talks. My mentor, Bald Eric, ordered me to get back to my team, but I ignored him. I only cared for personal prowess. Uncle Wilhelm sighs, his shoulders slumping. When that or 14 fell from the sky, there was only one word that came to my mind: glory. So I charged stupidly, blinded to the stronger foe in front of me because of my pride, and ended up being blinded by it. Uncle Wilhelm trails off. Izuku turns from the throne to look at him, but his face is shadowed. But Bald Eric paid the price for my decision. Izuku nods solemnly and looks back at the warrior in front of him. He let me live, he told me to get back to the unit. I laughed him off, thinking he was trying to get all of the glory for himself. But he was injured. A deep gash on his side from an experimental form of hard light, designed to cut through anything, even the indestructible armor of a crusader. Izuku pales, his eyes widening in shock and his mouth hanging open. Uncle Wilhelm chuckles lightly. Don't worry, it was more prone to exploding on the user than to actually work in cutting the target. Then how dash? I ask myself that same question each day that passes. Uncle Wilhelm says, there's a beat of silence before he speaks again. He was the one that was offered to go to Overwatch. Did you know that? No, Izuku shakes his head, his uncle chuckles again. Of course you don't, it's been kept under wraps since he died. There's another beat before Izuku asks. Why? Uncle Wilhelm hums in question. Why show me this? Izuku clarifies. It takes a second for Uncle Wilhelm to respond. I don't want you to make the same mistakes as me. Izuku's head snaps to his uncle. Don't act so surprised, I'm an old man, I'm paranoid. Izuku sighs in relief as a smile spreads across his face. But that's not the only thing I brought you here for. Izuku's face scrunches up in confusion and his uncle walks over to a pillar and pulls out a highly technological metal box. This is something that your father left you. The young man's eyes widen, he takes the box from his uncle's hands and presses the button at the top. The lid starts to separate and steam is liberated for dramatic effect. Oh, Hisashi, always one to put on a show. Uncle Wilhelm chuckles. Once the box is fully open, Izuku pulls out its contents, two metallic balls. They're hefty, made out of a durable material, similar to a crusader's armor. In the bottom of the box there's a note. Izuku grabs it and reads it. My dear Izuku, if you're reading this, then that means that you've met your uncle and I'm no longer with you, or that I'm not available. Who knows? I certainly don't, that's why I'm writing this. I want you to know that I'm so proud of you, my own son becoming a hero. I don't know if it turns out that you have a super secret quirk that it's invisible to any quirk test, or that you've trained to become a quirkless hero, perhaps I'll never know. But it doesn't matter to me. What matters is that you're doing the thing you love and that you're around people you love. Izuku's mind flashes to his family in Overwatch, but especially to his perfect partners, Mina and Ochako. I don't know who you'll love, they could be anyone. But I don't care, because I'll always love you, you'll always be my son, or daughter, or child, doesn't matter. Izuku chuckles wetly, tears falling like waterfalls from his eyes. But that's not the point. The device you probably have on your hands is a hard light cape of my own design. I know how much you idolize All Might and how you love the Superman comics, but I also know how dangerous normal capes can be, so I designed this cape specifically for you. You just have to put the two balls on your shoulder and they'll stick to any material you're wearing and it will activate. Izuku scrambles to follow his father's instructions, putting the two balls on his shoulders. They stick to his t-shirt and a translucent blue cape appears. Izuku moves around, enthralled by the cloth-like movements it produces. He grabs one of the ends. It feels statusy, but also cloth-like. It gives a feeling of safety and protection that only his shield would ever give. It feels almost as if his father is protecting him, hugging him, like when he was just a child, being protected from the cruelties and injustices of the world. Izuku picks the note back up and continues to read it. Use this gift to protect, to be a shield. Use this gift to bring hope to those who need it. Be the light that guides through the darkness. Be a symbol. Love, your dad, Hisashi Midoriya. A choked sob comes out of Izuku's mouth. He makes sure that the paper doesn't get stained with his tears. He feels a pair of arms wrap around him. He opens his eyes to see his uncle kneeling in front of him. A smile stretches across his face. His father may no longer be with him, but his family is with him. I'm so lucky, is the only thought that comes to Izuku's mind. Attention all passengers, we have successfully landed on Japanese land. We hope you enjoy your stay. Please exit the plane in an orderly fashion. Auntie Lena's joking voice echoes through the orca. Izuku rolls his eyes good-naturedly. He looks down. Ochako and Mina are basically sharing his lap as a pillow. Izuku doesn't want to wake them up, but they have a welcome committee waiting for them. He shakes them slightly. Ochako's eyes open sleepily. She looks towards the pink woman and her eyes sparkle with pure joy. Good morning, sleeping beauty. Izuku says. Ochako turns to him, a smile on her face. She reaches up with a hand to cup his face and leans up. Izuku chuckles and leans down to meet her in the middle. They share a quick, but loveful kiss. Hey. Mina groans, stretching slightly. She opens eyes and a tired grin appears on her face and she lazily reaches her hand up, cupping Ochako's cheek and pulling her into a kiss. After they separate, Mina does grabby hands at Izuku. He huffs good-naturedly and gently pulls Ochako out of his lap. He wraps his arms around Mina and picks her up bridal style. The pink woman sighs in contentment, snuggling into the crook of the grenette's neck. Ochako stands up and stretches. She lets out a relieved sigh and pats Mina's fluffy hair. Okay, let's get you 3 lovebirds out of here before it's too late. Angela says. Ochako shoots up to stand straight. Izuku chuckles at the brunette's antics. He looks down towards Mina to see that she had fallen asleep in the brief moment Izuku had picked her up. She fell asleep again? Ochako asks, pulling their luggage down from their cubbies. Yup. Izuku nodded. And I don't know about you, but I can't wake her up when she's like this. Ochako turns to face Izuku, her face a mask of confusion. Izuku just nods his head towards the acid user. She looks her over before noticing movement from her lower back. Ochako practically melts, between the soft smile on Mina's face, the fact that she is trying to snuggle closer to Izuku and that her tail is wagging is too adorable for the gravity girl. She lets out a quiet, delighted squeal. She feels a small nudge on her hand that makes her look down. Cortana is sitting there, her tail also wagging, but her head tilted in confusion. Ochako lets out another squeal. It's so adorable. She kneels down to pet Cortana. We really need to get going. Izuku says. He looks at the digital clock encrusted in the top of the door. They still have about 45 minutes, but customs still take long, even if they're here with Overwatch. At least he won't have to wake Mina up because they're with Overwatch. Small victories. They finally exit the troop carrier, the group being Auntie Lena, Auntie Angela, Bridget, Uncle Wilhelm, Mina, Ochako, Izuku, Cortana and Miguel, almost the same that left Japan 4 long years ago. Exactly 45 minutes after they land, and when Mina finally wakes up, they see a group of both familiar and new faces. Their faces light up and a duo of girls with light purple and paper white skin sprint towards Mina. Nana! They cheer loudly and tackle the pink woman to the ground. She laughs as she wraps her arms around her sisters. Mika! Mimi! Oh, you two have gotten so big. All right, girls, let your sister stand up. Mia Ishido says, taking Mimi into her arms. The white little girl pouts adorably. But mommy, I want to hug Nana. And you will, Mimi, but we have to greet her too. Miyuki Ishido says, picking up Mika and finally letting Mina stand up. Thanks mama, it's so great being back home. Mina brings her mother into a hug, Mika's tiny arms wrapping around her neck. Mia and Mimi join the hug too a few seconds later. I'm home, Mina says, her voice coming out as a sob. Love what you did to your hair, honey. Miyuki finally says after the family releases each other. Thanks, Mama, I love it too. Mina wipes a tear with her index finger, the change in her hair being that she had let it grow until it reached her lower back. Nana, why are you crying? Did we make you sad? Mika asks, her cute little face filled with worry for making her favorite older sister sad. Mina chuckles and wipes another tear. No, Mika, these are happy tears. Happy tears? Mika and Mimi ask in unison. Mina chuckles again and explains to them how it works. Mama, Papa. Meanwhile, that heartfelt reunion happens. Ochako becomes a blur of brown hair as she tackles her folks into a hug. Easy, Stardust, you almost made us fall. Ritsuki Uraraka says, though he wraps his arms around his daughter. Sorry, Papa. Ochako says, separating from the hug, and wipes a tear from her eye. I've just missed you guys so much. Oh, my little comet. Fumiko says, there hasn't been a day that we didn't miss you during these 4 years. We're so happy that you're back. Mama, Ochako says, her eyes beginning to fill with tears once again. Izuku. Though if we're talking about tears, no one beats Inko Midoriya. The Midoriya matriarch is basically a green blur as she ran into her son and gave him a bone-crushing hug. Bone-crushing for someone who isn't basically a living brick wall. Izuku laughs heartily as he hugs his mother. Mom, I've missed these hugs. Izuku exclaims. Oh, my baby. You're so tall. She exclaimed, not letting go of her son, as if he was going to climb back in the aircraft. Izuku chuckles as he pats his mother's hair. What can I say? The serum acted miraculously. At that moment, Cortana barks. Inko lets go of her son and turns to the dog. Cortana tilts her head. Inko looks a little skeptical at first, but reaches a tentative hand. Cortana smells her for a second before jumping and lapping at Inko's face. His mother yelps at the sudden affection, but soon begins to laugh. You must be Cortana. She exclaims, said dog barks, almost as if responding to her. Oh, you're so smart. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? A chuckle makes Izuku look away from his mother, who is busying herself with Cortana, to see the other person that came with her. You must be Ainin, Izuku says with a smile. Ainin beams and extends their hand. Yeah, I am. Inko has told me so much about you, I just didn't expect you to be. Ainin trails off and waves their hand. So massive. Izuku laughs good-naturedly. Yeah, if you had met me 4 years ago, then you wouldn't have even recognized me. Ainin chuckles again. Yeah, Inko's shown me your photos. We should probably get going. Inko finally says as she stands up. I'm sure that you're all tired. Izuku smiles and he wraps his arms around his mother. It's good to be back. Finally, the day has come. Standing in the middle of the road is Izuku, his eyes closed as he takes a deep breath, the last of winter's crisp cold air giving way to spring's flowery scent. The cherry blossoms that line the brick road let their leaves fall and litter his hair. It's an image almost mirroring 5 years ago perfectly, the day that a single meeting changed his future. He feels a tug on his arm. He cracks his eyes open to see his trusty K9 unit impatiently tugging at the leash attached to her. He smiles, he looks to his sides, his partners happily chat with each other by the car. Miguel steps out of his own car, carrying a duffel bag with his approved shotguns, and even on a day as important as this one his mask stays in place. Izuku lifts a hand to his mouth and whistles, the sound alerting his girlfriends and making the other people around to look at him, but he doesn't care. Come on, slowpokes. We need to get going, the exam's in just half an hour. Mina skips towards him and takes his left hand. Ochako is just behind her and takes Mina's own left hand. She looks directly at Izuku and makes a show of rolling her eyes. Oh, 30 minutes. Yeah, we better hurry, the exam is just about to start. Izuku laughs at Ochako's antics and leans over Mina to give her a peck. Excuse us. A feminine voice says. Izuku turns to the source to reply, but he freezes. A woman with long blonde hair is the one who talked, but what matters to Izuku is the person she's linking arms with. Ash blonde spiky hair that resembles an explosion, piercing red eyes behind the frames of glasses, but a soft expression that he hasn't seen in his life from the face of Katsuki Bakugo. The world falls apart, he is transported back in time, to a time when he had no one, a time when he was tiny, a time without Mina, without Ochako, without their parents, without his uncle, a time without Overwatch. He feels a squeeze on his hand, a hand on his back and a bump on his leg. He comes back to his senses, Mina and Ochako looking at him with worried expressions. Miguel pats him on the back again and continues walking, and Cortana looks up at him, ready to comfort him. Izuku smiles slightly. Old habits die hard, I guess. I'm sorry for worrying you. Cortana barks one time before turning back around, this time sitting patiently instead of tugging at her leash. Mina lets go of Ochako's hand and brings it to his face. She makes him lean down to give him a peck and rest his forehead against hers, being careful of her horns. Izuku smiles and gives her a kiss on the forehead. I'm all right now, thanks girls. Ochako and Mina smile and begin walking. Now come on, we gotta get to the exam. Mina says. Izuku smiles again. The past might have been painful, but the future looks bright. Izuku wouldn't imagine that in just a few hours his whole life and his partner's would be turned in an entirely different direction to their plans. Fear is the only feeling that has plagued Eri's mind since the day her papa disappeared, the day she made him disappear. Mama had called her a demon and left her with Grandpa. Grandpa was nice, but he also was busy, so she left her with him. Then Grandpa got sick. He told Eri that he's going to take care of her. But he hurt her. Chisaki hurt Eri a lot. He tells her it's for the better, and that she would be a bad girl if she didn't let herself be hurt. But she doesn't want this. She doesn't want to hurt, she doesn't want to hurt anyone. Wants to escape, she needs to escape. Today is the day of U.A's entrance exam, Tamura Shigaraki. The sounds of a video game stop as the pause screen appears. The blue-haired young man slowly reaches a hand to his neck and begins scratching. He scratches faster and faster, his other hand joins and he scratches enough until he draws blood. He continues to scratch regardless of it, or maybe in spite of it. Oh, Mitomo. The voice of a woman makes him stop. He feels her kneel behind him and wrap her arms around him. No te preocupes, let me heal you. He feels her hands warm up, he brings his arms down and does his best to hug her back, keeping one of his fingers extended. Her hands go back to their normal temperature, she lets go and rounds him to kneel in front of him. She grabs his face in both of her hands and gives him a soft kiss on his forehead. Thank you, Lari. Last member of the Inti warriors, Iliari Quispe Ruiz lets go of her boyfriend's head and stands up. Vamos, let's go watch that movie you wanted to see. Tamura smiles, he grabs her hand carefully and walks towards his room to put on his hoodie. Master told him to have fun these few weeks. He knows he meant in another way, but it's not like he'd be bothered if he does so in a different way. After all, they have some new friends that will make sure he's entertained. Everybody say, yeah. The booming voice of a man wearing a biker-like outfit with a speaker around his neck, yellow-tinted triangular glasses, headphones and a hairstyle that defied gravity echoed across the auditorium. He was the voice hero, present mic, pro hero, DJ, radio host and professor at UA University. Yeah. Izuku alongside Mina and Ochako yelled, Cortana barking with her owners, drawing the incredulous eyes of many other participants, the amusement of Miguel and the annoyance of a blue-haired guy with glasses and a well-groomed mustache a few rows down. Present Mike, however, smiled and pointed a finger towards their direction. Love the enthusiasm, participants, 3,527, 8 and 9. The polycule sat back down, high-fiving and beaming at each other. The rest of participants looked back at the front, some talking in hushed tones about them. The guy with blue hair kept glaring at them like they personally offended him. Let's get started with the explanation then. The voice hero bellowed. The screen behind him lit up with UA's logo. It then changed to a 3D cityscape and 4 chibi-style models of known pro heroes appeared on the streets. So, you will have to win points by defeating the robots that you have on your pamphlets. Each of them will have a value beginning at 1 measly point to 3 fantastic points. Present Mike explained. While he did 3 of the 4 chibi heroes moved, one clearly being Present Mike, the other being 13 and the last one being Snipe, All three of them destroyed a robot and got a number from 1 to 3 with a small plus next to it. Izuku and the other participants picked up their pamphlets and opened them to see 4 kinds of robots. He closed it, turned it around and looked at a number on a corner. Testing facility 3, huh? Izuku mumbled. He looked at Mina's pamphlet to see that she had a number 2 in hers. Were we all separated? I don't know. Ochako said. I'm on Site 1. Site 4. Miguel responded. I'm on Site 2. Excuse me. I have a question. The blue-haired young man said with a raised hand. Yes, participant 2311? Present Mike asked, tilting his head to the side. The blue-haired guy cleared his throat and stood up. You said that there would be 3 kinds of robots, but there's clearly a 4th one here. If this was a misprint, then it's highly improper of such a prestigious establishment such as UA. And you there, with the long hair. The man suddenly pointed at Izuku. Why did you bring an animal here? It is highly disrespectful to the rest of us here that you aren't taking this exam seriously. Hey, what's your pro-dash? Mina was interrupted by Izuku putting a hand on her shoulder. He looked her in the eyes and shook his head. Mina crossed her arms and pouted, but didn't say anything else. Izuku didn't say anything. He just reached down and pulled off one of the tags that said K9 unit attached to Cortana's vest, and showed it to the man. His eyes widened for a second before he bowed, almost hitting his head on the seat. I see, I'm sorry for assuming, but my first question still stands. That's a good question, participant 2311. There is an extra secret robot. This robot is worth absolutely 0 points. The screen showed a chibi All Might that uppercut a shadowed robot. A 0 appeared next to his head and the chibi version's hairstyle seemed to flop down and he hunched over slightly. This robot is best left alone. Its only purpose is as a threat to be evaded. There will only be 1 per site. You will have 10 minutes to use your quirks and abilities to destroy as many robots as you can. I see. Thank you for the clarification and I apologize for the interruption. Now, this is all from me, but let me leave you with a sound bite, our very own motto. As one General Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Every single attendee exclaimed with excitement. They began to pile out of the auditorium. Mina skipped along excitedly talking with Ochako. Ochako giggled occasionally at Mina's antics, her hand wrapped around Izuku's. Cortana happily trudged along next to Miguel, who was adjusting his mask. They had to separate when they reached the changing rooms. Mina, Izuku and Ochako shared a kiss before the girls entered their changing room. Izuku tied Cortana to a pipe next to the men's changing room door. Izuku and Miguel fist-bumped as they entered the busy changing room. The air vibrated with excitement and nervousness at equal parts. Some people were warming up, others stretched, some were muttering to themselves or doing breathing exercises. Izuku was analyzing. He looked around, taking in the varied quirks that he could identify. A girl with tall horns and horse-like feet, a guy with multiple arms that were tipped with different appendages like eyes or ears, a guy with purple ball for hair and so on. His gaze drifted down towards Cortana. She was standing at attention on his right. Nox, he called, and the dog immediately went into her K9 identity. Her bark even changed. People stared in curiosity and apprehension. The guy with the mustache side-eyed them warily. Flam! A flash of orange light enveloped the area, and when the light disappeared there was a skeletal fire wolf in place of the German shepherd. Izuku grinned and slung his hammer over his shoulder, the only support item that they had allowed him. Start! Present Mike bellowed. Almost everyone froze and looked up to the top of the doors where Present Mike was standing. What are you waiting for? There aren't any countdowns in real life. Look at them. They get the idea. Now, go go go. Izuku and Cortana had bolted the moment that the doors opened. Nox Werf. Izuku yelled as soon as he saw a group of one-pointers. Nox opened her mouth and a torrent of flames hit the unsuspecting automatons. Izuku neared the pile of mostly molten metal and swung his hammer at the ones that hadn't shut down. His head snapped up and he swung his hammer while pressing the fire strike button. An arch of blue fire erupted from the weapon that demolished a stray three-pointer that had shot at him. A howl caught his attention. He turned his head to see Nox charge into a group of 3 two-pointers and crushed one by her weight alone. Her steel tail lashed out and decapitated the other 2 robots. "Here!" Izuku bellowed. The hellhound obeyed immediately and went to her master's side. Izuku looked around. Not many other participants had caught up to him. In fact, he could only see 2, mustache guy and a young man with blonde hair and some kind of support item that acted as a belt. Glass's legs had some kind of fire coming out of the exhausts in his calves as he came running almost as fast as Izuku was with his H's. He kicked off of a wall and split a 3-pointer's head in half with a single kick. It all happened in the span of a second and he sped off again. "Duck," the blonde guy said. Izuku followed the order before a sparkling blue beam shot out of the blonde's belt and disintegrated 2 two-pointers' heads. "We make quite a team, mon chéri?" He winked. "On your left," Izuku yelled. The blonde leaned to his right and cartwheeled away just as a 3-pointer's punch barely missed him. Izuku swung his hammer and separated the robot's head from its body. He turned to the guy with a smile. "Oui, mon ami." Izuku looked around. No more robots were nearby. He grabbed his hammer with both hands once again and began running, Nox hot on his tail. The exam had just started. Several people sat in a dark room, only lit up by the multitude of screens showing various angles of the testing grounds and a flickering orange light emanating from a fire that adorned a man's body. It is clear that none of the students know how many opponents there are, so they have to improvise. A small white-furred mammal explained. "We have those that utilize gathered information to their advantage." 2 of the screens expanded. One showed a gray-haired, robust-looking young man with multiple arms tipped with different appendages standing on top of a building surveying the area. The other showcased a slim, purple-haired young woman kneeling on the ground. Her ears had earphone jack-looking appendages that she stabbed into the ground. She closed her eyes. A second passed before one of the appendages lashed out and stabbed a robot in the face, making it vibrate and crumble into a heap of scrap. Others utilized their superior speed to get ahead of the competition. The screen now showed the young man with the mustache and blue hair speeding down Main Street, destroying every robot with a singular kick. Of course, being calm in these situations is always a boon. The screen changed to a blonde young man easily sidestepping a 1-pointer's punch before retaliating by using his quirk and defeating the entire horde. Absolute power and brute force is also effective. A young man with long green, white and blonde hair was shown in one screen, swinging his hammer at a 3-pointer, destroying the robot while at the same time slinging an arch of blue fire towards a group of 1-pointers. His K9 unit pounced into a 2-pointer, crushing it with its weight. In another one, a young man with yellow hair and a black thunderbolt used a smaller hammer to throw electricity at a group. He then turned around and smashed a 3-pointer's head with it. Though we cannot forget to praise tactical intelligence and precise strikes. The screen showed 2 people. A spiky-haired, ash-blonde young man utilizing precise explosions to pick off 1-pointers one by one without calling too much attention from other participants. A skull-masked man utilizing a long, thin and straight sword with an ornate handle to silently stab a straggling 1-pointer. He turned into black smoke and reappeared in the middle of the group, but instead of a sword, he had a shotgun in each hand that he used to blast the rest of the group's heads off. But the most important part of this examination is to see how they can balance helping out people while picking off the villains. The screens showed multiple different people, but the main 2 were of 2 young women. One had brown hair in a bob cut and a permanent blush. She touched a 3-pointer and made it begin floating. She then grabbed it by one of its arms and began swinging it like the long-haired man swung his hammer, and with it she destroyed a robot that was about to attack a blonde young woman. A 2-pointer suddenly appeared behind the brunette and charged at her, only for it to phase right through her and smash itself against a wall. The brunette disappeared in a multicolored cloud that traced back to the blonde, showing that she was a couple of meters to the left of where the illusion was standing. The second monitor showed a woman with long, fluffy pink hair and skin and yellow horns throwing a ball of viscous liquid that hit a 3-pointer's head that was about to attack a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes and a green-haired young woman. They formed a group and the blonde touched the pink woman's hair. Suddenly his skin became just as yellow as his hair, his scara became black and he sprouted a pair of horns. In his hands a ball of the same viscous substance began to form as the green-haired woman leapt into the air and landed a devastating kick that made a one-pointer's chassis cave in around its chest. The dean of UA University turned in his chair to look at his guests. "Any questions, students?" he asked. A hand shot up. "Yes, Miss Tokage? It's about the big guy with the green, yellow, and white hair. What is his quirk?" A green-haired young woman asked. "I thought it was the dog, but then he started slinging those blue fire things from his hammer, and now I don't know what to think." Nizu hummed and turned to whisper to a lady with green hair wearing a cream-colored suit and pencil skirt. They had a hushed conversation together before the woman nodded her head. "He doesn't have a quirk," Nizu said, and he lifted a paw before anyone could ask anything. "And I don't mean that he has a mental quirk, or a weak one, or one that he wants to keep a secret. I mean that he's completely quirkless. That's the reason he was allowed to have the hammer." "Any more questions?" Nizu asked. Nobody spoke, but they looked at each other, the parents or guardians leaning over to whisper at each other, the students exchanging glances. The only ones not doing any of that were Endeavor and his son, Shoto Todoroki, who watched more intently, the room suddenly becoming a little bit brighter due to the intensity of Endeavor's flames. Nizu turned around. "I think it's time, don't you, power loader?" he said, cutting off any chatter and making the guests look towards the screens, specifically the one that showed Izuku Reinhardt Midoriya. A man with a helmet that looked like an excavator claw nodded and flipped open a clear plastic casing. He pressed a red button. "This is where the fun begins," Nizu said, sounding a little unhinged, a cup of tea appearing in his hands that wasn't anywhere near before. "Nox. Worf," Izuku exclaimed as he swung his hammer, taking a two-pointer's head off. There was a high-pitched screech in the distance caused by the one-pointer's frying internal components. "Here," Izuku commanded. Nox ran up to him and stood to his side. Izuku surveyed the area. There weren't any more robots around. The moment one came out of an alley, the blue-haired mustache guy encrusted it into a wall with a singular kick. "I think we need to get off Main Street, say." Izuku cursed under his breath. And dash. Before Izuku could command Nox to go ahead, the ground began shaking. Izuku had to stab his hammer's pommel onto the ground to prevent himself from falling. His head snapped to the direction of the epicenter of the quake. He stared in awe at the massive technological marvel that rose from the ground. A gigantic hand destroyed an entire skyscraper that was thankfully sealed off, probably in case of this happening. Izuku then began to register the screaming, abject horror coming from almost every single voice around him. Almost. "Move, move, move. Get to safety," the mustache man exclaimed, using his arms almost as indicating arrows. "Sacreblue, come Sherry, let's get a move on," the blonde guy with the belt from before said to a black-haired young woman, who looked absolutely terrified and just repeated, "I don't want to do this anymore," over and over again. Izuku snapped out of his stupor just in time to see the dude with the purple ball for hair fly past him at high velocity. "Hey mustache, blondie and big dude." Their attention was brought to a purple-haired young woman with elongated appendages coming from her earlobes. "Help me get these people from under here. I got someone else here too," the multiple-armed man called to them. "I need help getting them from here." Suddenly a brown object tore through the air and hit the rubble that the man was next to, liberating the person's ankle. Izuku looked at the way they came from to see the blonde woman with horns and hooves standing a few meters away. He moved next to the purple-haired woman and effortlessly lifted all the rubble to reveal two people under it. Suddenly buildings around them began collapsing, forming more and more dangerous rubble and kicking up a cloud of dirt. "Say." Izuku cursed again, this time louder and calling the attention of everyone within earshot. "We need to evacuate, keep it from doing anything to the other partisai dash." Izuku was interrupted by another rumble. It was weaker than the last one, but it was enough to make the group of 7 turn around just in time to see a young man with yellow hair leap into the air, yellow lightning surrounding his form before it concentrated in his left hand where he was holding a hammer. And then he swung. The force of the impact was so much that it obliterated the head of the zero-pointer. The lightning pouring from the hammer completely stopped the machine from moving. It was silent for a few seconds, most people not believing their eyes, the young man just floated in the middle of the air, yellow lightning arcing from one part of his body to another one. And then he began to fall. Izuku moved before anyone else could. He sprinted towards the falling man. The super soldier serum in his system enhanced his speed to such a level that allowed him to close the distance before the man hit the ground. And that's all. Present Mike yelled as Izuku caught the blonde. He had passed out, but he was already waking up. Izuku bent down and put him on the ground. Oh dear. An aged and experienced voice said from behind them. Izuku turned around to see a small old woman hobbling over to them. She was wearing a pink nurse's outfit, her gray hair tied into a bun held together by a syringe, and on her right hand she held a wooden cane also in the form of a syringe. Is he going to be okay, recovery girl? Izuku asked, already knowing how the youthful heroine looked thanks to Angela. Recovery girl hummed as she checked the other hammer user. She put a couple of fingers on a device located on her forearm. Izuku waited with bated breath to the verdict, when the experienced healer sighed. It's nothing to worry about. Izuku deflated slightly. He will need a round of healing, but that comes after a good rest. Izuku finally let go of the breath he was holding and relaxed. He then perked up as he remembered something. Cortana. His K9 turned to him and let go of her transformation, becoming a normal German shepherd again. Come here, girl. Let's go meet with Mina and Ochako. Izuku said, causing the dog to go absolutely ballistic. Izuku, Mina, Ochako and Cortana were walking around near Sir Nitai's agency. It was cloudy, but it didn't seem like it would rain. Ochako chuckled when Mina almost stumbled when walking backwards. The pink woman turned and pouted playfully at her. Not funny, Ko. Ochako lifted her free hand in the air in a placating manner. Izuku was about to say something, but he felt something crash against his leg. He turned and saw a girl that couldn't be a second. Older than 5. She had long matted bluish-white hair, a single brown horn sticking out from the right side of her forehead. She was dressed, if it could be even called that, in a tattered and stained white dress, bandages wrapped around all 4 of her limbs. Her big red eyes showed absolute fear. Izuku knelt down to the girl's level. Hey, are you okay? He asked. He extended a hand, but the girl flinched violently. Izuku stalled in his action, but then turned his palm up. I'm not going to harm you, I want to help. Cortana whined, her ears flattened against her skull. The girl turned to her, red eyes wide and full of fear but also curiosity in a way that told Izuku that she hadn't seen a dog ever before. The frantic sound of heavy boots and the clanging of metal made the girl slam her tiny body against the giant man. Izuku was taken by surprise, but wrapped his arm around her immediately. The clanging got closer and closer. Izuku looked up just in time to see a man with metal scales covering every inch of his body. He wore a biker jacket alongside black leather pants and a surgical mask on his face. Cortana bared her fangs, growling and ready to pounce at Izuku's command. Eri! The man exclaimed with relief, completely ignoring Cortana's warnings and getting closer. Thanks y'all, my boss kids sometimes get rowdy, though today was the first time that they tried to pull a stunt like this. Izuku nodded. Alarm bells rang through his head. He looked down towards the girl now identified as Eri and saw that her panicked eyes glistened with tears. Please, don't let me go with him, Eri said with a voice so small and so fearful that it broke Izuku's heart. Izuku didn't have to think twice. He leaned into Eri's ear. Stay behind me. He whispered. Eri complied and moved next to Ochako and Mina, the women kneeling down and the girl crashing into them just as she did with Izuku. Cortana placed herself protectively in front of the girls, her growling intensifying and finally making the metallic man notice her. Izuku sighed and stood up to his full height. He looked at the thug in front of them and saw that he was agitated. I don't believe you, he said. His eyes, normally filled with kindness and warmth, now were filled with analytical coldness. He was sizing his opponent. The thug was about to talk, but his words died in his throat, so he did the only thing that came to his mind. He threw a punch. The punch connected with his cheek, but he didn't feel it. He was just hit with the equivalent of a hammer to the face and he wasn't even going to bruise. Izuku lifted his own arm and reared for a punch. his fist trembling just by the amount of strength that he was clenching it with. And then he threw it. One punch was all it took. Izuku looked down, the metal man's skin was cracked in various different points, he was out cold. He looked back, Eri, Ochako and Mina were staring at him with wide, admiring eyes and smiled reassuringly before he took out his cell phone and dialed the police. The smell of hospitals was one that Izuku never got accustomed to, even after 4 years of weekly visits to Angela's infirmary due to the changes that the serum had made to his body, he still wasn't used to it. He was currently laying in a bed, the hand he used to punch the thug wrapped in a hand brace, something about hairline fractures. He wasn't really paying attention to the doctors and nurses. After all, the little girl he had rescued was sleeping in his left arm. He looked up to the ceiling, the weight of the day finally hitting him. He had saved someone. He saved a person. He was a hero. Izuku's face split with a smile as an elated laugh escaped his lips. The little girl in his arms stiffened, clutching at his shirt with all the strength her tiny body could muster. Izuku's breath hitched. After a couple of seconds, Eri relaxed and loosened her grip. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He lifted his right arm and tentatively put his hand on Eri's head. The girl stiffened again for a second before she sleepily leaned into the touch. Izuku sighed in relief before he heard a light whine. He looked to the right of his bed where Cortana was sitting on the floor. She looked at him with those strangely intelligent eyes of hers. He reached a hand out towards her head, but she gently moved it away and rested her head on the bed's mattress. "It's okay, girl," Izuku said, moving his hand once again. "I don't feel anything." Cortana sniffed his hand tentatively before gently letting Izuku pat the top of her head. "Good girl," Izuku said fondly. Cortana's tail wagged slightly behind her. A light knocking made Izuku lift his gaze. Ochako and Mina entered the room, but they weren't alone. "Am I a mouse, a dog or a bear? It matters not, for I'm the dean of you." The small white-furred mammal, Nizu, presented himself atop of his mother's shoulder. Standing next to them was a plain-looking man wearing a brown trenchcoat and hat. "Good afternoon, I am Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I'm here to take your statements and ask a couple of questions." The detective took off his hat. "Also, I'm required to inform you that my quirk lets me know if a person is telling the truth or not. If you don't feel comfortable about it, then I'll call my partner to take my place." "It's okay with me," Izuku replied. "What about you girls?" "I don't have a problem with it," Ochako replied. "Same," Mina said with a shrug. "Perfect, give me a second." Tsukachi reached into his pocket and produced a small tape recorder. "By the way, this conversation is going to be recorded in case we need to use it in any future investigation." Izuku nodded slowly as to not wake the little girl up. "Good, then we can start now." Detective Tsukachi pressed a button, and a few seconds later there was a quiet click from the recording device. "This is Chief Detective Naomasa Tsukachi of Mizudafu Police. It is currently 1640 hours on February 26th of the year 2220. I am currently interviewing persons Izuku Midoriya, Mina Ishido, and Ochako Uraraka. Midoriya, could you please identify yourself for the record?" "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Midoriya." The detective bowed slightly in his chair. "We have finished the questioning, however, I still have business with you and your A partners." The detective explained. He sighed at seeing the polycule's confused expressions. "It's about Eri." "What about her?" Mina asked, a worried expression coming across her and her partner's faces. "You see, she's a Jane Doe." Tsukachi adopted a much more serious demeanor. "There's nothing in the system about her, no birth date, no doctor's appointments, no family, nothing." The polycule shared a look. Izuku looked directly at his mother, who had a stoic and professional expression on her face, completely different to what he was used to seeing her like. "We have a couple of theories, but nothing conclusive, at least, officially that is," the detective said, leaning back into his chair. "Officially?" Ochako asked, raising an eyebrow. "We've had our theories in the past, but nothing was decisive until now, that is." Tsukachi leaned forward again. "Get to the point, detective, please." Nizu spoke up for the first time since they had entered the hospital room. "Sorry, D. Nizu." The detective apologized. His posture became rigid from the furry mammal's reprimand. We have reasons to believe that Eri might have been held captive against her will by a Yakuza organization, the Shy Hassikai. Izuku's eyes widened. Kiriko, Genji and Hanzo had told them about the Hassikai. How they used to be powerful alongside the Hashimoto and Shimada clans, how they eliminated anyone that blocked their path, how almost every single Yakuza clan in Japan had thrown them into All Might sites during his Yakuza purge many years ago. The fact that the Hassikai had survived, much less was still active, was nothing more than terrifying. Because for over 30 years it was thought that only 2 Yakuza clans had remained untouched by All Might. The overwhelming power of the dragon of the Shimada, and the slipperiness of the snake of the Hashimoto. How? Izuku asked, his mouth suddenly dry. We don't know. Dean Nizu spoke up, his usually cheery voice somehow sounding terrifying. The running theory is that the Hassikai worked in 2 different main branches, with both having their own local leader. So, All Might only attacked one. Ochako finished, her eyes filled with terror. Exactly, Miss Uraraka. Nizu congratulated, though it felt more like a punch to the gut than anything else. And that's what brings us to our current situation, Mrs. Midoriya, if you please? Certainly, sir. Inko nodded. We have our fears that the Hassikai are going to target you in their search for Eri, and with the psychological information that the hospital gathered, it would be almost impossible to separate Eri from you 3, especially Izuku. So, we have a couple of options. Number 1, she's taken in by one of UA's faculty members and she lives on campus as a ward. Number 2, I and my significant other adopt her and have her live with us. These 2 options give you 3 the ability to visit her almost daily. I'm sensing another option here, Mina said. Inko sighed. She grabbed her glasses and whipped them with a small towel that she had in her pocket. The third option is to have you 3 adopt her, have her move into the first-year hero student dormitories with you. Izuku felt his mouth slowly open. Adopting a child? Children was something that Mina, Ochako and him had talked about lightly, something for the future, but they didn't think that the opportunity would crash into them, literally, so soon. I get that this is a difficult decision, but the psychologist that attended her said she had severe separation anxiety, something we can certainly see now. Inko pointed at the small child still sleeping on top of Izuku, her iron grip on his t-shirt not having loosened at all. So, separating her from you 3, even for just a couple of days, would likely cause severe permanent and temporary psychological trauma for her. As I said before, I know that it's a difficult decision, but Papa? The room froze, 6 pairs of eyes snapped to the source of the voice. Eri's still asleep face looked directly at Izuku's own. Papa, please don't go. Her voice was so small, so broken, that it burned something inside of Izuku's chest, something new, something that he had never felt before. A fatherly instinct to protect. He looked at Mina and Ochako who were also looking at him. He saw that same fire he felt in their eyes. The answer was clear. Nothing had ever been cleared before. Give us the papers, Izuku said, his tone not leaving room for discussion. Inko nodded. She opened her briefcase before producing the pap. Brother. Izuku's blood went cold. He looked back down for the 1000th time today to the little girl. Tears freely fell from her face and stained his t-shirt. He's still in there, said was the only word that could describe what Overhaul felt at the moment. His stupid subordinate had been too much of an idiot to even catch 2 5-year-olds. And worst of all was that they had only managed to get one, and the moron he had sent to get Eri was somehow knocked out by blunt force. He was made out of metal, for crying out loud. You and your sister made quite the mess for me, Goro, Overhaul said, flicking a needle with a finger. I had to get rid of 3 wastes of space today. You'll have to be punished for it. He turned to a small boy, long bluish-white hair matted in multiple places, a light brown horn sprouting from the left side of his forehead. I think you don't understand. Overhaul stalked towards the medical bed where the boy was at. When I talk to you. Me. The bird-masked man grabbed a handful of Goro's hair and pulled, making the little boy stare at him. But instead of being met with fear, Overhaul was met with defiance, red eyes so similar, yet so different to his sister's. Overhaul sneered under his mask and let go of the boy. Insolent brat, I'll put you to good use.